talking about chess a lot with Grishuk, and he was telling me that like whenever somebody played a6 against him, just played the knight off against him, he felt okay, this game I won, let's start preparing for the next one. And we've progressed from that point to a 6a3 as a reply. In the first 2 rounds of the first strong tournament of the year, we have 6a3 played by the 2 perhaps biggest figures of 2016. Yeah, very curious.
All he has to do is to play the move rook to d2, continue with the same plan of going knight d3 and rook f2 check. So natural. And even after rook g1, which is Wesley's idea, you can just take that off and play knight d3 again. And all you need to do is land a queen over to the g file and it's mate.
Hello everybody and welcome to our coverage of round number 5 of the Tata Steel Masters in the year 2017. I'm Jan Gustafsson. I am being joined once again by Peter Svidler.
That's the way to go there. And this stream is already full of surprises. The speed of your original hello was like half the usual.
Was it a slow hello?
Well, normally your first 5 words come at an absolutely rapid fire pace and then you slow down. And today you started with a very chill pace, and I don't know if it's a good sign or not. But
I've been accused of peaking too early in the past, so I'm trying to pace myself today.
So what do we have today? Let's start talking about the tournament we're covering, maybe.
As usual, the honest answer is the only game we're really following is the Magnus Carlsen game. He's facing Jan Nepomniachtchi, your boy today, with the black pieces, and some of you might have heard that, or you might be able to read. Jan Nepomniachtchi has a dominating lead in classical chess games against Magnus Carlsen. 3 victories, no losses.
I knew he was in plus, but I somehow was not aware it was that big. I thought it was only 1 win. But I mean,
You're very wrong.
Yeah, people who compose these stud cartoons, they're never wrong. So I obviously am.
No, I obviously know all about this. He defeated Magnus Carlsen for the first time in the year 2002, the World Under 12 Championship.
Oh, okay.
Then in the year 2004, the World Under 14 Championship. And then in 2011 in Vaikanze. 2011, they were both grown world-class players.
Yeah, the first 2 games I was not aware of, and I have a suspicion they may not be in the version of the database that I was checking.
I'm sorry. Anyway, Jan has talked about that back then he was stronger than Magnus, and he still feels like he's stronger than Magnus, or he might have worded it differently. He still doesn't feel inferior, something along those lines. They're friendly. I believe they've worked together in the past. There were some, I'm not even sure if it's rumors of Jan and Potkin stopping by during the match with Vichy, giving Magnus some advice. He was
Yeah, I
with
think
Magnus.
he was mentioned as someone who helped a little bit during that match.
He was with Magnus in London and I believe other tournaments in the past, so they've been friendly. We'll see how it goes. As for the tournament, Magnus Carlsen on 3 out of 4. Where's Jan? 1.5? I believe he lost to Wei Yi, drew his other games.
Yeah, that sounds correct. Yeah, so Jan is not having a stellar start to 2017 after being one of the heroes of of the last year. Maybe not to the extent that Wesley was, but still, he won the Tal Memorial. He started his Olympiad performance by winning his first 7 games after actually losing to Wesley. Once again, reinforcing that Wesley probably had the better year of the two. And he will be playing in most events. Chess24 will be covering this year. You get the feeling he's now a fixture on Grand Chess Tour, and we will be seeing a lot of him in 2017. But the first Super Tournament of the year so far is not really going his way. It will be very interesting what he does against Magnus.
Yeah, as he put it himself after winning the Tal Memorial, it's not so much that he doesn't win these tournaments often, he also doesn't play them very often.
Yeah, I think that's a
gonna
fair
change.
point. Yeah, but he also gained something like 70 ELO points compared to maybe like even early summer.
Normally he was supposed to be an underrated 2-7-20 player for 5 years. Now, look at this. Anyway, we do have other games, and I was being slightly facetious. We're not gonna ignore all of them. At least we're never gonna ignore Anish Giri on this program, because it would be dumb to do so. People like talking about Anish. He is continuously struggling with the English language. And no, that's me. He's struggling winning games. 4 draws so far. Borderline winning position, or at some point I was winning against Dmitry Andreikin yesterday.
Yeah, he'll be very upset about that because that was an interesting game that he played well, and those you really want to win. I think he at least one point in that game aimed for specifically a much sharper position that he absolutely needed to, I think, in order to maybe try and overcorrect, or just correct, I'm not sure if it's overcorrecting, and just correct his slightly, tendencies towards safer and risk-free play. And yeah, he was winning, I believe, at 2 points during that game. But time trouble was very definitely a factor, and did not happen.
Then we have our tournament leader, Pavel Elyanov, facing Dr. Levon Aronian. People are saying, Jan's arm is in the H file, can you fix it? It's by design, because it looks so natural if I can melt with the board, but we can probably move like 2 centimeters to the left. Maybe, I don't know.
No, I actually think it's better when...
I should stay in the H file.
No, not although, come on, stop disappearing, yeah. But yeah, this feeling that you can knock the h1 rook off the board if you make an inaccurate movement somewhere is I think what we should be striving for.
I'll stay in touch with the h1 rook. For now, Pavel Elyanov knows all about h1 rooks. Levon, I feel, yeah, he probably does too. He's black against Pavel. Pavel leading the tournament 3.5 out of 4. Some people say he played a weak field. Not so easy to score 3.5 out of 4 against the 27 average though, so we can't fault Pavel that much.
No, it's never a weak field. I mean, he does have most of the sort of all important double points clashes, so to speak. But yeah, there are no weak players in this tournament, and 3.5 out of 4 is a stellar start by any standards. Will be difficult to continue winning against Lev though. Lev is very, very solid. Has a very well worked out repertoire. They're both...
What does he do nowadays? Pavel is a d4 or d4, c4, not a 3
I think Rogozin is very much part of it. And
Rogozin, Nimzo probably, yeah?
Rogozin, Nimzo, and also there's, I think, a healthy mixture of Queen's Gambit declined thrown in.
He knows his stuff. Some people, well, he's playing less openings than your average Super Grandmaster Levon. Pretty much an e4, e5, and d4, knight f6, e6 player. But he's good at these things.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the premier Rui Lopez players, I think, of our time with black, and yeah, very, very solid. And in some spots, very fighting repertoire with black against 1d4 as well.
Catalan is a likely opening to appear today as well.
Sure. And Lev actually knows. I think Lev is also at least an occasional Catalan player himself. So.
No, he's a regular Catalan player.
Yeah.
Both well-prepared dudes. Sergei Kayakin, speaking of well-prepared, still has his $1 million preparation from the Carlsen match. We'll see if he's going to spring some of it on Adiban today. Adiban, and is it his first super tournament? I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, I think that's very, very likely. He played a stellar B tournament. Although you have to say he probably needed to get a little bit lucky towards the end to qualify, because two people were very hot on his heels, and both Dreyev and Safarli finished tied for him for first last year in the Challengers, and he won on tiebreak. But he was leading throughout the tournament.
Do have an elephant's memory. I had forgotten all about that. The only thing I remember from last year's B tournament is the Rook Endgame Dreyev won against. And it'll come to me.
And that I actually don't remember, but I had looked at the score sheet at some point. I mean the cross table at some point this year already, so it's easier for me to recall these things. Yeah, Sergei has to start as a favorite in this game because, frankly, Adiban has been. I think he found this tournament a bit tougher, I guess, than the usual kind of tournament that he is playing, and also I don't think he's trying to really moderate his instincts, which means that he gets into proper fights in every single game and.
Yeah, probably you shouldn't. Like, it's hard if you play one super tournament, even per year, but the first one in your career, you're probably not gonna learn the Berlin and whatever, the Catalan, if all your life you've been playing in open tournaments and team competitions, playing sharp stuff, and that's what got you there.
And also, it's more even about the sticking to things you do best, and he definitely is a prominent tactical player, and. He's already played some very interesting games here, but not doing all that great. Lost to Pavel Ilyanov in round 4, a game he really shouldn't have lost. I feel he was totally safe with white, and then maybe overpressed, and then after that, I think for a while he just didn't believe he could lose. The position probably looked to him so safe that he paid very little attention to, the intricacies of it, and that ended up costing him half a point.
Then we have, if you just watched the intro video, one of the 10 highest rated players of all time by now, Wesley So, 2.815. Good start for him as well, 3 out of 4, tied with Mr. Magnus, facing Harry. Harry nowadays a full-fledged top 12 player, let's say.
Yeah.
Not easy to beat, but Wesley has to be a minor favorite with the draw being a heavy favorite.
Yeah, you take 55-45 here, and Harry has established himself very prominently, I think, and you sort of very, very close to the top 10, and no one is surprised when he gets invited to the very strongest tournaments. Yeah, very good player.
Chess Chipmunk saying, do you think the Wesley So unbeaten streak or Geary draw streak will end first?
Yeah, you have
draw
to take...
streak must be easier to end than unbeaten streak.
Yeah, right? I think Geary's streak, simply because two results are good for you. You have to take the Geary streak there.
Word. I'm very confused. Unbeaten streak 2 results are good for you too.
Yeah, I midway through I realized what I'm saying is complete nonsense, but I'm not, this is not unusual, so I continued unabated.
Been there. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Wesley So Harry. Wesley, as we know, is very, very solid. However, he's been winning enough games to climb up and up the rating ladder. Chaos is a ladder. Radek Wojtaszek faces our friend Luke Van Vele, who has not had a great event so far. The local hero.
No, not at all. And I think today will be a tough game for him because it's very likely or at least very possible. I'm not sure what very likely, but it's very possible he might not get a very nice position out of the opening, because I don't think he pays that much attention to opening theory these days. His stuff is, the stuff he's been playing all his life. It's well established, but I don't think he spends anywhere close to the amount of time and energy Radek spends on openings. And on half a point out of 4, black against Wojtaszek is not the game you want.
No. Then again, yeah, that is the problem with White. There are not a lot of games you want when you're suffering, especially the black games.
Mainly
These piranhas keep coming.
Yeah, mainly you want to be playing white, I think. What you want most of all is to have the white pieces and to be able to play something safe and sort of stench the bleeding.
Yeah, but that's when the bleeding gets bad. When stuff like yesterday happens, where you're slightly worse with White after 10 moves, he lost to Wesley, and then you're black against Wojtaszek next game. Not fun.
Yeah, that was not an ideal sequence of events.
It's normally fun to be White against Richard Rapport. Even though you might lose, it's not going to be a boring game. That's more or less guaranteed. Do you think Andrejkin will provoke Richard into something enterprising today?
I think it's very possible. I think Andrejkin in general, I mean, he understands these things. He is a decent, very good actually practical player, and he will understand that there's absolutely no need for him to create anything. All this work will be done for him by Richard. So,
Right.
yeah. And also, it's apparently their first ever game. Richard is still a bit of an unknown quality.
But so is Andrejkin in the super circuit.
Yeah, and Richard is much younger, or somewhat younger. They're all very, very young to me, but so it will be interesting to see how their first ever game will go. And as moves are finally starting to filter in, Jan Nepomniachtchi goes for 1c4, which is his second move. He is very prominently a 1e4 player, of course, but he doesn't really go for knight f3 very much. If he wants to avoid playing 1e4, he does go 1c4 and has a reasonably well-established repertoire there. Some parts of it I might even recognize because we looked at these positions quite a bit in my preparation for the Moscow candidates.
Even at the move e5?
Yeah, even the move e5 was mentioned in dispatches, yeah.
That's what Magnus plays this, yeah. It used to be considered subtlety to start with this, to meet knight c3 with e5 and then play these bishop b4 lines. However, especially Vichy most prominently has been getting into a bit of trouble in all these bishop b4 lines, so people aren't really gunning to go there. Magnus has normally preferred to play with d5 against pretty much everything.
It does allow White some slight, some additional options. Like in this position, if you get to exactly the position you had on the board right now, you can take and play knight f3 and try to save on the knight c3 move for the time being by castling. But the position after d4 e4 is supposed to be
established.
Yeah, it's somewhat curious because very strong players, including for instance Wesley Saw against myself in the Singfield Cup. On move 6 in this position, he decided to play knight b6 and not allow d4. And he got a very nice position out of the opening there as well, because I felt obliged to transpose to normal theory. But I don't really understand why people avoid the line we just mentioned. It seemed completely fine to me whenever I looked at it.
Yeah, we'll see what they have in store. Vichy recently changed his repertoire to doing things like this.
This is also very
this
playable,
is a
but
trendy
as a 1c4 player, I think if what you get is knight c3 bishop b4, you're not entirely unhappy. I think there are lines black can choose which are a lot more strict in terms of aiming for complete equality. Bishop b4 probably is also fine, but at least there with White you don't feel doomed to never getting anything at all. Knight c3 has been played by Jan, and we'll see what Magnus does here. I think knight f6. I think knight f6 is a favorite, but other moves are possible.
Let's go down the list, and in Wei Yi against Giri, we have a Caro-Can, which Giri plays occasionally. I know he played against you in a must-win situation, but it's not.
Yeah, that was an interesting choice, and not an obvious one.
Also not a regular guest in his repertoire. Giri has been establishing himself as a big Najdorf theoretician, played lots of Najdorfs recently, and he's very capable of joining either the Berlin or the Petrov discussion as well.
Absolutely, and it's interesting because the Wei Yi Nepomniachtchi game was in round 3, and we commented on that with Lawrence, and Lawrence I believe mentioned that Wei Yi has this reputation of an absolute Sicilian killer, and it's curious to see that Anish. I mean, I'm not sure how how much of his decision not to go for the Sicilian was due to the reputation Wei Yi has. But it's still a curious choice because so far I believe since he started playing the Neindorf, which I believe was maybe midway through 2015.
Something like that, right?
Yeah, he's been largely untroubled. I can't really remember very many games in which he had any issues whatsoever on the black side of the Neindorf. And for him today to choose the Caracan is an interesting choice.
Then again, I agree. I don't think he's afraid of a theoretical debate against Wei Yi in this stuff. But you can feel that Wei Yi enjoys playing these positions. He beat Nepomniachtchi and he's probably thrilled to get this sharp Bishop G5 Knight off on the board. Yeah. Well, what they have now, Anish is more practical than people think. He's gonna go for his opponent's weaknesses. He probably feels like this stuff, I'll surprise him with E6. He's gonna think, I'll be better prepared. And it's not a structure that Wei Yi
I think this is these days maybe even I suspect it might be the main line right now. 95 bishop h7.
Is a bit strong.
95 bishop h7. You go bishop d3 anyway, and takes, and they play 97, and then they I think maybe even take on c5 in some cases. I think this is how it goes. Yeah, f4, 95, fe, c5, bishop b3, cd4, long castles, and so on and so forth. Yeah, it's definitely a theoretical position.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you start with c5 when I take c5 first. Maybe you go f4, c5, bishop b3, 95. But that position definitely, that position definitely exists. And
well, this exists, and here doesn't say bishop e3, bishop d2, whatnot. Anyway, I'm not a specialist here, as you can probably figure out. However, Wei Yi is taking his time trying to recall the subtleties. Some people go h5, nevertheless, say 95 is fool's gold. But then, compared to the main line with knight d7.
Once again, you get options to play. Yeah, you play c5, knight c6 maybe. Yeah, Dreyev was very much, I think, one of the pioneers of keeping the knight on b8, and it does give white additional things to do further in the game. And Wei Yi, after some thought, did go for knight d5, bishop d3.
Just to explain what happens after queen takes d4.
Knight f7, yeah. That's a very standard tactic in these positions, followed by bishop g6 check. I was actually trying to calculate what happens in this position if black goes bishop b4 check, because I know you're not supposed to do it, but I'm kind of wondering how that loses.
How does this go?
No, not
queen e5.
Yeah, no. Here bishop e3 is just winning because I have queen d8 check there.
No, let's kill. Let's show.
Yeah. Probably other moves also are winning, but this is
good enough.
This is the simplest. But I'm wondering after in this position, how do you win after bishop b4? Because you cannot play the king anywhere because I will take on d3 and then take on f7. So you probably... In bishop d2 I can play king f7 once again, no? It's kind of curious, but I guess you just play c3 and the knight gets out. Bishop b4, c3, and if bishop c3, I take, and I go bishop d2 and I end up with extra material. If you take on d3, I take on d3 and I take on h8. And I will then play h5 and knight g6. I guess it's just an extra exchange.
Yeah. It's not supposed to work that much, we know. And Anish has blitzed out knight d7 as
knight d7 is not a surprise, but bishop e7 is to a degree. I mean,
how was this? Sorry.
Yeah.
How was this Anand Carlsen World Championship match line? Is something like this, right?
I honestly can't remember the move orders for that.
I think it's something like this, but I could be...
Yeah, and you get the feeling it's very possible... No, hang on. This is the line which is supposed to be some kind of a forced draw, what Anish is doing right now, because I think bishop e7, it looks extremely weird to with the king on e8 to be going after that pawn, but I think after bishop d2 they actually take on h4, maybe on e5 first and then on h4. And then they go bishop... Yeah, and then they go bishop g3, knight e7. Like castles they take, because allowing it to get to e4 will be very, very dangerous. So they take, and then go knight e7, I think, in this position. I think I've seen this. Just rook g8, queen takes d4, I guess, or maybe knight f5 and queen takes d6, something. I'm fairly certain I've seen this before, and it's supposed to hold.
I have.
And yeah, instead of queen takes g7, you can probably lose the game immediately by playing bishop g5 and running into knight f5.
Why would you do that?
Well, you don't want to, but mistakes are sometimes made. Yeah, knight e2 check is pretty decent here, but even without. Anyway, Anish is still blitzing as he normally tends to do. I mean, he is very, very unprepared in any kinds of openings.
And I feel he's probably cashing in on the fact that Wei Yi has a slightly limited repertoire. Probably Wei Yi is not a prominent e5 player here. So Anish could zoom in. Zoom in or zoom in? Zoom in on this line.
Yeah, that's fair. There is, as you predicted, a Catalan on the board in the Eliana Faronian game.
Viewers of my Banter Blitz shows will be very familiar with this position, because everybody blitzes out Queen C1 against me, and then I always pause for thought and try to remember if in my video series I recommended A5 or Knight BD7. Of course, I never look it up, so it's always a new mystery. I normally go for A5, Knight A6 here. This Queen C1 is the move that was recommended by Boris Avruch in his book on the Catalan, and he found many followers. It was first played by Anish Giri himself against Vladimir Kramnik, but Anish in this position after A5 played the very odd move Bishop D2. That was overdoing the liberties a little bit, and Kramnik beat him in a nice game. But it turns out that after Queen C1, A5, they can just go Knight C3. All you want is really to recapture here with this bishop. White future plans include Bishop G5, followed by E4, or by takes on E4. Sometimes Knight B5 is played. You never know. I normally win on time in these Banter Blitz games, but it tends to be boring maneuvering where I don't think black is necessarily worse, but it's one of the last remaining discussions in this line, because things have been pretty worked out in this stuff.
Yeah. Shall we actually show how they got here, or?
Sure. Move orders, schmove orders, but yeah, this Knight f6, e6 is what black does.
And also, it's important that that Pavel started with this because I think maybe he doesn't want to allow the bishop b4 lines. So by castling first, you make sure that black plays the main line against the Catalan and not the bishop b4 check, bishop d2, bishop b7.
Yeah, of course, you allow 1,000 other things, but a lot of Catalan players, Kayakin is also a guy who likes doing that, they're happy playing this. You gotta live with d3, but people aren't that scared. And here, after c4 castles, there was a brief b3 movement, but it's past, so people go back to the Catalan.
Yeah, and this is now the absolute main line, and yeah, I will completely hand over the reins to you here. I have no idea about these positions.
I know everything there is to know about this position, which is a lie. I don't know as much as the specialists, but I do know that this has fallen out of favor. This was a big discussion for about 10 years. But me personally, I really like what Vladimir Kramnik did here. This bishop e4 followed by a c6 plan. It looks very dumb, but there is logic to it. I think he has put this line out of business. Therefore, people switch back to either knight e5 in this position. Wesley So plays this quite a bit. Or queen c2, a6, a4. Against a4, this is pretty much the common reaction. Put the bishop on the long diagonal. And now black plans include either bishop d5 followed by c5 if possible, or slower play with a5, knight a6. Some games with a5, rook a6 recently. Well, white has to decide what to do here. Two main moves are bishop f4 or bishop g5. What you hope for is knight c3, b5, and black is better. I had a game like that recently, I was very happy. Common trick. Anyway, bishop f4. Here the main move used to be a5, but white was getting a little pressure. So people have come up with this refinement, bishop d6, intending, if necessary, to exchange everything. When white wasn't getting anywhere with developing pieces, bishop e5, knight e5, knight c3, they've all been tried. So this is the latest angle, and here black faces a choice between different moves, and Levon does not choose one of the two moves I'm always pondering here, but plays a very direct takes in queen d6, which I'm sure is home prep, because this position is not exactly new, as mentioned.
And you know, this kind of signals that black is queen c1 in reply. Sort of going really hardcore on this maneuver and trying to avoid additional trades. That is a bit surprising, because I would think that allowing black to take on f4 and taking with the g-pawn towards the center would improve your endgames, and would be, you know, good enough for Catalan players, because they generally aim for slightly better endgames. Or at least that's how it feels from the outside.
My general position, I'm not sure if this is correct, but let's say some moves like this is that such an endgame is nothing for... Oops, not c5.
Not c5,
but
obviously,
c6 is nothing for white. You put the knight on a6 or b4. Put a bunch of rooks on the d file. What does white ever want? So in order to, and get this, you have to stop me from either going a5, knight a6 by going a5 yourself, or be very fast with e4. I'm not sure you can.
No, I'm not going to disagree. I'm just Queen c1 looks stark. Queen c1 looks.
Right.
It's also not the most obvious square in the world, but perhaps there aren't really a lot of better options because you don't want to step into knight e4, for instance. I mean, d2 would be looking a lot more harmonious normally, but giving black an additional tempo with developing his, not developing, but knight on e4 is a decent piece in many cases, stopping knight c3, or at least preparing to trade the knight when it gets to c3. So yeah, you can understand why it went to c1.
Back to base. I'm not sure what white's plan is here now.
Yeah, once again, what happens if I just go a5, knight a6, knight b4? I think black is just generally very, very safe in these structures.
Yeah, or once again.
Yeah, you can snap this off and go c6 at any point. Yeah,
I'm never that worried. Like they play positions like this, but hard to believe black is in much trouble.
Yeah, and Pavel actually wins some of these positions occasionally. He won, not from this precise structure, but he won a very interesting game against Hikaru Nakamura.
But that's,
that's from a slightly different position and maybe even slightly different material on the board. But still, I mean, he is a prominent Catalan player and he does know how to handle positions which... I remember looking at his game against Nakamura live. We were both on the stage. And I thought he got absolutely nothing out of the opening. And next time I crossed the hall and saw his position, he already sacrificed some pieces for a rook on the queen side and was very much in a driver's seat. Anyway, a slight update I think is maybe worth it on the Wei Giri game. It seems like we are headed towards the position.
And you fed the Giri haters who are saying Giri is going for the forced draw. Such a shame. With black against the world-class player, if you can go for a forced draw out of the opening, you do that normally.
Yeah, Giri haters are incorrigible.
Mm. Or, I'm not sure, you do that is maybe not the right phrasing, but you can't avoid that in sharp lines. White will pretty much always have the option to go for a drawish line. I don't know this line.
Yeah, before you go on Ren, and you in that sentence means people watching it and commenting in chat. Before you go on rants about him going for long forcing variations which end in equality, he did play what I think currently is considered maybe the most fighting opening black can play against 1e4. I think Kara currently has the reputation of the one opening where there are very few forced draws available to white. And you very often get very complicated, very interesting struggles. Whereas in Najdorf...
Yeah, I was going to say, even I know 2 or 3 forced draws in this line, which...
As does Anish, actually. And also during our coverage of round 3, I mentioned that the last high-profile game I've seen starting from this position is the game between Rajabov and Giri from the European Club Cup, in which Anish made the first about 30 moves in 5 minutes and made a draw. So criticizing him when he plays the Caro and the position is still somehow miraculously not better for black just feels, we should stop. I mean, we spend it feels subjectively like...
we should really be on Anish's payroll with the amount of time we're spending defending him on this show.
It does feel like we spend half of our time on these shows saying, please stop saying all these ridiculous things about Anish.
Because there's so many true things we could say about it. The Magnus game, surprisingly, Magnus took a page out of Vichy's playbook, went for 2 bishop b4 here. This, I mentioned it briefly. Anand has been playing this quite a bit. Knight f3, c6, knight c3, d6. But normally Vichy, if memory serves me well, after e3 in order to play d4, he spends another tempo with the bishop and puts it back here.
Yeah, I think I've seen this. And Magnus goes for a slightly... It's also an interesting move because it doesn't stop d4, but it kind of stops white from taking with the pawn. Because you would like to go bishop b4 here, but you need very seriously to contend with e5, e4 in reply.
Should we do?
Yeah. Because I think ideally you would like to go bishop b2 and then play d4 to have the option of recapturing with the e-pawn. But yeah, that doesn't work. And also, if you have to play knight d4, your position kind of
Your
looks...
pieces are kind of silly.
Yeah, it doesn't feel particularly harmonious what you're doing with your pieces. So Jan, after some deliberation, played d4 here, e d4. But here you're forced to take with the knight, and you get this structure: knight f6, bishop e2, castles, castles, which is perfectly playable for black. I'm not sure if
Is
black...
it? I'd be happy here with white at
Yeah.
first sight, because if you get your pieces out long term, you have very nice central control. So black needs to show how to arrange his pieces.
Yeah,
But
actually,
it's very possible.
rook d8 followed by d5 would be one way to maybe try and immediately solve all of your questions here. And
Not sure.
well, you can maybe still play b3, and if d5 I want to take everything and play bishop b2 and claim that your queen side is still completely undeveloped and I'm ahead. I was trying to calculate bishop takes d4 followed by c5 here, but I think it may
It's
not.
not supposed to work. Queens.
Ah, yeah, queen anywhere, yeah. I thought bishop f3 is very strong, but then rook d7 is... That maybe is even stronger than what I thought, because now you can play queen c2. And if rook d8, bishop takes c5 just wins on the spot. So that's actually pretty decent.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's one thing. And another move black could maybe consider is once again taking a page out of Vish's book and going bishop b4.
No. Yeah, maybe it's still fine.
Queen c2. And I was even wondering, but once again, I'm really not sure how serious I am myself here. Bishop takes c3 and c5. But I will be much worse if those pieces come out. Like knight c6, knight e4, I don't know, bishop f5. But b3, bishop b2, yeah, I don't like
You're
this.
never equal here, like unless you
Yeah.
do something very fast. As a queen c2 Nimzo player, this is normally your dream.
Yeah.
Even if I have to do something clumsy.
Sure. No, if black gets d6, d5 in a good version here, he'll be fine.
Sure.
But that's a very large if.
I don't know. Maybe I was wondering if you
B3.
just can put your pieces towards the center and say nothing too bad has happened. But normally I'm much happier like being white here on autopilot because
Sure.
you have a built-in kingside attack and your pieces are nice. Well, for
Yeah.
black it's not so obvious what to do.
No, I think, yeah, if you do something like this, you're probably not fast enough and you will end up with a slightly inferior position you will have to defend. Which is why I think Magnus is now currently not autopiloting. Because 97, 95 in the Blitz game, you just transfer it from b8 to e5 and you feel very happy about what you've done. But it might be a bit too slow, and he's, I think, currently searching for ways to not give white this very easy pressure.
Maybe. I don't know how the tempi compare here, but I have a feeling it's a good version for white. Not sure if
Yeah,
direct stuff works.
b3,
but
bishop b2, I
even
think,
if we
yeah.
just do this. Yeah.
No, I think the queen on e7 is somewhat misplaced, and I think even tempi-wise, white is doing quite well here.
Agree. So yeah, to my mind, slightly strange opening play by Magnus. Of course, no, he likes taking few liberties here and there to get fresh positions. Just feels like it's much easier to be white here, because really, your next 5 moves, if black does nothing special, b3, bishop b2, queen c2, queen d2, rook
Yeah.
a1, a3, f4, are very, very easy to play.
Yes, completely agree. And
In Mr. Giri's game, the position, which I think you mentioned, has been put on the board. Anish, clearly still in his homework, will keep you posted.
Yep.
Shall we look at a game we have not seen at all yet? And
Sure.
if so, which one?
Wesley against Hare Krishna is a position I know a little bit about, so that will be somewhat easier for me. Yeah, this is...
Can you excuse me for just 1 minute? I have a small bladder issue I would like to address. I'm not sure if you guys want details, but I'll be back after it.
Sure.
Sorry.
So, I finally get the mouse.
Not for long.
Not for long, but I do get the mouse. This is one of the move orders you can get to arrive at this position. Knight of 3, knight of 6, g3. It's a slightly surprising one because you normally get there through the immediate c4, c5 if white wants to avoid the Grunfeld. You normally play knight of 3, knight of 6, c4, c5, and then you get g3, g6. Also in this position, I think people generally start with knight c3, so it's a little bit of a surprising move order they've chosen here. once again, I think for me as a Grunfeld player, I would just play d5 here. I don't really want to allow white to put the pawn on c4 so easily now that we've established that we're playing a symmetrical Grunfeld. So I think Harry may have been, not that he's unhappy with the position he has right now, but I think he had options to get a slightly better versions of the same. But they did eventually end up in a very well-known position where I think current thinking is you take on d5, and in this position, at least if you ask me, the most dangerous move white has is knight g5. This is a very typical move in these positions, and I believe with the bishop on g7, it's even better than with the knight on c6. Sometimes they get this position via this move order. Let's say knight c3, knight c6, bishop g2, d5, c takes d5, knight takes d5, knight g5, e6, d3 is my game with white against Fabiano Caruana from the candidates in Moscow. But here black, I believe, is perfectly fine, and once again, my understanding, which, I mean, I could be completely wrong about these things, but my understanding is you prefer the knight to be the knight on c6 to the bishop on g7 in these particular sublines of the anti-Grunfeld, because as you will see, after knight g5, you are generally supposed to play e6 in these types of positions, because knight c3 but white doesn't really need to play queen b3 here. And all of this can be scrapped immediately because Wesley played d4, but I will continue with the lecture anyway, just to get to some kind of a conclusion. And here, if black plays e6, you once again go knight g4. But with the bishop on g7, black actually needs to spend the tempo on protecting the c5 pawn. And the main move in this position is knight a6. And I think it becomes immediately obvious that compared to these positions where the bishop will come to g7, the fact that black is more or less forced to develop the knight on this square should be very much in white's favor. And it is somewhat surprising to me. First and foremost, I was very surprised that Harry was allowing this, but I am now, frankly, even more surprised by Wesley's decision not to go for that, because once again, where I come from, this is supposed to be maybe the best anti-Grunfeld there is in the g3, g6 variety, and d4 is an interesting move, and I'm not entirely sure what I think about this. This could also be very good, but cd5 followed by knight g5 and knight g4. I've looked at this position in some detail, and I think it's quite promising for white. Anyway, all of this is now completely immaterial, and we have this position on the board. Can you say something about it?
Sure.
I'm confused.
Harry has to be careful not to get into trouble here. There's a lot of move order trickery. First of all, let me do this. The first thought on my mind would be takes and take the pawn. But here, practice has taught us that this is good for white. Check. If bishop d7 we take, if knight d7 castles.
You can even start with castles.
Castles, rook d1 is very strong. I believe this is a game Kramnik-Nepomniachtchi, but it's been stuff that people know for a while. Then you always want to freak out about e5 in a position like that, but once again, queen a4 check is extremely unpleasant here for black. Therefore, people don't really do that either, because no matter how you meet that check, you are going to run into knight db5 when there's issues on this diagonal, or a check on d6. Yeah. Long story short, the tactics work for white here. I think castle, cd, a6, queen a3. Therefore, black has to do something else. Maybe dc4 is a move when after castles, dc5, we're back in a recent game, Kramnik-Topalov, for example. And if you castle, I'm not sure how the move orders work out, if white is forced to castle here, or if you can once again start with dc5.
Well, I think you need to start with dc5, because if you castle, then we can take on d4.
Now we're in time to go cd and e5.
Yeah,
you're completely
e5
right.
or even d takes c4, because queen a4 check is a hugely important detail in that position.
Very true. So after castles, we would have to take, which looks quite promising now. So
okay.
I'm not sure
well,
what...
I can recapture on c4 after that. So I think it's either dc4 immediately or castles followed by dc5, dc4, which might lead to the same.
Sure.
Yeah.
But that's supposed to be pleasant for white. At least Kramnik won that game and it was never considered to be an equalizer. So I'm slightly confused by Harry's move order, because 98% of people in this position, castle, and after d4, they're willing to play either the line with queen c7 or the line with knight c6.
Yeah, and for me, as I mentioned while you were gone, bishop g2, d5 on move 3 is just... Why would you even allow any of this?
Well, that's a different discussion, but that's
I understand,
your
but-
opening preferences.
Sure, but yeah, well, it was a bit confusing to me, because when you're allowed to play d5 here, I think you generally want to play d5 here.
Yeah, where you could be a King's Indian or a Benoni
Yeah,
player or
sure.
whatever. Anyway, it looks like Wesley might have out-move ordered Harry,
Yeah, I think...
which would be a bit strange because all of this is not rocket science and has been played in thousands of games.
Yeah, and I was frankly somewhat unaware about just how unpleasant d4 is in this position, because I generally arrive in all these anti-Grunfelds via a completely different move order. But even as I mentioned, even cd5, knight d5, knight g5 in this position is not that much fun.
Sure.
So I really am very, very unclear on the question of what Harry was aiming for, because it seems like he gave white at least two very decent options, and yeah, it's a luxury you don't normally get with white in these types of positions. You are very likely if you have half an idea somewhere, and here you have two full-fledged ideas you can use. So.
Yeah, and you didn't even have to produce them at home. They're pretty much common knowledge. So it is odd. Mr. Kayakin, however, if there's one knock on Harry's, if there's one weakness in Harry's game, I would argue it probably is opening preparation. So you could say that there is some tendencies that are shown in this game, but we should wait a bit.
Yeah, and sort of as advertised, Adiban is not pulling any punches today in his game against Sergei Karyakin. We both really, really love this opening, don't we?
No, I don't like the French. I've never had it on board with either color, and I'm not intending to change that situation anytime soon. Having said that, nah, I also don't know much about it. I do know that a6 is one of the 10 lines black can play here.
Yeah, this is an interesting move order, because these days they normally either play a6 and b5, or they play bishop b7 followed by castles. And there's been some interesting developments in both of those positions. But yeah, this is a bit of a in-between line, which I'm not sure what exactly black is aiming for here.
Yep, this is one. Normally they take here.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, this is what all the German kids do, either castles or b6
Yeah,
first.
and actually
then
sometimes
castles.
even without knight c6.
Very true.
So yeah, what Adiban is doing is some kind of a halfway house idea, and yeah, a3 is always a playable move in these structures.
The one thing you're always taught here is don't castle, because c4,
Yeah.
b5, b4 will be very, very fast.
Yeah, it's actually a lot faster than whatever you can do on the king side. So you
Even
don't.
if you do this, no
Yeah.
one cares.
White lost a number of games like that recently. Yeah. But Sergei he obviously knows better than to allow that. a3, b5, dc5.
b5 wasn't
No, sorry,
played.
castles. Yeah.
I believe after b5 the idea is to go knight to d1.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen games like this at least.
Sure. So a3 castles he took, Adiban took with a knight and went back to d7, which is somewhat curious. But it's quite obvious that black has declared his intentions here. He will play f6 and he will try to undermine the white center. But what happened later is the interesting bit. Like in this position, it still looks normal, but in this position, yeah, Adiban just blitzes out g5.
Iba must be in book. I'm not sure if this has been played. It's very alien to me.
Yeah, I've no idea. I've no idea about any of this.
So we must think. What do you do? Bishop h3?
He already castled, so
So you don't go bishop h3.
I don't know why though. Bishop h3 would be very much on my mind here.
Maybe he wants to do it now. This looks very risky for black, does it not? Unless it works.
I don't know. Well, risky, yes, but on the other hand, like if you take on f4, it's an endgame, and if you don't take on f4, it goes to f3, and it might survive there. Like something like bishop d3 would be very logical here, but f3 keeps the files on kingside closed. Also, I will play knight e5 next move, and I will hang on to it for dear life. And the knight on c3 still has no moves. Well, none towards the king side anyway. I mean, you can play knight a4 if you want, but black is not going to be quaking in his boots about knight a4, knight b6 when he has an extra pawn on the king side.
Quaking in his boots?
Yes?
No, I'm just impressed. What can we do? Rook d4, you might go f3 even here, yeah? Apart from the fact that it's a clumsy move.
f3, rook f4, and queen somewhere, yeah, h6 or g5, and then e5 maybe.
And here I could not.
I
should
think
go to h6
I think
for these
h6
purposes.
is more precise, yeah. Queen d5, king h8 probably is a rook. It feels like it's a full rook.
It's too much, typically.
Yeah. No, rook d4 is an option, but no, once again, and I start feeling slightly embarrassed about these things because it feels like I'm saying this about some game during every round. But I'm confused about people's timings. Why would you play long castle so fast here? On the previous move, you had like a number of interesting options.
First of all, do we think Sergei is on his own? Let me maybe check the times or something. Because it could be that all of this is still part of the prep, right?
No, not impossible, but I haven't seen anything like this in high-profile games for sure. I'm not sure about the...
No, I've never seen the position, but that doesn't mean that Kayakin's never seen it. But no, he spent half an hour already, so it's
Yeah, and
very unlikely.
Adiban so far has garnered 7 additional minions on the clock, and Sergei just goes king b1. Well, this is very interesting. So Sergei just says, okay, you can do whatever you please, and I just have to
keep queens on
GF, yeah. You understand why king b1 is a move here, because you want to sidestep all these checks along the c1, h6 diagonal. But here, once again, f3. I guess he wants it on h3. I guess that is why bishop d3 hasn't been played. Yeah, bishop h3, rook h1. It's also very important for white that he controls the g4 square, because knight e5 in many cases will be followed by knight g4. And black is still somewhat undeveloped, and his center is not feeling entirely safe. But let's continue. Let's say knight e5. Also queen h6. Yeah, that's a very good move. I might start feeling that I need to take on e6 and d5 and claim I'm, a tactical genius of some sort, but...
You can probably claim that, but that doesn't mean this works at all.
No, But honestly, compared to alternatives after bishop h3, queen h6, I kind of like bishop takes e6, because bishop f1 looks incredibly miserable, and queen f1 does as well.
My point is bishop h3, no good.
No, but then what do you do?
No, time for h4 looks insanely slow.
No, h4 I will struggle to believe that for a second. Like h4, knight e5, bishop h3, knight c4. How is black not much better there?
What about the good old rookie?
Yeah, maybe. Knight e5. Bishop d7. Rook e8, I guess. I need to make sure I don't blunder a piece somewhere, but I don't think I do.
Yeah, and if you don't and get developed, this dude is still around. No, I'm not arguing.
No, even let's say if I complete development and the pawn on f3 gets clawed back somehow, even that scenario I'm not that unhappy about.
Yeah, we need to find some violent way to float this guy.
Yeah, it's a very, very relevant part of the evaluation here, that the knight on c3 just has no moves. If you move it towards the king side, if you place it on any kind of sensible square, even if you move it from c3 to d4, white immediately looks a lot happier, because you can put a lot of pressure on the central pawns. Although knight c5, knight e4 might become an issue. So we should stop talking about hypotheticals.
Yeah, I don't like to dwell on hypotheticals. Yeah, looks like Adiban surprised Kayakin in the opening, and Kayakin will have to, I don't know, use his resourcefulness to stick around.
Yeah, it's also, I think he finally managed to get to a position where Adiban has to start thinking, because Adiban quite clearly had been blitzing up to that point, and this is the first point where he is unsure about his next move. And yeah, apart from f3 and maybe king h8, which I think is too slow, and I would frankly, I personally would not want to allow g takes f4. I don't really see why I want to. Yeah, 95 probably is a bit too loose. I don't know why though.
Yeah, but it feels, yeah.
Like,
Even this, why would you?
yeah, queen c5 also might be or queen b6, one of those two moves, followed by trying to play on the dark squares. But mainly I just want to keep as many files as closed as possible, and the pawn on f3, you know, if it survives, you just kind of win. If it's still on the board in 10 moves time, you've probably won with black. So it does feel sensible to play f3.
For sure, we'll keep you posted. So far, looks like Adiban is enjoying himself more than Sergei Kayakin.
Yeah, so far so good for him.
Magnus did what I thought he might do, but I also thought he might not be thrilled about it. He's bungled the opening. This is not a great outcome.
No, but it's also perhaps not. Although you made arguments against that early on these shows about because Jan has a very deserved reputation as a very sharp tactician and a very strong player in messy positions, but I think he's maybe an underrated technician as well. And playing a good version of an Isolani position or hanging pawns, which I think is very likely because I think Magnus's next move is knight c6 in most cases. I just snap it off, go bishop b2, knight a4, rook c1. This does look like a very, very useful version. Also bishop f3, knight e2, knight f4 sometimes. And there are various ways to get your pieces into good squares here. But for instance, the fact that the bishop is already on e2 is very useful for white because controlling g4 is a large motif here. Black generally, in the hanging pawn structures, it is, I think, common knowledge that black needs to aim for as fast as possible for counterplay, either connected with c5 and d4, or for something happening on the king's side. Bishop d6, queen e5, bishop d6, knight g4, these types of plans. Yeah, so bishop on e2 it's the correct square for it.
Yeah. Another question is, can I do this? I understand. It's not a standard move, but it's very direct. I'm trying to take your pawn.
Bishop b4.
Why can't I take your
You
pawn?
can, but I mean, that would be my starting point with black, like rook d8, knight c6, bishop b6. And claim that I have tremendous positional compensation with huge air quotes around the word tremendous, but yeah, might be playable, but probably isn't enough. Yeah, knight c6, a3, then bishop d2, bishop, yeah, I don't know. Bishop d6, bishop b6. The knight on b3 is a bit awkward. Bishop h2.
Oh, if I blunder stuff.
Yeah, no, here I at least equalized, but yeah, I don't know. It's a very, it's my stock response to positions where I have a choice between a slightly passive situation where I will have to defend and a position where I'm, let's say, a pawn down, but I have active pieces and counterplay. I will almost invariably pick the second option, but
I don't have a feeling this is enough. Like, I need to
I'm not gonna try and convert you to my side of the force, but
yeah, I don't know.
no, it doesn't lose immediately, but yeah, I mean, it's
Why
very.
do you need bishop b4? Why not bishop d6?
Yeah, I don't know.
For
I
those
wanted
purposes?
I wanted to stop bishop d2 for at least a while to stop white from getting his king queen side into play. And knight b3 has been played, so we'll see which school of thought Magnus supports.
I know Magnus. He likes his pawns. He's
Yeah,
gonna
he'll
do
probably
this.
go rook d8 and
Take and try to get
knight
d4 and
T4,
equalize.
yeah. This is why this option as well is why I probably would have picked b3 instead of knight b3. Rook d8. I mean, we can take and go something like knight b5, knight c6, and if only I could play b3, bishop b2 here in one move. If I could sort of hustle you a little bit and get those two moves. Okay, b3. Jokes aside, if we go b3 here, d4, bishop a3. How much fun do you think you'll be having there? 3 bishop, 4 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 But maybe it's still fine-ish for black. You go queen b6. I can't really find any refutation, so I'm probably taking on d4 twice, starting with the knight.
Yeah, but this is not enjoyable.
No, no, this is what I mean. And this is, I think, the best case scenario, because if I do get knight b5, b3, bishop b2, I'm kind of winning strategically. Like if you make a pass in this position and then go bishop b2, knight e4, rook c1, knight d4.
The question is if something like
Bishop
this...
a3. No, but this is also not that much fun, even just knight d4 here.
No, I understand.
Take with the queen.
Which one is less fun?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe this one is more playable. Bishop d7, bishop b5, maybe even in some positions. Or yeah, I don't know. Rook fc1. Yeah.
No, white is better. White is bishops, but it might not be
Sure. No,
end of world.
no, absolutely not. But yeah.
Tough choice here for Magnus, and he did that to himself with his non-stellar opening play today. Like bishop b4 is the main line, and if Fishy does it, it's often for a reason. Yeah, I don't know.
Is that actually Не помнящий Anand from Tal Memorial?
Probably is.
Probably is. Yeah. Now I remember that game better now.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what he had in mind here, but if you have to do this, I really don't believe this was his plan all along. And as we've pointed out earlier, if you give white time, his position is just better, which of course Magnus understands as well as anybody.
Yeah, that's why he played d5, but yeah, d5 is also not a particularly attractive choice.
We'll see how it goes, but so far, Jan Nepomniachtchi, who has a towering score against Magnus Carlsen, whatever, has a good score against Magnus Carlsen, is doing well. Wei Yi, of course, not in it to simplify here with queen takes g7, but made it a full-fledged pawn sacrifice by playing bishop to b4.
Yeah, now I'm sort of out of book. I no longer know anything about this. White's fortunes very much depend on whether I think the bishop stays on this diagonal. Or this is inadvisable. I think you start by playing knight f5. The queen goes somewhere. I'm not sure. There's plenty of squares you can.
Squares.
Yeah, I think you kind of want to stop bishop queen g5 check. So it has to be a square on which it controls the g5. Yeah, queen f4, I guess. And the point is, the bishop is not that easy to drive away, because a5, bishop a3, b5, bishop c5, you achieve nothing. But you do sort of lock down the queen side, so maybe you can actually do this: b5, bishop c5, queen d5, and just say I don't really care. But knight d7, rook hf1, that's awkward. That's very awkward.
Can I go? That's also a bit ugly. Think about this, but it looks very dangerous.
Well, you do create an idea of queen g5 check. I don't know if I should be calling it a threat, but yeah, it's not very attractive. And yeah, interesting choice. Anish is currently being faced with. His position is, very solid for the time being, but it's very difficult to figure out where the pieces go. Even starting with the question, I mean, knight f5 looks so natural, but after queen f4, white gets to play g4 next move, so you're not that happy about it.
No.
Yeah. And yeah.
There we go. I wouldn't be happy, but here is a pawn up. We'll find out. No forced draws. What does the comp say here? Just curious. Comp, of course, is happy with black.
But he is doing weird things with white. He doesn't really understand that you need to avoid trades. And
don't you understand, Mr. Comp? No, but
yeah, that actually does seem to make sense. g5, g4, just securing the knight on f5, and then just aiming to play queen d5 and castle long.
Comps be strong, but yeah, over the board, it does look scary. All right. Where do we go? Have we been to Lucky Boy?
No, we haven't really touched on that at all. Yeah, and yeah, I think not that his position currently is horrible, and we'll get to that. But yeah, I think maybe he.
Radek understandably chooses one of the most topical main lines. We discussed it a bit yesterday. Was it yesterday? We discussed it one of these days in Aronia and Nepomniachtchi. Black has 18 different moves here. Luke typically, if in doubt, switches to the King's Indian also because, as you mentioned, he probably doesn't do as much work as others on these topical lines here. And he has a King's Indian player's background. So, same as King's Indian, and Radek decides not to goof around with knight e to c3. Just puts this here.
But yeah, what Luki has done is really not supposed to be the most critical reply to this image, although it's
No,
playable.
here most people transpose to...
Yeah, there is this. There's also. Well, in this position, you probably do go for this.
Yeah, here e5, bishop g5 is supposed to be a little awkward. Therefore, normally people play c5. Here, the c6 plan has always been around, but as a Zamish player, you tend to be kind of happy to see this.
Yeah, you are not at all worried about this. It's not gonna be an immediate refutation of what you're doing. And here they do play c5. It's a reasonably well-known reply.
There's different ways to approach this. Like I've seen stuff like this.
Oh, of course, yeah. You don't have to play c5, but c5 is a rather typical move in these types of positions, which I think Dreyev also, well, not exactly pioneered, but championed in his games. b5 is also very typical, more or less forcing white to do this, but white is not unhappy about this structure in general. Yeah, knight 4 is normal.
Arguably a better square than this one.
Yeah, because it gets to d3 later on, and from g3 it doesn't really have very many squares to aim for. a5 followed by bishop a6 is also very, very natural.
It's very important black had to play a6, else e5 would be a good move, but here this is always hanging. So, yeah. Natural stuff, a5, knight ft7.
Yeah, so far so good. And black really doesn't have such a horrible position here, but white is, well, more in control. Rook c2 followed by rook fc1, followed by some other strengthening moves. You probably don't want to play b3 to give black a target to aim his a4 counterplay on. a4 in general, I think, is a move they make in these positions, but the way the pieces are positioned, a4 will be an invitation to at least consider going knight d3, knight b4, attacking the rook on a6. And rook b8, rook fc2, I mean, sorry, rook fb8, rook c2 has already been added to the position. This is what they're staring at right now. Black probably wants to play c5, but maybe not right now, because you don't want to allow white to play knight d5. So maybe e6 is a move?
Yeah, it feels a bit like a Benko, but first of all, in the Benko, having an a-pawn is not always an advantage, because it blocks your own play along the a file.
Yep.
Secondly, after c5, white almost never is going to play d5, at least not voluntarily. So here, as you mentioned, this is unpleasant.
Yeah.
If you prepare it like this.
Yeah, which is why I was suggesting e6. Also, e6 g5 sometimes is not that horrible. Just to, I mean, it stops your own pawn breaks, but on the other hand, your bishop on g7 will be at least optically better than the bishop on e3.
No, this is a typical idea, transposing to this Slav a6 structure, which is not too bad for black.
Yeah, and if you want to play d5, arguably you can even do it immediately, but there maybe you give white more tactical options, because e takes d5 followed by knight b5 will at least have to be calculated. But I think I can take with the... Ah no, I'm losing the rook on a6, so yeah. You just take on d5 twice. Yeah, that's quite strong here. So yeah, if you want to play d5, you probably want to start with e6 here.
What does white do? I'm slightly confused.
Oh, you go rook fc1. You do have to complete your moves, so to speak. Rook fc1, and if you go g5, I think I probably go e5, and then I try to shoot for like knight d3, bishop f2, secure everything, and then start thinking about how to improve my position.
I'm not sold. This looks fine for black to me.
I'm not really arguing against that evaluation. I'm just saying that I probably have to do it this way.
Yeah, I really like black.
So let's try to settle on a plan after e6. Although maybe we should visit the final game of the round, which we haven't touched on at all, and then we can return to this.
But such a standard position for rapport standards.
Yeah, that is very disappointing. There's nothing past the fifth apart from the pawn on d4, which got there by normal means. Yeah, we should
briefly go through it. It's partly Andreikin's fault, because knight f6 at least invites knight g5, which, in my opinion, is the most critical reply, but leads to tremendous complications. Most practical guys just play d3, get on with life, because after d3, black can still play bishop c5, when you would have played d3 anyway. Or you have this extra option, but it's not supposed to be a tremendous improvement for black. Castles, castles. Here they play many moves. A4, knight c3. Oops, they close the program sometimes. C3 and bishop b3. All the good stuff. We'll be back in a second. Don't you worry about a thing.
There you go.
So they play many moves. Knight c3 being one of them. d6, a3. This is sort of saying, I'm going to play this knight c3, a3 plan from the Spanish that Vichy does against anything.
Yeah, and you can argue that the bishop on c4 is actually a better position than it would be on b5, because you almost never take on c6, and it actually returns to this diagonal in many variations. Yeah, bishop e7, they're both kind of sticking to their guns, playing the Spanish in the Italian. Queen d7 is a somewhat normal reaction in these positions, because sometimes you even have time to go bishop d8 next move, and then you start threatening bishop takes d5, knight d7, I guess, yeah?
Sure.
Which is why bishop g5 forces black to take on d5 one move before this becomes a threat. Bishop takes d5, e5, knight d4. I guess maybe it was already semi-forced.
Yeah, it looks like something might have gone a little wrong for Richard. Like, this idea is known, we've seen it even in the kayaking Carlsen matches, but normally with better circumstances for black. Like here,
Yeah, here at least you can maybe hope to at some point.
this even feels like a target.
It's not that easy to attack, because if you play queen f4, you will run into h6, and your bishop on g5 is awkward. But yeah,
Well, I might go back one day.
yeah, rook a8 has been played, and yeah, let's say we start with rook a1, and then if the bishop comes back, queen f4 will become a very serious threat. Black will need to, or what Jan is drawing there with his expert arrow usage as usual. Yeah, there's not a lot of other plans for white to choose from, because you feel that black, with only the e file open for the rooks, you feel that black probably will be able to trade off all four rooks if he wants to. But by that point, then the pawn on d4 might become a serious target.
Yeah, the queen on d7 is also a little misplaced here, because he would like to go knight d7 attending knight e5 or knight c5 ASAP.
Yeah, it's in the way in some cases, but it does allow black to connect the rooks. So okay, well let's say I continue with the one plan you can name here, bishop d8.
Feels a bit dumb to go bishop c1 voluntarily.
Yeah, it doesn't look particularly attractive, but yeah, I don't know why you insist on c1, because I do feel queen f4 might be, but maybe it's not fast enough, because I can take, go rook e8, and then the queen lands on e5.
Okay, let's try this.
Let's say queen f4, rook e1, bishop e1, queen e, I don't know if it matters, somewhere. Yeah, let's say e8, king f1, queen e5, and you probably take. I was going to say bishop b4 and d6, but that doesn't do very much. And also there's knight e8, knight d6. Black probably survives this, because of how close the position is. f4, yeah, I probably have to take. Knight g4 or...
Clearly we're way too far for any of this being relevant, but it's still curious. Knight e3, you make a draw, or I don't know what's going on. Bishop f6, so many options.
Yeah, so white I think will always be ever so slightly better, but whether it's enough for something significant or not, we will see down the road. And Chad, yeah, sorry. If you had something important to add to this position. Yeah, Chad has been telling us that Magnus actually went for my idea, which is curious.
Oh, he gave a pawn. What a weirdo. Well, maybe you just really disliked the other position. We don't have an update. Oh, probably. Here we are. Bishop. Let's play bishop b4 indeed. Okay. This is gonna get interesting.
Yeah, no, this now is a very sharp position, and I think if white wants to get somewhere, he needs to take, because bishop d2, knight c6, a3, bishop d6, you feel you've given up on...
Well, you don't play knight b3 if you're not going to take on d5.
Yeah, you need to take after queen, rook d8. I like your queen h5 move. I think it's by far the best square, but... Yeah, knight c6, bishop b6 is a very, very fast plan here. You can maybe play bishop f3 with the idea of taking and go knight. There's also bishop
but knight e5.
allowing knight e5 is, yeah, bishop g4 will be a huge, huge problem there. Yeah. Now a3 looks extremely logical because it also drives the bishop to d6, and maybe knight d2 here. Well, knight d4 I feel I will somehow equalize. Takes, g6, queen f3, queen h4 wins the pawn back. Yeah, maybe you're actually even slightly better here. Yeah. Or rook d1 first to bishop g5.
Yeah, even these things can sometimes be dangerous if white gets enough of a lead in development.
Yeah, will be very interesting to see how this, I think this position is actually likely to appear, and here white will have an important choice to make. Bishop d2, bishop e6 doesn't really seem to be working, but knight g4, knight g2, maybe rook d1, maybe bishop f3 with the idea of taking, maybe the immediate knight a5 even, as Jan is correct in pointing out. All of these moves are very, very possible. No, rook a2, rook b1, not so much.
Overdid it. It's doing so well for a while. Yeah, Magnus, in my book, in some trouble. We'll see how this one goes. Giri, in the meantime, has blitzed out the best move. Normally, he's pretty good in the first 20 moves. This Giri kid, knight f5, queen f4, g5, intending to either...
Once you see this option, you realize how strong it is, because it in most cases will secure the knight on f5, and I think it's the biggest priority for black right now to make sure that this piece gets unchallenged by g2, g4, and then you can consolidate around it. Yeah, and yeah, you start worrying for Wei Yi here, because structurally his position, I mean, he's a pawn down and the bishop on b4 against the knight on f5. If black actually manages to castle, or if the queens come off, black is just close to winning. Yeah, I'm wondering about rook h5, rook f5 ideas here, but it's never fast enough. Rook h5, queen d5, rook f5, a5, queen f5. But it doesn't really feel like it's going to be anything serious.
No, it does feel like Giri once again has won the opening battle, and we'll see if we will have this everlasting discussion after the game that he botched, whatever. Another good position, but we're not there yet. So far, Giri is teaching Wei Yi a lesson in homework.
Yep.
Pavel Yanov, Levon Aronian have both done their homework and reached the standard Catalan position. I'm slightly surprised by this bishop d5, knight c6 plan, but Levon is saying, I want my knight here, and I don't really need f5.
I think it's also what they do these days, because they say, if you want me to accept the trade of this bishop for a knight, you will have to take on d5, and I will take with a pawn, and I will have this extremely solid structure, also restricting your bishop on g2 a great deal. And Pavel currently is not taking, but
no, you gotta ideally scare him.
Yeah, he played queen b1, and yeah, Levon continues along the same. I mean, he still is saying, I'm not taking on f3 in this game. If you want to play e4, you can play e4, but you will not get me to take on f3. I'm wondering whether this bishop goes, because all three moves actually have some merit. Even bishop b3 is not entirely ridiculous. And then I can move it to better squares later in the game, yeah. I mean, it's quite safe on c2 and d3, because the knight on b4 is very well established, like rook f d8 here. Yeah. Now, all three moves are playable. Bishop c6, I think, is maybe the most standard one, but in bishop c4, I see the least reason for it. If you play bishop c4, rook d1, I don't think you've achieved very much. But bishop c6 followed by some rook to d8 is also very playable.
I think e4 is a mistake. Like, it feels like it might be too early.
But what do you do?
Have a rook somewhere.
Rook f d8.
Yeah, fair point.
Bishop b3, c5. I'd be, you know, but maybe I'm over optimistic here. cd4. 94, 94, rook, bishop c2. Oh, no, knight c2 doesn't work. Bishop c2 does work now. Followed by bishop d3.
Yeah.
And continuing to annoy you.
Yeah, that is actually mildly annoying. Go here. Becomes very shaky. Maybe
Yeah,
I can do this anyway.
Maybe I can play
Feels
bishop
like
d3
I can
anyway.
play it
Also, you
anyway.
have no threats, so I can play all kinds of moves.
So e5.
a5 may have been a threat. Here, once again, you have knight f5, but maybe queen first.
Material, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Queen here and e5. Probably.
Yeah, knight
wins
b3,
something.
but even queen takes f2 is probably fine for black, the way the structure is and the way the rook on a3 is completely useless. But yeah, Pavel played a5 instead, so we can abandon this discussion.
That's of course a very sensible move as well.
But also it gives black an additional square for this bishop if it ever gets chased around. So I'd start with rook fd8 once again.
Yeah. Black is solid, so is white. Nothing too cunning here.
Yeah, and Sergei is doing something really weird. He's wasted 2 tempi on moving the pawn from g3 to g5, and it really doesn't feel like he will at any point in this game have a kingside attack. So
What is this? Queen f4? Why is
even
black winning?
yeah, even queen f4.
Or
rook
maybe
d4.
I don't want to provoke rook d4.
Rook d4, knight g4. I mean, no, but there's queen g1. Yeah, queen g1 does work there, because queen f2 you take on g4. Actually, it's even stronger. No, but simply queen g7. Do you now want to spend 3 tempi going h4, h5, h6 or something?
I'm not a big fan either.
No, yeah,
rook
bishop
a8,
d7. Also knight g4 here might be a move, but maybe queen g1 once again is annoying. But just bishop d7, rook a8. If you go bishop h3, the knight as usual ends on c4. I really am somewhat confused by what he's doing. Because even let's say you achieve, I give you the 2 tempi. Let's say we go bishop d7, h5, rook a8, you play g6, I just play h6. What exactly have you achieved?
Yeah, I don't get it. What is the discussion in the chat? Explain why is Kayakin not winning? Why would Kayakin be winning here? He's a pawn down. Black has this monster. Queen takes g5, rook g1 is not forced.
Yeah, no, I think maybe they are quoting you, and you were saying this about black and not white.
What was I saying?
I think you asked the question, why is one side here not winning, but that side is definitely not white, it's black.
Ah, if I said white, I misspoke.
Yeah, I think also maybe knight g4 is a move currently. I'm now kind of wondering about that as well.
I don't know.
No, seriously, let's consider this for a second.
All right.
Why? Yeah, why isn't this a good move?
Let me tell you. I don't know. Maybe it is a good move.
Yeah, you have rook d2 there, but yeah, also king
King
f7
f7,
actually,
king
yeah.
f7.
Like knight e4.
Yeah.
I have a feeling this has to be extremely good for black.
Oh, I have these pawns.
No, no, this might be just game over. So the queen, I think the queen needs to go somewhere, but I'm struggling to find a particularly good square. Like, I want to play on queen f4, and, oh no, but probably queen h4 followed by bishop d3 is, yeah, I forgot bishop d3 threatened mate in 1. Yeah, that probably refutes that idea, because you don't want to start playing rook f7 here and giving white tempi. Okay. Still, I mean, queen g7 is very sensible. Queen f4, yeah, and queen g7 has been played by Adiban. That was always going to be the most obvious and the favorite move to make. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Adiban's chances here. Let's see. Yeah. No, black is better. And this is... Well, you could argue about the play leading up to here, but g4, g5 just feels very slow, right? It has to be rook d4.
Yeah,
right?
it has to be some kind of
along those lines.
immediate play that forces black to react to something, because you've just given black 2 tempi, more or less. And yeah, and Harry continues thinking and making moves which are well known to lead to unpleasant positions. So,
Yeah, this is very strange. As said 2 moves earlier, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. No more doubts here, because he spent a lot of time, and he clearly, well, he's not familiar with this, and he's had to calculate his way through e5 or dc4. And they're both bad for black,
Yeah.
which is really well known. Or reasonably well.
Yeah,
known,
97
because this is a
castles,
game.
yeah. And
Kremlik Nepomniachtchi.
I think even queen takes c4 in this position is quite decent.
Slightly better as well, but this
But
is
rook
just
g1
strong.
is even stronger. Yeah, no, these positions are very unpleasant to play for black. Yeah, and against Wesley, you will not enjoy this.
No, especially against Wesley, who's not going to take any risks, but if he can torture you for free, he certainly will. He doesn't miss any chances either. This is not a good outcome of the opening.
No, not at all. I'm somewhat even surprised that queen a4 check has not been played yet, because it really, if you include castles here, black is just fine.
Very different.
Yeah, black is just fine. You need to use this opportunity while it still exists. And it is very strong. But I mean, we are pretty certain it will be played.
Yeah. Oh, Lawrence Trent is in the chat saying Adiban for the win. Thanks, Lawrence, for your input. Always glad to see, not you, but this drawing of you. That's about the amount of Lawrence I enjoy seeing regularly. But I'll get much more than that, because you're leaving to Gibraltar, and Lawrence Trent will join me in the booth for the second half of the tournament. So that's gonna be a lot of fun. Not for you viewers out there, but for us. Lukey Boy. Maybe we've been too harsh on Lukey Boy, because he's Lukey Boy. I don't know. His position today, it's not a bad outcome of the opening for him against Radek, especially.
Not at all, yeah. I think it's quite playable, and starting with a4 is also very understandable. It's a move you normally want to make in these structures. E6 is a move. There's also e5, g5, knight e5 for the and hoping to land something on c4, but white probably will be able to deal with it, like knight b1 or knight d1 followed by knight b1 g2 maybe, or this. Yeah.
Still, it feels like feels equalish to me.
And yeah, black can play g5 here, for instance, continuing to create immediate things white needs to react to. Yeah, I think Luke probably should be reasonably okay with what he got out of the opening today.
Lawrence is saying, I'll do the jokes. You look at the symmetrical Catalans, then know your role in capitals. I'm not saying sure if he's indicating that he's funnier than me or that he has zero chess understanding with the know your role thing. Could be both. I'm not sure if I should be offended or flattered by his statement that he'll do the jokes and I'll look at the symmetrical Catalans, which in itself is already a very ignorant statement, because there are no symmetrical Catalans really. So if you had said the symmetrical Grunfelds or the exchange Slavs, it would have made some sense, but the symmetrical Catalans goes to show you the level of expertise.
And all I want to say on the subject is that I finally leveled the score against the guy, and I'm very happy. I'm no longer in the minus against Lawrence Trent on the website.
Must be nice.
Yes.
I'm minus 1,000, but it's from all these bullet games where I still think I didn't have an interconnection. But he will dispute that too. We will have plenty of fun discussions coming up. Wesley has played Queen A4 check in the meantime. Well, Radek has played Bishop F2.
It's a bit slow.
I'm sure it's subtle, but it's a sign that there's no obvious.
Yeah, and I'm actually, as black, I'd feel very happy that Rook FC1 hasn't been played, because right now, for instance, it gives me an additional tempo to once again think about e6, d5. After Rook FC1, e6, let's say knight d1, I would have to start calculating c5. It may have been good, but at least I will be forced into some concrete calculations. Whereas after Bishop F2, there's definitely time enough for me to play e6 and g5, should I want to do so. And I think I do want to do so.
No, but this is a King's Indian. It's not a time enough. I try, but that's why we need Lawrence Trent here for the humor part. Oh boy.
Yeah, I see nobody even sort of lists me as someone who can provide humor.
No, that is not true. There's many admirers who say, I prefer Svidler's dry wit to Jan's crazy rants. That's a quote from the internet, the depth of the internet. It's just, since you have this hairstyle going for you and the chess knowledge, like if you take over the humor corner as well, what do we have left?
Yeah, and the hairstyle is featured very prominently in the list of things I seem to be doing excellently well these days.
I could not agree more. What is Lawrence trying? Galactic was that versus Jan. True that. He's so straight. He spells dat. D-A-T. Whoa.
And in the meantime, Jan has picked up the gauntlet, and they are headed, I think.
Oh, you mean Nepo Jan?
Yeah, that Jan. And I think we should feel reasonably happy about pointing out this entire line way before it actually happened. I think, yeah, I like Queen H5. I think Queen H5 is the correct square.
Queen is under attack.
I mean, there are other options, but they feel a lot more awkward. Queen F3 feels, Queen B5 doesn't really make any sense, and I think it's between, maybe Queen B6, but
I just wanted to show this line.
yeah, but
Not
generally
sure A6 is the move.
yeah. Although,
Now that we're looking at it.
nah, I think it has to be way too artificial. Like 97, 95 even. This I'm not that unhappy because I would like the queen to land on c2 eventually, because then it supports the pieces coming out of the corner. Yeah, but maybe black can just ignore it. Queen b5, knight c6 once again, and then bishop d6 and say what have you gained.
And one of the best predictors in the business, Lawrence Trent, is saying, I predict Nepo will go down today. Initiative too strong. Once again a sign he should probably not do the chess part, but the humor part. Because if Nepo wants to not go down here, like he can throw in knight d4 whenever he wants, and he's not going to lose, right?
No, actually, yeah, a3 bishop d6 knight
Okay, we
d4.
do
This was maybe the most serious attempt we've seen. Just returning the pawn straight away, but gaining a lot of time in the process, and also forcing black to play g6. And then the bishop on c1 becomes a very serious piece. I'm even wondering if there are any options for black not to take on d4 here. I mean, there obviously are, but how good are they? Like bishop d7 maybe is a move, knight e5 maybe is a move, but I'm not very happy about either. Knight f5 even.
I don't know, it feels like you gotta take, right?
Okay, but if you take, let's continue. Yeah, I mean, if you give me a tempo and I play bishop e3, you're not winning this pawn back.
No, this is the line we had earlier, g6, queen
Yeah.
f3, queen h4.
Okay, so let's look at that in more detail. I play g3. This is not a Marshall, so queen h3 is not really a move. And queen h5 has been played, so we can continue discussing all this safely. And I'm not sure what I want to start with. Let's start with rook d1. Bishop e, queen e5, queen e7 though, yeah? Queen e5, bishop f4, queen e7. Yeah. I might be even slightly better here after something like bishop c4, either immediately or after all the captures. Yeah, I have a queen e7 back. But once again, bishop e6 is not a threat yet. Bishop f5 though. So that's one line where I mean, white is pressing a little bit, but it probably isn't a lot. Yeah.
Bishop f5, g4.
Bishop. I thought bishop e4 is a move, but bishop f7 might be strong there. King g7. We have to continue calculating, but it's difficult. So I wanted to abandon the rook e1 maybe at some point. But okay, this is way too far. Apart from rook d1 on move 21 there, you can also start with bishop g5 first.
Yep.
Instead of rook d1, yeah. I was trying to choose which one of these two I like better. Rook e8, I guess. And yeah, here after rook d1, queen e5 becomes once again a problem for white, because you maybe get to simplify. Although, yeah, bishop e4, bishop... have I lost already? I think I lost
Might
already.
get crushed here.
Yeah, because bishop f4 is a very large threat, and queen f7 is an even larger one, so... Yeah, I may have already lost this game.
Danger.
Yeah, so this is not all that much fun for black, because what he would like to get is some position where he has excellent piece play for the pawn, and white, you know, struggles to get out of the corner, while at the same time really trying very hard to preserve his extra pawn. But if he just returns it for tempi.
Modern chess, ladies and gentlemen. People even give pawns just to get their pieces out. Sickening. Knight c6 in the meantime has been played.
No, we've gotten to where we expected to get, and this is now the first big choice. Although a3 bishop d6 really is so natural that you normally just play this. Is there any point for black to include g6 somewhere, like a3 g6 maybe? To not have to worry about knight d4 anymore?
Very possibly.
But we can still play queen f3, I suppose.
Yeah, but
And it's the same-ish position.
Once again, you keep getting the openings wrong. This is not a same-ish, it's an English.
Well played. Yeah, but here with the queen on f3, maybe you can get something like.
I'm
bishop
looking at
d6.
some knight e5 tricks, but I haven't really spotted one yet.
Yeah, knight d4, knight e5. It's all the squares are a bit awkward, but e4 probably works. Yeah. And yeah, I mean it's so important to get the knight on d4 established because it works as a shield between. It stops a lot of moves black would want to make. Like bishop f5 here would be an extremely strong move if it was possible, but it's not. And yeah, it controls basically all the squares you can develop your c8 bishop to. Is b6 enough? Yeah, you probably cannot really do this. Yeah, even queen a8, queen d8 is probably better for white, but I don't see any refutation of queen a7 either.
I prefer being a rook and a pawn up, 2 pawns up.
Yeah, no
To
disagreement.
this, unless you checkmate me, in which case I'd probably prefer queen d8.
Yeah, but I don't see any checkmate. I can create some threats, but they should be reasonably easily parried. Yeah, like f3, I guess so. No, queen takes b7 in this position, but
No, I honestly missed that.
yeah. No, I think this is never gonna. Yeah.
This would be like one of my bullet games when I'm trying to attack with black.
Yeah.
Alright, I still believe Magnus in trouble. Since I'm very curious, I'll ask what the engine has to say about all this. It looks like we're not too far off. It says a3, gives bishop e6 as the best choice here, when white is better after a, b, or knight to d4.
And if bishop d6, I think it was saying that you can start even with bishop d2 and only play knight d4 after bishop e6.
Didn't we have this line?
Yeah, but you tried playing knight a5 here, which is not a great move. But after knight d4, white is still somewhat better. Although the machine says you can probably equalize here.
Fair enough.
And yeah, and
here,
Jan already played a3, so
five. Very deep.
yeah.
This is a nice move probably, but it's very deep.
Yeah, as a Grunfeld player, I should have been able to spot that actually. Just ignore the ideas of winning back the pawn and continue playing against the bishop on c1, which has no moves. Yeah, that's a very decent idea.
Alright, so Magnus, yeah. Not in major trouble, but has to be extremely precise to, well, equalize or stay in the game. It's more or less the same thing. If you don't equalize here, you're in serious trouble.
Yeah.
We'll find out. We will go on our first. Now let's do a 5-minute tour and then go on our first break. Ulyanov against Aronian. This bishop has magically disappeared because, well, not that magically. Pavel took it actually.
Well, I've decided to finally open some things up, and once you play c5, you no longer, of course, take on d5 with a pawn because then you would end up with a poor isolani. But yeah, this seems perfectly fine for black, I think.
But the problem,
Whoa.
Kayakin keeps pushing his g-pawn.
I really don't understand what he's doing today.
Why would you go on a 3-tempo suicide mission with go around the g-pawn in this position?
I really don't understand what
Take
he's doing
it to
here.
more
Just, I don't know, h4, h5, but black will just play g5.
Harry the horse.
I mean, but black will play g5, h6, queen f6, h7, king h8, and say thank you very much for my 2 connected passers.
This looks very bad for Mr. Kayakin.
I'm really confused. I think maybe he's unused to people playing sort of aggressively for a win against him with black, and he may have kind of adjusted poorly to it.
Caught him off guard. Hare Krishna has bungled the opening, and Wesley So, not surprisingly, blitzes out or plays all the good moves. He hasn't been blitzing, but played reasonably fast. This is a position from the game.
Yeah.
Kramnik Napo, which I thought we would never see again on the high level because it's bad for black and it's established to be bad.
Yeah.
And by bad, I mean seriously bad, not slightly inconvenient. You can't get your pieces out. This is serious trouble. So,
Yeah,
bad news for Harry.
Very surprising that he allowed himself to land here. And yeah, Luki played rook a5. The first move I kind of dislike by him today. I guess he goes for the c5 break here, but
He wants to support all his breaks, but it's slightly...
Actually, Machine's first line at some not very serious depth But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure this was required. His position is not really spoiled by it, but I think it may end up being just a waste of a tempo. We'll see.
We'll find out.
93 played, and yeah, he can.
Preparing for all the breaks.
Yeah. Interesting position, still plenty of pieces on the board, and Anish, unsurprisingly, you play g5 with the idea of playing g4, and you have to favor black here.
That's it for the opening phase of round number 5. We will replay the video which we played at the beginning, giving you a summary of the first 4 games. And then Peter will be back with our intern, International Master Robert Baskin, who will keep you company for an hour. I might make a later appearance, so you haven't gotten rid of me just yet. See you guys.
Nothing works in this life. Nothing works properly at all.
Tell me about it. Stay tuned, or do whatever.
Early odds when we were talking about chess a lot with Grishuk, and he was telling me that like whenever somebody played a6 against him, just played the knight against him, he felt okay, this game I won, let's start preparing for the next one. And we've progressed from that point to a 6a3 as a reply. In the first 2 rounds of the first strong tournament of the year, we have 6a3 played by the 2 perhaps biggest figures of 2016. Very curious.
He has to do is to play the move rook to d2, continue with the same plan of going knight d3 and rook f2 check. So natural. And even after rook g1, which is Wesley's idea, you can just take that off and play knight d3 again, and all you need to do is land a queen over to the g file and it's mate.
Yeah, switch the sound on and this.
Yeah, I know.
sound off.
Hello again. We're back with the continued coverage of round 5 of Tata Steel Masters Group. We will be looking at the Challengers games, I think, later in the day. And with me is the International Master Robert Baskin. Welcome to the studio. So what's your opinion on the first 4 rounds of the tournament?
Yeah, I watched them quite intensively, and I think Pavlyonov is playing very good chess right now. And yes, Carlsen is also solid, 2 wins with white, 2 draws with black. So it's gonna be interesting, I think.
No, it definitely will be interesting, and it does look like they are maybe the 2 early, the people who impressed the most. But also Wesley, with his +2 and a very good position today, he might be becoming a very serious force in this tournament. And let's start looking at games then. And this is the first one. This is the first one we have. And as we were saying with Jan, it's a bit of a rare lapse by Harry here in the opening, because you generally don't get positions this unpleasant in the symmetrical knight of 3, knight of 6, g3, g6 positions. And
yes, I think Queen A4 check is quite good for white, and right now it's a bit unclear what to do with black.
yeah, I mean, knight b6 is not very attractive, and I think this is how the Kramnik-Nepomniachtchi game went. I believe it went like queen b4, queen d6. I'm now starting to remember this. Takes, knight d5, d5, bishop e3. I have a feeling this is how the game progressed, and it's just incredibly unpleasant for black.
Sure.
You can also include knight c7 in many positions. There's a number of positions here which are very, very favorable for white. But knight b6 looks kind of horrible. But the problem is there aren't really very many choices for black apart from knight b6. You don't really want to play knight e5 because you might lose your queen, and also something like bishop f4 probably is very strong as well. So
Yeah.
difficult choice after rook d1 for Harry. And also, just briefly, I wanted to check the timing. Somewhat surprisingly to me, Wesley actually has less time on the clock than Harry, despite the fact that this is all reasonably well known, and this is also, as we mentioned, much better for white. So he should be a lot happier just repeating what is objective, like official theory here.
I think after d takes c4 he spent like 25 minutes or something about like this.
He actually 3 moves between here and queen a4 check. Both, all 3 moves: d4, apparently even knight takes d4 here, and queen a4 check. All these 3 decisions, they have taken Wesley 13 minutes each, which is a little bit surprising, because I understand why he thought about d4 for so long. But knight takes d4 looks extremely natural, and queen a4 check is absolutely the only move you must make in this position, as we mentioned with Jan. If you include castles, winning back the c4 pawn will not be at all easy, because you can no longer really make this move. Your knight is hanging, so it's incredibly important to make this move while it's still a check. But time situation aside, this is obviously very, very comfortable for white now, and he will be enjoying himself today.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at what's happening in our top game of the day, and I should probably try and get the correct cartoon up. Yeah, there we go. And Magnus, of course, very, very fast plays the move that we only found when we switched the machine on. Frankly, we were looking at all the opportunities for black to win the pawn back with knight takes d4 and g6, queen h4, but it's a lot better once you realize this is an option. I think you have to make this move.
But I don't think he prepared this.
No, I think he is on his own. He's just a very strong chess player. Is the point we're trying to make. So what do you think about this? Do you think black has enough?
I think even if white would give the pawn back, the pawn structure on the queen side is quite weak. So I don't know, but for the moment it's quite difficult to make a move for white.
That's the bigger problem. And knight takes c6, bc6 will appear on the board in a second. Jan already took on c6. Yeah. bc6 is the only move. So we can continue discussing this position. The issue for white is not really the structure. The structure is perfectly fine, of course. And as you say correctly, let's say if you remove the dark square bishops from the board somehow, and the b2 pawn is lost,
It's still.
But
pleasant
white,
for
but
black.
white, let's say, gets control over the c file, plants his queen on c5 and the bishop on f3. This type of position will be somewhat better for white. Maybe not winning, but you know,
Yeah.
you have fun there with white. But how to get there? How to even play bishop d2? I think you start
Rook
by
d1
yeah,
is-
you start by trying to play rook d1, I guess. Yeah.
Not black can play. I don't know.
Black probably takes because
Or maybe
g6
yes.
rook d8.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
this is the problem
Yeah.
because you would like to start with g6 because you don't really want to take on d1 and trade the rooks
Yes,
early.
yes,
But this loses
lost.
this loses a piece. And
So maybe takes and g6 bishop f5.
yeah, I think you start by this. The queen probably goes all the way back. Maybe to f3 though. Maybe to f3.
Maybe queen e2, bishop f5, bishop c2. Something.
Yeah, I wanted to attack c6, but,
okay.
but I'm honestly not sure if I even want to take, because here black gets such tremendous compensation.
Yeah.
These are such great bishops, and of course the tactical point is that this loses a queen. So yeah, I like your idea better. Let's look at this. Queen e2, bishop if bishop f5. I'm not sure
Yes,
this is
yes.
the best square, but if bishop f5, bishop c2. But even here, actually, if we continue this variation, even here, I'm not sure you're better with white.
But what about bishop d2?
I have this. This was my point.
Okay.
Or queen d6 first, actually. I'm not sure if black should be so ambitious as to sort of play this
Yes.
for a win, because you might lose
Quite
this
risky,
bishop. Yeah,
yes.
you might lose this bishop. I think bishop takes h2 followed by queen d6 is safer, and this should just be a draw, because in this position I think white
Yes.
probably has to take and go rook c1, and yeah,
Yes. Rook b2
this will not be a very exciting position to play. And Jan makes another move, which I also thought was quite logical. Stopping bishop e6 and also creating currently this threat of bishop takes f7. Like if black makes some kind of a move, you can take on f7 and take on e5. But what is his plan after g6, I wonder?
Yeah, probably queen f3 or queen e2.
Yeah, queen
But it's not
queen e
queen f3.
no, queen f3 is
Bishop f5 maybe.
bishop f5 is awkward, and also there is if black wants this tactic.
This, yes, sure.
But I'm not sure black does want, because
No,
yeah.
before bishop
Yeah,
b2.
before bishop b2, you don't want to give up the dark squares so much. But bishop f5, followed once again maybe by
Yeah,
bishop
bishop
e2.
e4.
Yeah, like the same position here, it looks even uglier for white. I think you get mated, frankly.
Yeah.
So yeah, I expect the queen to go all the way back.
But now probably bishop e6.
Yeah, bishop e6 is a very logical positional move, because you re-establish the threat of bishop takes h2, queen
Yes.
h4 check. And
And
if white,
taking,
yeah,
you
once
get
again,
control over
yeah,
this,
once again, how do these pieces come out?
It's not so.
You can play rook b1, but
No, maybe.
even queen b3,
Queen
queen c2,
a2.
or queen a2. Queen a2, I was looking at this, but you cannot really take, because you probably lose a piece. So it's a bit of an empty move, and maybe queen b3 with the idea of meeting bishop d2 with queen c2 might be quite strong. And only after you defend this, now I can take, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, queen e2, bishop e6, but I think bishop takes e6 is a lot, it's too cooperative. But on the other hand, if you start by this, black can change his mind.
Yes.
And in this position now we have a choice. We've won a tempo, and we can go back. We can go back, or we can make some kind of a normal developing move. Yeah, I think
Bishop e6.
bishop e6 is very logical. There is also just simply bishop f5, but now you need to consider. Well, with bishop d2, I can play queen d6 or bishop h2.
Bishop
Yeah.
h2.
And we are already here. Jan played queen e2 without too much thought. They are both playing very, very quickly, considering how, I think, objectively difficult the position is.
But maybe he has something in mind. I mean, with white.
No, I think Jan generally just plays very
Yes,
fast.
this
I think
is true.
in his case, he just generally plays very fast. He doesn't like to spend too much time on decisions. If he feels the decision is correct, he will just make it in 3 minutes and feel quite happy about it. And
So after bishop e6, if he doesn't find anything, he will have to make a draw probably.
well, you need to make sure you make that draw, because in these positions, I mean, it sounds a bit weird to speak in those terms about a position where white has no weaknesses and is actually a full pawn up. But
But even those lines where black takes
Yeah.
on h2, it's probably draw without problems.
probably, but how do you force black to do that here? This is my question. Because like if you have to sort of pass and not develop anything for about 3 moves, Black gets to play, I don't know, rook b8 and then push the pawn all the way to c4. Your extra pawn is not really felt at all, and yeah, you could very easily start feeling you're maybe fighting for equality despite this extra pawn.
It's not so easy to make a move.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can play f4, for instance.
Bishop g7.
But Black just goes bishop g7 and says, "Yeah, thank you. This is another weakness I can play against later." And like maybe like
takes e4.
yeah,
But still
try to
weakening
play.
d4.
Yeah, it's not fun to do it, but maybe in terms of, you know, making sure that my pieces come out.
But now actually after e5 the bishop is out of play a bit.
Which is
So
why I
check,
wanted
yes,
to
king
start
h1.
with this check. And okay, let's go rook
b8.
b8. Maybe we play f5. At least we created something on the king's side. The bishop might come out to g5 later in the game. But I also think Black should be completely fine
Yes.
here.
I think is enough compensation for
Yeah.
the pawn.
But it's surprisingly difficult to come up with a plan in this position. And
Yeah, but the pieces of
maybe even this can be argued for.
b8, yes. But no threat for the moment.
No threat for the moment, just making a useful move. But one thing I realized, actually, I think we should be, yeah, this is the move we should be discussing.
But now we can take, if he takes d4, rook d4, queen takes c6 is a move.
I'm kind of reasonably happy just giving you this pawn and developing the bishop to e3,
Okay.
to be honest.
But I don't think, yeah, okay, queen
But
e4.
once
H4 is-
again, it's probably just a dross of some kind, yeah.
Maybe you have to take c6, actually.
Okay,
That's why-
let's have a look at that. Queen
Good.
c6. Yeah, maybe, and then bishop b3.
Yes.
Because it's very important that you don't have rook c8 with a tempo, so you need to make some kind of a reasonably quiet move like rook d8 or rook b8 or somewhere, and maybe we can even
Oh, bishop e3.
we can
g3.
even include g3, because after bishop e3 Black can take. Once again, this tactic kind of comes to the rescue. So maybe we even have a tempo to play g3 in this position, followed by bishop e3. Yeah, I think
Yes.
e4 has to be the main move in this position, because you absolutely have to solve the problem of developing the
Bishop,
c1
yes.
the c1 bishop.
Yes, e4. But
So
we
bishop-
will see what Magnus will play
Yeah,
right
bishop e6 is one move, rook b8 is one move, and also if we decide that White wants to play e4 above everything else, maybe bishop f5 is a move. Just to once again remind White that this is something he needs to at least calculate.
But actually, what is about some vulgar plan like a4, rook a3? I mean, after bishop e6. So it looks very strange, but
Well, yeah, it does, because you're still not really solving. I mean, first of all, here I guess you just lose lose material.
again this.
No, but also there
Yes,
will
bishop
be
c4.
there will be. I shouldn't draw arrows when I can just make moves. Yeah, you just lose material
Yes.
here. So not in the current position. Maybe if you take queen e6 and you play a4 here, that's a bit safer.
Because I want to make rook a2 work somehow, but it's very difficult. So
Yeah, like, but here
yes, I think it's
I just lock
C4
you in. Yeah,
yes.
and this is still such a problem for White. And
Yeah, you
opponent-
play bishop e6.
And he has played bishop e6. And yeah, I think e3, e4 here has to be a huge favorite, because White will not be unhappy about giving up something. I think if the bishop gets developed harmoniously to e3 and then you play rook ac1, and even if, let's say, you have to give up the b2 pawn, you're probably not that horribly upset.
Yeah,
But maybe Black just plays rook a b8 though.
I think black has a lot of time actually.
Yeah, because we're still not really threatening to play bishop e3.
Yeah.
Rook b1 maybe?
No, actually. Okay, maybe something like rook d4.
No, but this is what I was talking about.
You want to give this pawn, but
I think I probably
it's still nothing real for white.
No, but I'm honestly, after looking in this position for about 5 minutes, I don't believe I have anything with white
Yes.
here. But okay, let's try and be greedy. Let's play f3 and try to keep the extra
Okay,
pawn.
rook b3, then you play bishop e3, right?
I think I can still play bishop e3 there. But the thing is, like, if you discuss these positions, I think I'm not even better if you just play queen c4 here.
Yeah.
Takes, and the
Okay,
rook.
bishop e3.
Yeah. Takes. Should be a
If I
draw.
take ace, yeah, sure.
Should be a draw. I mean, if you take on a7, I will go rook a2, and I will say.
I mean, worst case scenario, I get 3 against 4 on the king side.
But I honestly, I don't even think White gets that. I think the threat of landing the second rook on the
Okay,
second.
but I can play rook fc1, right?
Ah, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's a good point.
But actually, after rook c1, rook c1, rook a3.
Yeah, I don't think I'm losing the c6 pawn, but White is perfectly safe at least.
Yes.
So for at the moment, I feel like e3, e4 immediately. I think it's stronger than bishop e6, queen e6, e4 because e6 is such a good square for the black queen here.
Yeah.
I like the immediate e4, and I feel that black definitely has enough, but also White probably comes out
Yes.
with his pieces, and then it should be equal.
Looks a bit drawish right now.
Well, drawish,
okay.
drawish is a strong word, but
Yes.
it probably very likely to equalize itself
Yeah.
somehow.
Do you think Magnus is satisfied, or?
I don't think he's unhappy. I think it was an important decision here, and we were sort of slightly arguing with Jan about the approach Magnus will take here, because he generally he values his pieces, and because he had an option in rook d8, which isn't that horrible, it's unpleasant but not that horrible. And Jan was arguing that Magnus will keep his material and will just hold this position as he normally does. And I was very much arguing for bishop b4. I really, because for me, for a chess player of my style, this is a lot more attractive because I get this active piece play.
But I think knight b3 was actually
Yeah, we
great.
yeah, we liked
b3. Yes.
Yeah, we liked b3 more, but once again, knight b3 is a very concrete move, and maybe Jan Nepomniachtchi, that is,
Yes.
maybe he had the same idea that Gusti had, that Magnus will just play rook d8 and he will have a very safe little advantage with no risk, and he didn't maybe expect bishop b4 to happen. Anyway, I think we can leave this game for a while because. We feel that Magnus solved his opening problems, but he shouldn't be. I mean, Jan would have to play very inaccurately here.
Actually, Jan is thinking more than Magnus, so.
Yeah, he has less time currently, and but that's I think the one big decision he had in this game was
To take the pawn or not.
yeah, after bishop b4, I think he was slightly surprised, and it took him a while to figure out if he can take and if he should take.
Yeah.
But apart from that, he's playing at a reasonably decent speed.
Yeah.
So the other game that we were looking at quite seriously was this game between Wei Yi and Anish Giri.
Yeah, I think black is better.
Black is better, but you still need to control the d5 break, or at least you need to figure out what to do about it. But black probably still castles here. Yeah?
Actually, I also analyzed this line a bit, and I think bishop b4 is not very.
I think you're supposed
clever.
to take,
yes,
right?
Yes, and then you have the possibility to play queen h7 or queen takes h6, I think.
Yeah, I know this theory exists, but I don't know the answer. So if you can actually provide some background here, it would be very useful.
I know that white can take the pawn or play queen h7, but I'm not sure what is actually better. I think queen h7 has a bit more chances for white, but in
and
general,
what does black do here?
I think queen d5 is his move.
Probably, yeah.
And now white can whether play king b1 or even play rook h3, something like this.
Rook h3.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, I saw.
That's not the move I would have considered. That's very clever with the idea of queen a2, rook a3.
I saw something like this somewhere, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Anish would know.
Yes.
I mean, Anish generally is extremely well prepared in these positions, and if he went for this line with black, he would know the answers. But yeah. Bishop b4, I think it's
I didn't get the idea actually.
Well, he didn't want to follow what I'm sure it's at this point where he realized that he's playing against a very well prepared opponent, and my guess is he wanted to make a move which would get his opponent out of preparation, so to speak.
Yes.
But yeah, if you look at this position, you probably don't want it with
but
white.
actually it's the main line of Wei, I think knight d2, so he has to have some line against this.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising that he was caught seemingly completely by surprise by this. But yeah, what we have right now is this position, and Anish after some thought played g3, which I was also looking at, because maybe you drive the queen to some less attractive squares. Yeah, Because like if you play queen e2 here, for instance, after castles, you no
No
longer,
d5.
yeah, you can no longer play d5 because you can no longer take.
But actually, maybe you can drive the queen to a more. Ah, no, queen c2 doesn't work. So.
Queen c2 also you have to wonder if black
But
can just.
if it's a question if this is good for white or not. I mean, might be.
Probably not, because you don't get your queen to f6 even in
Yeah.
even in two moves you
Yes.
don't get it there. But maybe like this, yeah.
Oh, this is actually interesting.
This is curious.
And if this works, why you will find it?
Sure.
think.
Yeah, he will. Because the reason we are trying to make queen c2 work
It's
is because after castles you still have the option of d5, and that's hugely important, I
Yeah.
believe, for white here, because that's like the only source of serious counterplay he has. But on the other hand,
it takes the king
like
b8.
yeah,
yes.
how good is this? But here we play something like king b1, I guess. But yeah, it's awkward, yeah.
It's a bit unclear
It's awkward.
how to unpin,
d6 maybe, and hope that we find something after knight e3.
which is not certain.
Yeah, not certain at all actually. Yeah, like could
But
just be
what to play? I mean,
just you know
but then I take and play b6, no?
very possibly. Yeah, g7 just rook takes c5, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, d8, queen, and maybe even king c7 is strong.
This position looks very bad for white.
Yeah, it looks completely lost because we have this. If we want, we have this. No, queen f2 is just completely winning here. Yeah, obviously this is very, very far away from the current position, and nowhere near forced. We were just like ad-libbing here a little bit, trying to figure out what they could be calculating. But g3 looks like a very clever move because it's you drive the queen away from a very good square currently to a lot poorer squares, whatever white chooses here. Like queen e2, we pointed out that long castles is a large problem. Queen d2 is the same. You no longer have the d4, d5 break, and then your position just looks horrible.
Maybe you want to play queen f4? Ah no, then a2 is.
But yeah, this is the question. You do want to do it, but you need to justify it because your queen
Yes.
side starts collapsing.
No rook h3, rook a3.
Yeah, no, it just looks horrible because
Yes.
there really isn't any check.
Maybe
even that,
some concrete d5 right now.
but I think you're kind of mating yourself here.
And a rook d5 maybe.
Yeah, that is a lot better. That is a
But then you take the rook on h1.
yeah, but once again, you have no checks, and
Yes.
you are full rook down now,
Yes.
and the queen will join the defense.
Yes, this is.
No, it's very difficult to believe this can ever work, to be honest.
And he's thinking 15 minutes or not?
Yeah, this looks like trouble for Wei, frankly. This looks like Anish's trick could quite
Yes.
easily be broken today, and in a good way.
Yeah, actually, I think he wanted to make a drop, probably.
Well, the line
Because the line is very drawish.
you're a better specialist than I am. I just know that it exists, and yeah, from what I've seen, I think in print, this is supposed to be very close to a forced draw.
Yes.
But if white starts going crazy, black obviously is very
Yes,
happy
sure.
because very healthy structure, extra pawn, and yeah. Currently, I think black has to be a. Let's just
Okay.
briefly check, but
Oh, but
not a lot. yeah.
practically, I think black is in the driver's
Yeah.
seat.
So the machine suggests that for some reason you don't even play long castles here. That's very weird to me.
But what happens after that?
Why would you not castle here?
King b2.
Yeah, machine just says that you can allow b6 and put the bishop on d6 and you're fine,
But-
or sort of fine. But no, black
really,
has to be better here, because you take twice and you double on the d file. And yes, white gets some of these pawns back, but black still has an extra pawn and very coordinated position.
Okay, the queen is a bit.
Yeah, the queen is a
misplaced,
bit misplaced, but it will get back.
but- Yeah.
So I guess with absolutely perfect play, Wei Yi's position is not as critical as I frankly thought, but it's not that easy to show perfect play in a position like this.
Yeah.
All right, and Jan has done something which I did not feel was as critical, and let's say I think we were playing rook b8
Or queen
here,
b3.
or queen b3, but after queen b3 I think he will play e4 now. We were looking at bishop d2, which just looks
might
stupid.
be the point, yes.
Yeah, bishop d2 was just a mistake there. Yeah, I think he just wants to rook a2. I mean, rook b1 is the final move he makes, which he will use as preparation for e4, and then he'll play e4 against anything.
Yeah, probably.
Let me just check something very briefly. Is this completely pointless? But maybe I can even play.
But we wanted to play bishop d2. This was
Yeah, I know, but I'm curious if I can improve my play a little bit.
What about b4? Ah no, a1 is protected, so...
Bishop before maybe. Maybe white actually sort of stabilizes here. Because rook fc1 next and
Yes.
we... Okay, so after rook b1...
Magnus has to come up with something.
Yeah. Well, you still feel that even if he plays extremely slowly here, if he goes something like...
Okay, but when he lost e4, bishop
Rook-
e3, it's... pawn is a pawn.
A pawn is definitely a pawn there, sure, but... I don't know, I kind of want to play c5, but after bishop e3 it gets a bit
Maybe
awkward.
you move your bishop somewhere to have pressure on e4, but then white can play bishop f4.
Yeah, but then it allows bishop f4. But even, let's say, we put this position on the board.
I would be rather white than black.
Sure, but I still feel that black probably equalizes here, because the pawn on b2 is so weak and we have such like rook fd1, c5,
Yeah,
and...
looks something like Grunfeld.
Yeah, it's very... And there's also this line in the Benoni, this very, very long line in the Benoni. I will actually maybe waste the viewer's time a little bit and show the position. d4, knight f6, c4, c5. I will probably mix up the move order a little bit, but it's not really all that critical. So takes, g... Whoops, not g5, obviously. g6, c4, bishop g7, h3. Once again, the move order is not precise, but you get here.
No clue about this.
You get here, and there is this position. There is this line. The pawn structure is not exactly the same, but it's similar.
Yeah.
Knight c2, knight d7, castles, knight b6. Let's say knight b6, queen b6, knight c8, rook, I believe, a c8. And the queen side does look similar, and black holds these positions very often because there's so much play against the b2 pawn.
But I think is d5 a strength here or a weakness?
Could be both. I mean, sometimes it actually gets to d7, or sometimes black is forced to give up two rooks for the queen there, and then white obviously presses with the rooks against the queen.
Yeah.
And I mean, the parallels are a little bit artificial,
Yeah.
but black gets a lot of activity here against the white king side. So, and I'm not at all certain if these moves are all that great. There could be more forcing solutions available to Magnus here. But rook a b8 has been played, so we'll see what he does. I expect Jan to just blitz out e3, e4 here, because you really need to start getting out
But what
from
about
the first rank.
e4, queen a2?
Bishop g5.
No, rook is hanging.
But yeah, but you probably are losing. You probably are losing the b2 pawn
yes,
there.
rook d7.
Yeah, just rook d7. Yeah, I think this is what he's planning. And this is also why I was trying to play e4 without taking on e6, because you would really like not to have to worry about queen a2 in every single position here.
Yeah, but the light scores are a bit weak, or a bit.
Yeah, but I'm not sure what he can do about it either, because like rook d1 doesn't really look particularly attractive, and you are kind of... You are lucky you don't lose to some tactics immediately, like queen c4, because the queen returns. But even, let's say, queen b3 looks very strong. And like if you play bishop d2, black can probably just win the pawn back. Takes,
a4,
bishop a5. But I can play rook b8 here, or rook d5. But rook b8 I think is simpler.
Yes.
Black is just fine. And if you play b4, both c5 and a5 have to be...
Yeah.
Maybe you play b4 actually, followed by bishop b2, and you just expect that everything gets traded off.
Maybe black plays... No, c5 is a bad idea, of course, because of b5, or not?
I don't know. Actually, this would be maybe an interesting idea for black, because it locks the bishop in. I think white replies with bishop b2 to everything. And the thing is, you don't actually win this pawn back straight away. Like if you take... Yeah, and the pawn remains.
Maybe you have some rook d4 idea. Queen b2, yes.
Doesn't quite work, because in this position I win the rook with white. Okay, so I was maybe a bit hasty in announcing that white will play e4 against any move. This looks a bit more attractive.
Yes. Okay, if white manages to play bishop b2, you might be very well better.
Yeah, you might actually start aiming for those fours
Yes,
against
yes.
threes that you were describing.
But okay, I think Magnus knows how to draw them. But
Hang on a second. Which one do you like better, c5 or a5? Let's
Better
start
by
with a5.
A5
Yeah,
looks
I
maybe-
think this might be the point.
okay, this is a point.
Although, I mean, you still have to start trading here. You still have to start trading, although you probably do make a draw now.
Yes.
Like you have to take on b2, I think.
Okay, queen b2. Yes.
You have to take on b2 again. You have to take on b4.
And maybe you just play rook
You
b4.
cannot take rook b4 because no, you can, but it's
But you just play rook b5.
yeah, you do lose the b pawn
Yes.
because it's very important that you cannot actually get the 4
Yes.
against 3 even here. So in this position, you have to take with the rook. I mean, sorry, the pawn.
But you still can play rook b5.
But with the here white gets
It's
4 against
h4,
3
yes.
and g4 maybe. I mean,
g4 is.
you're supposed to play g4, but then black
Yes.
might spend the tempo to play
To play
h5
h5, yes.
actually with the rook on b5. But I guess you just play rook. No, but this allows c5.
Yes.
So this you play rook c2 here. Yeah, that's what you do.
Double rooks, of course. Unpleasant,
That's what
yes.
you do. And
But what if rook c8 is this?
and I guess
But I can play rook c8.
rook c4.
No. And c5. Then rook c1. Yes,
No,
rook
you've run yourself
Rook
into
c1.
yeah. Suddenly you lose.
Yes.
Yeah. So I guess you have to go for something like this and hold it. But with 4 rooks on, it's supposed to be slightly more tricky.
Yes,
Yeah?
it's not so easy.
Although
But I think it, of course, Magnus is
it's probably still
capable
okay.
of doing it.
Yeah, but let's check. Maybe we're missing something because Magnus played rook b8 almost immediately. And he did have other options, like queen b3 was definitely a move he could have considered. So what are we missing in this position, if anything?
Okay, what happens if you start with c5?
Yeah, let's check that as well.
But maybe it's actually the same.
c5 bishop b2. I still
Queen
can play
a5,
queen
rook
a2
e1,
and
yes.
rook e1. And is there any difference at all? No, I think it's slightly happier for black, maybe, because
But very slightly.
like I take,
Queen b2.
take.
Maybe actually we play. Is this possible?
Where? What?
Rook, bishop b2 and rook d2, but c5 is hanging, right? Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, but you can take a3. So you play rook.
Yeah, you get the.
Rook d2.
Oh, there's queen e5 there. We were discussing this position, playing rook d2 here, and if white takes, you probably get your 4 against 3 on one side because, it's.
Yeah.
This is risky.
Yes.
This is risky. No, but what I wanted to discuss is in this position, I take on b4. Once again, you cannot take with the rook.
Yes. Because
But if you take with a pawn, I get the outside passer. You have to play b5, right?
yes, rook d5.
I go rook g5,
I go rook b6.
b6, rook d6, b7, rook d7, rook b1, and I go a4.
And this.
And you go
Okay, g4.
g4. I actually maybe I can waste a tempo on this. I think I do waste a tempo on this.
Yes. Yeah.
Because once again, just a kind of a general public service announcement, when you do eventually get the 4 against 3, it is very important for the side defending to have this pawn formation and not to have the pawn fixed on h7. So it is very, very important to play h5 as early as possible. And it feels that not only will I trade this for this,
But
I will also trade a pair of rooks, I think.
Yes, but white can play g4 one move
Where?
before. Instead of pushing his pawn.
No, it's always hanging.
Then after rook b1 you play h5 always.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. No matter where you keep the
Yes.
b pawn, like you can play rook b1 at any point, but I play
Yes.
h5 at any point.
this
And then
is-
we get here, and I think the point is not only do we trade a5 for b7,
Yes.
but I think white has no option of keeping
With
4 rooks on the
alive,
board.
Yes.
Like to illustrate, and g3 a4,
Four, yes.
and at some point he will have to get distracted, but one of your rooks will always be on the b file. Like you play rook a2 and I take on b7.
Yes.
Or maybe you play king g2 first. I go a3. You play rook a2. I take on b7.
Okay, one rook.
And
B3.
rook a1, I can play rook b3. Because I need to trade one pair of rooks here.
Yes.
And this is I mean, for Magnus, should be
Yes.
a very trivial task.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too difficult.
No, Jeroen Piquet once has beaten Garry Kasparov in this endgame, so it actually is possible for very, very strong players with excellent chess culture to lose this endgame, but not easy.
Yes.
It's not something that happens like every
Magnus
10
will.
years. So this is our current thinking
Can
about.
we go to Atiban against Karen?
Sure. That was a really strange
Yes,
game.
actually.
Whoa. Yeah, I have no idea
I
what
made
happened with
a-
Karakin today.
Making video series about this.
Yeah,
guy.
okay, we'll ask you because I have no idea about the French.
I'm playing it with both colors actually.
Yeah. So,
So I know the position until the point of knight d7, move 11, and now I know that Vladimir Kramnik actually played against Meyer the move bishop d3, I guess.
yeah, that's a.
In the Olympiad, is it possible?
Is this position?
Yes, I'm actually
and
quite sure.
F6,
And f6,
queen
queen
h4.
g3.
Oh, Queen G3, yeah.
And then happened something like d4 and I think long castling, something like this. Yes, this is the line.
D3.
d3 and then happened bishop h7, king h7, queen h3, king g8, queen takes e6. And
Are you sure? Because here.
I don't know. Wait, the
No.
pawn was on b5 somehow.
No, it's a slightly different line. It looks completely the
No,
same, but it's
bishop
slightly.
e7, a6. I'm quite sure actually,
Hmm.
but I think what were the moves?
We can try and check this, but yeah, I'm not sure at all. And yeah, let me scroll up to
Okay,
that point.
I'm not so sure.
Yeah, there is a game Kramnik Meyer, but it's kind of difficult to me for me to access it right now.
Yeah,
and,
but I've seen this game and somehow it was I know right now it was b6 was played first
instead of
knight d7 b6
okay.
and now b4 and now came knight d7 bishop d3 and
yeah, this looks
all of this.
Yeah, this looks a lot closer because at the end of that line, if you consider at the end of that line, the knight on c6
Yes,
will
yes.
be hanging, and that's a very important detail.
Yes, but what Atiban did
Yeah, this is an interesting idea. But I think what Adiban did, I mean, it looks reasonably logical. The big question is what did Sergei do?
yes I think knight d4 is extremely unclever. I don't know, looks unnatural at this point. I mean,
It does look strange, but
so you allow f6.
maybe you play bishop d3. At least after f6 you might have something like this, yeah?
Yeah, but okay, right now and f5 you go back to f2
Yeah.
because otherwise knight c5, knight d4.
Sure.
It's
And maybe black can play something like b6
6
and then
knight c5,
go
knight
for
d4.
this.
Yes.
No, for me all these positions are extremely unclear. I always feel like I don't really know what's happening here if I'm white. So I can sort of understand Sergei's confusion, but after knight d4 takes and f6, it feels like
Yes.
some of his decisions here were completely non-forced. I understand g3, but after g5,
Bishop h3 was the
yeah,
idea. Yes.
bishop h3 I think is a lot more natural.
But even after castling, I mean, this position looks actually quite good for black. I think so.
Yeah, I liked it immediately, but it shouldn't be as good as it will look in five moves
Yes, I
time.
know. He played something like g4, g5. It's,
No, king b1 I can still sort of understand,
yes,
but
now
after
rook
f3,
d4 is
yeah,
the-
we felt he absolutely has to play rook d4 and start challenging the black pieces. Instead of which, he played this maneuver, which is one of the strangest things I have seen in recent times, because you just give up an important pawn for really not very much. And we left it somewhere here, and the game continued. Takes, rook f5, rook g4, rook f8, rook g1, bishop e8, and Sergei has now played knight d1. He is basically 2 pawns down, and there is no attack.
I think Atiban is just winning.
Yeah, this has to be completely winning. Like you play rook f4, I think you start
You
because
can even play rook e5 maybe. With the idea rook e2. And now sacrificing is a bit risky.
yeah,
There's no need. I mean,
yeah, I think it's just not
yes,
necessary.
rook f4 is
Just
probably-
rook f4, because if you allow me to play g4, you
Yes,
just
yes,
resign
yes,
because
of
this
course.
knight is dead. So you have to
Play
play,
knight
I
e3,
guess either immediately knight e3 or maybe take and knight e3. Okay, let's go here. I play d4.
Okay, knight c4 or something.
I think it has to go here because once again, if you switch to the queen side, I mean, you are 2 pawns down for.
I want to regroup it to e4, but it's impossible. Yes, okay.
Okay, here queen g3 up of left too.
Yes.
And then I mean rook f5, and at some point I will start pushing, and
yeah, 2 pawns.
it's an incredibly weird game because Sergei normally. First of all, he is normally a lot better prepared than he's shown. I think he was very surprised by 97.
I think he was actually very surprised by the French.
And maybe even the French to begin with, yeah. But then, up to here, I could really understand what he was doing. I didn't really like his position, but I understood every single decision that he made because he feels that he has better structure, better bishop, and he's only given up 1 pawn, so he will have some compensation. But I mean, starting from here, I could really no longer understand what he was doing.
And how many points does Sergei have? Because I think
he's on +1 currently, and Adiban is on -2.
I wanted to say that he's a bit tired of all those world championships, but
yeah, but I mean, he did play very well in Doha. He won the Blitz, and I think did creditably in the Rapid, and he has done well previously in Vike tournaments as well. So he knows what is required to do well in this extremely long tournament. But today, I mean, if he doesn't lose from here, he will feel it is his tournament because like you are 2 pawns down, but your position is worse, as they used to say in my childhood. Really strange game by Sergei up to here, and Adiban will feel that this is his huge chance to start doing something good in this tournament.
Actually, I see that Wesley So made a novelty or a4.
Let's switch to that. Hang on a second. Need to. Yep.
a4 because you mentioned knight b5, right?
Yeah, I thought, but maybe now that I look at it, maybe Vladimir played a4 first, and then because if you play either a6 or a5, your knight on b6 becomes very weak.
Yeah, sure.
Like a5 knight db5, d5 bishop b3 just looks like you want to resign with black here. So maybe you play a6, but then once again, like
a5.
How do you meet bishop f4, for instance? d5, a5.
Position looks horrible.
It just looks unbelievably horrible for black, yeah. And this is why both me and Jan were so surprised that Harry landed here, because he still had choices here. Yes. You can play castles, you can take on c4, you will not get this position. You will get some other positions which might not be particularly attractive either, but at least you will not get this. And this really is very, very poor for black.
But d5, is d5 already a mistake? On move 5, probably castling is more precise.
Yeah, castling you don't get in these types of trouble either. But you have to be prepared to play this position. You have to know something about.
7 or knight 6. Yes.
But there is now all these games starting.
Between Carlsen and Washila Graf.
Yeah, there's a ton of games starting from this position. Castles here, d6, b3. There's. A tremendous amount of theory. I mean, even here, game doesn't start until move 20, it feels these days in these types of positions. Like black takes on a1 here, or goes rook b8, both moves are possible. Like rook b8, bishop e4, bishop a1, bishop e3. And this is the starting position of theoretical discussions here. There's a number of games starting from here. Like there's a game between Dingler and Grishuk in their match in China. There was also a game Linier Dominguez played sitting next to me in the European clubs in November against Jan Verle, I believe. And he actually struggled for a while. He couldn't remember what his analysis said, and he ended up in some very unpleasant endgame eventually. So lots and lots of theory connected with this line now, and you have to know it because. Or of course you can play this and maybe play queen a5 here. But this is also now there's tons and tons of theory connected with this.
But it's a bit strange sometimes what Harry prepared. I mean, after move 4 he's already.
Yeah, no, but once again, it was really unclear what he was aiming for today, and
because he could go for d5, move 2 or 3 or
3 in particular 3, I think, yeah. But it's very hard to judge from the outside when people do something like this and they end up in a very well-known poor position.
Yeah.
Only they can know, and maybe he gets asked in a press conference or something and he can say what went wrong, because from the outside it's impossible to judge. You just know that something obviously went quite wrong.
Yes.
All right, so yeah, here the game is not progressing very fast, but the game is progressing towards a very large advantage for Wesley.
Yes, and he will have 4 out of.
Well, if he wins, he will be on +3. And
Yes.
what's happening in Pavel's game? Where is Pavel's game?
Here, there.
There it is, and let me.
Was a complicated Catalan, right?
Yeah, it was a very interestingly played Catalan, and we left it somewhere here. Pavel took on c5, which is very natural, and e5 is also very natural, lengthening the diagonal of this bishop.
Yeah, sure.
Queen e7, moving the queen away from potential tempi with rook c1, and also you need to stop knight g5, which you will also see on the next move. h4, h6, so far so good. And here Levon made a move which I did not really anticipate, because I couldn't quite understand why.
I actually understand it quite well, because I thought that...
He played knight b5.
Yes,
yeah.
White's idea was actually to play rook a3 maybe, and to bring the rook over the third rank.
But where?
Yeah, something like g4, then rook a3. Maybe this is the idea.
I don't think you will ever be fast enough with this, with so many open files in the center. I think he's playing as knight g4. I think he's trying to stop knight g4.
But the knight on b5 looks so ugly, I mean.
Yeah, but it's not a very nice square either.
Yes.
But I think he's trying to kill off this piece.
Yes.
And the game continued rook fc1, rook a d8, and Black now is hinting maybe at some knight d3 ideas in some positions. I think maybe bishop f1 is a logical move here. I'm not sure if we want to take on b5, but it's not doing very much on g2, so we want to put it on a slightly better square.
Maybe
Also
some plan like king g2, bishop e2, rook h1.
I'm not sure. Honestly, I think you're being a bit too romantic here. I think the center needs to be a lot more closed for you to continue trying to give mate in this position.
But what is White's idea?
Rook c4 maybe, get the knight away, go rook a c1. Actually, then bishop d3 will become a threat. So this is maybe another explanation for bishop f1. Because in the current position, if we go rook c4, you definitely need to assess knight d3.
Sure.
And with a bishop on f1, let's say Black makes some normal move like rook d7. You play rook c4. The knight is hanging. It needs to go somewhere. I don't know, d5 or c6. Let's put it, I don't know, on d5. For instance. Yeah, we go bishop d3. It becomes a bit awkward because this is a problem. And if you play g6, you run into h5, of course.
Yeah.
So I quite like, at first glance, I quite like bishop f1 in the current position. I think it's very logical.
Yeah, it's I think where Pavel played, probably.
Not.
No, he didn't play it right
Not-
now, but
not yet,
I
but
guess he will do it.
Yeah, I think this is the likeliest move. And Black will have to think carefully about his options, because rook c4 bishop d3 is actually a very concrete idea. You need to find something to do against it.
Maybe it was better to play rook c8. I don't know. Just put the rook on the c file and stop rook c4.
Yeah, possibly.
And bishop f1, the other rook
Possibly.
can go to d8.
I'm also wondering, I mean, it's a very drastic decision, but I'm wondering if Lev is... No, but it really looks horrible, yeah?
It's the last thing you want to do here.
Like EF... No, but just for concrete reasons, because I'm attacking this knight. I mean, I will just lose if this... I mean, positionally, it's completely horrible.
Okay,
But maybe I get to play knight g4 next move.
Yeah.
This is my point.
Okay.
But maybe just king g2 even.
G2, yes.
Like knight g4, rook a3. Because you're absolutely correct. I mean, if white stabilizes here, you never do this to your structure. It's just you suddenly create a position in which you will be extremely unhappy for the rest of the
Yeah.
game.
Okay, maybe some concrete move.
Yeah,
but
maybe you can
I
find
don't
some concrete justification for it. Something like, I don't know, knight c6.
know. The idea of 95, yes.
With the idea of maybe just trading everything and, picking a pawn
okay.
somewhere. I don't know.
Okay, rook c5 maybe.
He played rook c4 immediately. Okay, so we can continue discussing concrete variations then. What happens after this? Is he trying to catch this knight?
Maybe he wants to play rook b1.
Wait, can I do this?
Okay.
No, I think this is what he's trying to do. Otherwise, I don't understand this move. Because if knight b2, I think I actually catch it. No, I don't. But I do have this.
And you can.
Variation actually, no. I wanted to say variation continues.
95.
No, but there's something winning here. Yeah, 95 is probably the cleanest way. Yeah, that's very nice. Queen h7 checkmate threat is very important here. So I guess after knight d3 he wants to go bishop f1, and black probably needs to go knight c5, and then you play queen e3, and you've driven all these pieces away. And black
maybe rook d5.
Yeah,
before,
but then
maybe?
even before knight d7 and maybe bishop d3 followed by bishop e4. This could become unpleasant for Lev, and when you place your knights on squares such as Levon has
D5.
chosen, you have to be absolutely sure you don't run out of squares.
But if
Maybe
you play...
knight c6 here. What were you going to say?
No, I wanted to say if you play rook d8, you have to consider rook c4 for sure. I mean,
Sure, yeah, but I think he just thought he goes knight d3, attacks the pawn, gains a tempo, and then he will find something. I mean, knight c6, of course, you no longer have those issues with no squares for the knights, but once again, you need to consider bishop f1, bishop d3 here.
Bishop f1 is not so easy for black.
Well, actually, maybe here it makes a lot more sense. Because maybe I get control over the d4 square. But, like, even if I just go back.
Rook d4, I have always rook a3, rook c3.
Yeah. Curious. This will be interesting to watch, and
yes.
I think the next couple of moves will determine who is better and who's not.
Adiman actually.
Yeah, just a sec. There's been a lot of developments in the Geary game, so let me get the...
Actually, it's computer suggestion, right?
But with the queen on d2, which I think is worse for white. So we left it here, and after some thought, Wei actually played almost exactly the line the machine was suggesting, but we think that it was better to keep the queen on e2, to have queen e5 in this position. It does look logical, because the queen on e5 is a very, very strong piece. I guess he wants to maybe take on h8
but
here.
Rook d8,
But then rook d8, let's say you go queen e3, and black can... I mean, queen b7 is an option, queen a5 is an option, but also something like b5.
Or even c5 maybe?
Or c5 even, yeah. c5 I was kind of worried about d5. Because we're still playing without this queen on a6. I was a bit worried about that. Is there anything better after rook h6?
Yeah, okay, we have to bring the queen somehow to the game.
No, black is never worse, but I'm wondering if black can... No, rook h6, queen h6 just doesn't look right, because f7 will be very weak.
Then it's the question who's better, maybe.
Well, I think black is still completely fine. He just needs to... I think rook d7 is enough here. Just secure the f7 pawn, make sure you never lose the f7 pawn. That's the only thing you need to, I think, pay attention to here.
Yeah.
And then you play queen a5, and then eventually...
Okay, but white should have
white
problems
is completely fine either, you just pick up this pawn. So rook
h8.
h8, and we think queen e3, and this is the position where Anish will have to make a good choice. Yeah. But maybe you can just do it slowly.
Queen a5.
Yeah, queen a5. The question is if white can take, but I think white can take actually. Because if we take twice, there's rook h8 check.
Which leads to what?
Although, hang on a second.
King b7 is... king b7 is mating.
King b7, yeah, let's show this because it's a very cute mate. Queen b8, king a6, and sadly, this is where the road ends. But after king d7, there's currently no more checks, and rook d2 is also kind of mate. Especially if the queen goes somewhere, it will be mate. Because currently, like if I make some move, rook d2 is not mate because after king c1 there is no more checks for black.
And actually, white threatens mate again.
No, I think this is probably a mistake for white. Yeah, from black. Yes. But you have other options.
Wait. Rook d2, king c1, actually queen a3 check.
Okay, with the rook on f8, this is a good spot. Yeah, this is well spotted, Robert. But I don't know, rook h7.
But it's difficult. What
also
should white play instead of rook f8?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe, rook h7 is completely pointless because even queen f5 looks excellent. But the bigger point is you would like to play something like queen b8, but then it's immediately mate because the queen will come to c3.
This is over.
Okay, so queen a3, queen a5.
But yes, if queen take g3 doesn't work, then...
Yeah, because I wanted to play rook f6, but then queen h5 is a bit awkward. Hitting this, protecting this, And then I will start thinking about
Yeah.
c6, c5 at some point. Yeah. So it seems like probably Anish still has a very safe position with some chances to maybe push for a bit.
Yeah.
What's the time situation there? Because we are getting to the point where time considerations could actually become relevant. But no, there's still plenty of time.
Yeah.
I forgot the round started at 2 today and not 1:30. We're still some way away from time troubles. Half an hour for Wei against 47 minutes for
Only 15 moves to play.
yeah,
so-
for Anish. No, they will be completely safe in terms of clock situation. We still think rook takes h6 is the best move in this position, right?
Yes, I think
Because what else do you do?
White is 2 pawns down right now.
Well, you need to start. Yeah, you
Yes.
need to start
Collecting some pawns.
recovering some material, and
Let's go
the
through.
Magnus game is headed towards something we discussed. But it's interesting that he played a5 immediately. So the game progressed exactly as we expected. B4, c5, bishop b2, queen a2, rook fe1, takes. And here Magnus played a5, and I guess the idea is if white plays b5, he goes a4, and then he also has
Some-
counterplay against the a3 pawn, and also rook d3, b3 might become a strong idea.
Yeah, maybe it will end in a 4 against 3.
How? Here
Or you
I
want to keep with the a pawn?
well, I'm wondering if you even get that here, like
Okay, for example, g4.
rook d3.
Okay. Try to protect. Okay. Actually, rook a1 can be dangerous for white.
Yeah, rook a1, rook b3. Black is maybe. Actually, no. Actually, this is maybe exactly what you do. Because if black has to play rook a5, then
Yeah.
white is completely safe because this is such a stupid rook.
Yes, this is a bit of pressure for white.
Yeah, and I think you actually have to play rook a5 because what else
Yes,
do you
yes,
do
yes,
otherwise?
Sure.
So b5 we expect a4, and yeah, g4 I like because this is the correct pawn. Rook d3, and my point was if you play rook c1 then rook b5, but it's kind of similar. I can
Yeah.
also do this here, right?
It's the same.
It's the same position. It's the same position. Rook a5,
rook
and we
a5.
just go king g2, king f3, king e4.
Maybe even g5. Probably.
Maybe, yeah. I just want to make sure the king
Yeah,
the
sure.
king doesn't come to g5. If you could magically transport the black king to g5, black would be okay here. But I want to go king g2, king f3, king e4, and then I will start pushing my kingside pawns because black is not really doing very much here.
Yeah. I don't really get the point of a5 because you could equalize, or at least.
Well, I guess
This is
I
endgame.
guess he didn't really want to play 4 against 3, even with only 2 rooks on the board. I guess he just felt that maybe this makes an immediate draw, so why subject yourself to this torture?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I think this is the best line for white, because first you have to, I mean, king f1 maybe, but I don't really think it's better than g4. I
Yes.
think g4 is more logical.
Black can play h5.
Yeah. Because you still, let's say if you start with rook c1, you will still have to waste the tempo on securing the back rank.
Making some luft.
Yeah, and then after rook b3, I think you have to go rook a2, because otherwise you might actually run some risks. Like if you take a4 and rook a8, I guess you might regret your decision. No, maybe not.
Although not.
Maybe not.
But
Yeah.
g4 is hanging right now.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
But actually, even if it is, I mean,
Yes.
how happy are you with black here?
Yes, I mean,
I think
this
you're
might
probably
be very dangerous.
yeah, you're probably lost here because you have to run all the way. Yeah, you have to run all the way back.
I can play c4 maybe.
c4 rook b4 I thought was just dead because
Oh.
you cannot play c3.
Rook g5 b6. Yes, yes,
Yeah,
you're in
well,
time.
Yeah, I'm in time. Whoa, I don't really understand.
Yeah, king f1 is a bit strange.
This I do not understand at all.
But maybe he wants to keep the b pawn alive. And
How?
but what do you play? Cb. Okay, and he's just going to endgame 4 against 3, right?
Well, how do you get 4 against 3?
A b4. I take with the rook.
I take with the rook.
Okay, maybe he wants to take and play rook b1.
But I don't think you actually win this pawn.
King
here.
e2. Why
Yeah,
not?
I don't know, h5.
King d3.
Well, my point is, if you
No,
well,
rook
you
a-
have to start with rook b2, I guess.
But even this, if I win the pawn, this is h5,
Yeah,
king
no,
g7.
it's
This
in-
is...
Okay, so we still think it will be a draw, but we think that maybe by playing before b5 here, Jan could still continue pretending
Yes.
he's slightly better, and King f1 is more or less a draw offer.
Yes, I think it will.
Yeah, I think it's
end.
very likely it might end very soon. Yeah, and actually the game has been drawn. We now have the result. Yeah, I had a feeling King f1 is simply just a draw offer, frankly. And yeah, that game is finished. Magnus is still on +2. Today was the first game in the tournament actually where you can say he was slightly pushed with black. Yeah, at least
Yes, a little bit. Yeah.
he had to solve some problems, but he did solve them very convincingly. So that game is over. The first game of the day to finish.
Do you want to jump to the challengers or?
Not yet. I think we
Okay.
still have enough action. In the Sohari Krishna game, a6 bishop f4, as we sort of expected, has been played on the board. And yeah, black is about to start losing his material. I mean, there's no way you can keep your pawns alive for any longer. Like rook d8 a5 loses the d6 pawn, and even looking at this position is painful. It's just so
Yes.
horrible.
Maybe it would be the
Yeah.
best to see Hare Krishna's face right now. I mean,
Yeah, we don't have access
Yes,
to we don't
I
have
know.
access to video, and also I don't have your sadistic tendencies. But yeah,
But I mean,
it's really very unpleasant.
completely.
Yeah, it's just horrible.
Yes.
A5, I mean d5, a5, or bishop c7, but I like a5 better, like knight d7, knight d5.
I mean, if Wesley wins
Takes,
this,
takes. And I mean, any move. You can take on c4, you can maybe even make an argument for going back to g2 so that this doesn't get developed.
nice gift from Hare Krishna.
Yeah,
Probably.
and
Okay,
in
Karakin is fighting.
well, he's never. I mean, we all know that Karakin is not someone who resigns
Yeah, sure.
prematurely, but the position is just not very nice. I'm not sure.
Rook
I'm,
h5
I'm
is
a bit
strange.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused about Rook h5 because, in general, when you're 2 pawns up, you want to start trading pieces because it brings you closer to your opponent actually resigning. And Rook h5, I'm not sure. It's probably not a bad move, but
No, we are talking about Bhaskar, not Ivan, so
yeah, but
he wants to mix it up.
Yeah, but I mean, black is still in control. I'm just not sure what the rook is doing on h5.
Maybe he wanted to pressure.
He
on
probably
h5.
wanted to play e5, but
E5.
now after like knight, maybe c3 or e3. I don't know which one is better. Let's put it on e3, I guess. It's a bit awkward. Or yeah, I don't know. Still d4, knight c4. Yeah, let's
Bishop. I know.
Yeah, I
Bishop
don't know.
b5 is actually.
let's play this.
Okay.
Yeah, let's play this because I want to play d4, knight e4. At least it's a good square for my knight. It feels a bit like
Unnecessary to do this. Yes.
the game still continues. The
Yes.
variation, I'm sure, stays the same. Black
Yeah,
still
sure.
has 2 healthy extra pawns here. But I like rook f4 a lot better because it guaranteed a trade of one
Mhm.
pair of rooks,
Yeah.
and then your life is just easier in terms of conversion because I mean, your bishop on e8 becomes a lot freer because in the position on the board, you constantly have to pay attention to the g6 pawn, which means that the bishop on e8 is still somewhat passive.
Yes.
And yeah, but okay, still 2 pawns up, still a heavy favorite to win.
But we'll probably continue for some moves.
Yeah. So what else do we have?
In this rapport game.
Yeah, we haven't
against-
looked at this for a while. This is the Andreikin rapport game. Let me find that.
Yeah, this might become unpleasant actually.
It's not very nice for black. I mean, it's not a huge problem. How did they get here?
think.
After bishop d8, Andreikin played h3, and rapport decided to play queen a4, queen d1, queen d7, which I'm not entirely sure was that necessary.
But maybe he didn't have good moves.
Yeah, I think maybe he thought that. I guess the immediate justification is that bishop b3, queen a5 fights for the e file, which is why white played queen d1 to have bishop d2 here.
Yeah,
Of course,
sure.
of course. So queen d7, bishop d2, and here I guess Richard realized that if he goes queen f5, white will be quite happy playing g4. So he played h6, b4, rook e5, and queen a1. Nice geometrical motif to trade d5 for d4. And yeah, now it's quite obvious that white will be slightly better because he has the pair of bishops against the bishop and knight. But black still has no weaknesses, so winning this will not be easy.
I actually don't know why white trade off everything. I don't know.
Well, you have to trade rooks, I think, because you don't really want to abandon the e-file. But yeah, I agree with your point that maybe he didn't have to hurry with the exchange of
So
queens.
maybe king f1.
Yeah, just king f1. I don't know, bishop f6, queen g4 or something.
Yes, it's extra pressure on f7
Yeah,
at some point.
or maybe g3 even, because I think g3, king g2 is
Yes.
even more, and also
a4, f5. Yes.
Yeah, a4, a5. I agree with your point here. I think this is. I mean, he's clearly still slightly better here and might win because of defending these positions. The problem with positions like this is that you have to defend them without. You will never equalize. This is the point I like to make. This is a type of position where you make a draw, but you don't ever equalize
Yes, sure.
because there's just no way for you. White will never allow the knight on b6 to get traded for one of the bishops.
It's actually the question how to activate knight.
Yeah, you don't. I think you just keep it somewhere and you defend passively, and it's not very pleasant, especially for Richard. I think
Yes.
for his style, holding this position for the next 50 moves will not be fun at all. But winning it is also obviously not very easy. So
Yeah.
this one will go on for a while.
Luke is actually trying to.
I'm not sure he's just improving the structure, and this is the game between Wojtaszek and Van Veli.
At some point, I thought Lucas actually find something after a4, rook a5.
Yeah, he went for the c5 break as expected. He also included e6 to make sure that white cannot play d5 in response. And this is what we have on the board. Yeah,
I actually wanted to put my queen down on a6 before. I don't know if it's.
well,
No, I mean
maybe
after,
here.
Yeah, something
Maybe
like.
here. You could, yeah, but knight b4 might be a move though. Like
This
you are
is maybe the
stepping
idea.
you are stepping into all these forks, yeah. But what he got here should be perfectly playable. Rook d1, queen c6, queen d2, rook ba8, knight a3, h5. White still retains some pressure because the pawn on c5 is a bit weak, but there's generally always counterplay against the b2 pawn. So yeah, I'm not sure objectively, but what I'm worried about is that he had to abandon the b file.
Yes.
This is why I feel maybe he is now slightly worse, because the rooks are, at least one of them should be on the b file.
Sure.
But because of the weakness on the c5 pawn, he was forced to adopt this very unnatural setup. And
Is queen d6 a move?
well, I guess you take and you. Sorry, I was going crazy there. I was going to suggest bishop takes b2 in this position because I thought the rook left the second, but it hasn't. No, sorry. Yeah. Maybe queen d6 we can play rook c8. No, it's. I don't think white wins on the spot.
No, for sure.
But yeah, it's not that pleasant. And also white can. I'm not sure what black's next move is. Like if I play h2, h3 here, which might be a useful move for the future. What is Luki doing with all these pieces? Because I think they're all completely stuck. If you
Maybe
play
bishop f6.
maybe, but okay, I'll make one more waiting move of some kind.
Yeah, I want to play rook d8.
Ah, yeah, okay. That was actually a constructive move. I didn't realize black had any. Yeah, I don't know. Queen f4.
No, rook
maybe.
d8. Queen a5, rook d1, yes. But
Maybe
I'm losing my pawn on c5. Actually, you can play king h2.
Yeah, but even something like this, and you might have to go back. Yeah, it's just not very attractive for black because his rooks and the knight on b6, they don't really. This is like a Volga where black, instead of counterplay on the queen side, all of his pieces on the queen side are occupied protecting his own weaknesses. Yeah, I don't particularly like this position for Luki. I think he probably got slightly outplayed somewhere. Maybe he needed to play faster. Yeah, so I think this actually finishes the roundup. No, okay. Let's briefly revisit this, and then we'll probably take a short break and get the blonde beast back into the studio. This is Wei Giri. And Wei, after some thought, decided that rook h6 probably is not equal enough, and he went for something immediate. Queen f4, rook d7, and g4, d5. Very, very concrete play from the Chinese junior.
As always.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
But what happens?
What do we think about this?
Okay, CD, queen e2 is not the idea because of king
I'm
a1.
wondering about this.
Okay.
with a very concrete idea of giving my mate immediately.
Maybe wants to play d6.
No, no, I don't think.
Rook d2.
I don't think this is a great
Oh.
idea. Because the queen will return, and it's not that I'm winning something. I'm just it will get back, let's say, to g6, and then black will be just
But
two
I
pawns
can
up.
actually take h6 then.
Where?
Rook e2, for example. King a1.
Well, I'll start by picking up some material.
Rook. Okay, there's no mate. Or
But there's no
something.
mate. You just give one check. But I will play queen f2, and my things on the king side will be more important,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
No,
So
but
many pawns for black.
yeah, there's also, I mean, there's all these considerations, like you can take and go rook d2 here,
But again,
and you do threaten rook takes e6 and rook h8.
Yes.
So yeah, this is a weird position.
rook d5 doesn't work, so rook c6, of course.
Yeah, I can play queen d3 once again,
But this
weirdly.
rook c6, king b7, nothing happened to
Yeah.
black.
But even this is now playable. And white
And
is
actually, my queen is hanging on d3.
yeah. So you have to take, and maybe white is even better.
Yeah.
So this is a very complicated position, which will require some very careful analysis from Anish, because suddenly I think he thought he will get this, and here it's quite obvious that black is always completely safe. And Wei Yi instead is forcing him to solve immediate concrete problems, which I think was a good decision, because in those positions we were discussing, I think white would not enjoy
Yes.
himself very much.
And Adiban is again mixing it up.
Yeah, Adiban is doing things which you don't immediately understand. Let's just briefly show
Yes.
that he played rook h5, and after
h4.
h4 he thought, okay, this is not the correct square, and I will put it on e5. But I think forcing h4 just it feels like he is a bit confused here, because he feels he should be completely winning.
That's,
2 pawns up, one of them is on f3, but white is somehow not resigning.
yes.
And the game continues, and I think it looks like it's beginning to annoy him a little bit.
Yeah, but actually I just suggested rook e5 before, and you had a good answer to this.
Yeah, this is what Sergei
Knight
played.
e3.
After knight e3, you need to find a tactical justification for this. Maybe he wants to play bishop b5. One thing I thought, maybe with like the idea d4, rook takes e3, but
Actually, with the pawn on h2, you could play queen h6 maybe.
yeah, that also is true. But now white, if he wants, can play rook
Yes,
g5.
but maybe this is also.
Yeah, no, once again, we're not
Yeah.
trying to make an argument that Adiban spoiled his position to such an extent that he is no longer winning.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly what the plan was behind, let's say, the move rook h5. But he is now correcting it, so we'll see what happens.
Yes.
Okay, give us about a 2-minute break, and we'll be back with Jan, who I'm sure is very eager to restore order and get all the things in their proper places. Thanks for watching, and
See you.
yeah, let's give a warm hand to Robert Baskin, who is recording some videos for us this week here at Chess24. Yeah.
Thank you.
You still have the
Welcome back, everybody, or welcome me back. What did I miss? I'm Grandmaster Peter Swidler. This is International Master Robert Baskin. We are covering round number 5 of the thingy. Jan Nepomniachtchi drew against Magnus Carlsen.
Mm-hmm.
Was it a correct draw?
Seemingly, yeah.
So Magnus found this bishop e5 thing, and then my computer was mildly optimistic for white somewhere here, but not optimistic
No, I
enough
think
to win, yeah?
somewhat surprisingly, the only interesting point, well, not exactly, but I think game was played very logically up to the final position. And then Jan decided not to play b5. So let me ask you, as a world-renowned
Yes.
specialist in the rook endings,
Ah,
a5,
my
b5,
God.
I assume b4. I mean, sorry, a4, g4, rook d3,
Nicely done.
rook c1.
Do I have to take?
I'm not sure. I think we thought rook b3 was stronger.
Yeah, that's
And I
my
wanna go- no, no, no,
world-renowned
no.
question. Here I'm losing.
No. No, this is. Although maybe this is actually playable for white. No, the question was rook b3, rook a2, rook b5. Any rook b3, rook a2. Any rook to b5, rook c4. Wouldn't you want to continue for a bit here with white? Maybe not. Maybe the rook on a2 is as bad as the rook on a5.
Yeah, I'd be scared to be worse when the king comes here and the c-pawn queens.
Yeah, if the c-pawn queens, you don't have to be scared to be worse. You will just resign. But
Well put. But
Yeah.
to answer your question seriously, nah, I think it's equal.
yeah, probably it is. But we were mildly optimistic about this somehow during our commentary. But maybe it was completely misplaced.
Speaking of mildly optimistic, are Geary fans mildly optimistic? And will they have their little hearts broken again?
That's 3 pawns up, right?
Yep. So they should be quite optimistic here, even though he's pinned.
Well, if there is an immediate solution which allows black to stabilize without losing too many of his extra pawns, he should just be winning. But what would you play here?
I don't know. Is this the final problem? I would maybe go here
Yeah, rook e8 looks excellent.
to give a check.
Rook e8 does look really... Hang on, rook c1 check, king g8, yeah. Yeah, I'm somewhat less happy about this now. Queen takes g3 even. No, hang on, rook e2 is a bit... Yeah, sorry. I'm going insane there. Queen h4, just go rook e7. I'm not sure what I achieved, because you will have to eventually unpin me. No, it does feel...
As once again, complains that I'm molesting the h1 rook. But look, I can't do anything to it. Even if I try to physically grab it, I can't get there. Get my weight behind the h1 rook. So Geary must be winning, but we don't know how.
Yeah, that
Shall
would
we
be...
figure out how?
Let's figure out how.
If I throw in some h5 vn.
I think you're actually making it worse, because after rook c1 check, you will also have to consider queen g5 check, which probably wins.
Yeah, don't like. So white's main idea is, well, rook d5.
Rook d5 or rook c1 check are the two threats you need to work out your response to. Queen b7 would be a very useful move, but after queen takes g3, you kind of continue feeling slightly awkward about your king situation.
Yeah, it's a little Pesivovich. If I go here, what happens?
Takes.
I'm not sure if I achieved anything, but
King,
I like giving checks.
let's say king a3. No, I allowed queen e7 check actually, which probably is a decent idea. Okay, let's go king a1.
Queen e4, rook c1 is
Queen
still
e4, rook
a bit of
c1
a
is
nuisance.
yeah, no, more than a nuisance. It wins here.
Understood. Then I'm not sure I've made tremendous amounts of progress
Yeah,
by doing this.
It's not clear why this improves your situation, and this is why he played queen g4 and not queen f5, because you need to. I mean, there queen e2, queen a6 would just be winning, but without the f7 pawn, it no longer is winning.
The chat informs us, someone might be lying, A144 says Anish is plus 19, which sounds like a lot. Galactic says the engine doesn't think Anish is winning. I'm with Galactic.
Yeah,
on this
yeah.
one.
In this position, yeah. Well, plus 19 is completely implausible.
Can't fool us. We can't.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused because it does feel like there should be a move here which stabilizes, and then you do have a ton of extra pawns. But
How did we end up here? I'm sorry we've covered all this. I, as usual, didn't follow anything.
Robert turned out to be an expert of this on this variation, and he said that, as I said, you have to take on g7 on move 16,
Sure.
and then there are options for white, but it's all extremely drawish. Yeah.
So we weren't that far off. Our two moves, I'm as usual cheating. F5 and Queen B7 are the top two engine choices, but not with a big plus. 0.35, that's very little.
Yeah, not a lot actually. Yeah, 0.45 in this position, considering how many pawns you have in credit, so to speak. Here is really not a lot. It's dropping with best play for black, but best play looks frankly somewhat inhuman.
This play is a bit odd.
Yeah, finding this is really. I guess the point is after a4 here, you can play queen e2, queen e7, and there will be a threat of queen a3 check.
Oh, you very clever.
Well, I can. If I can read the first line, I can sometimes interpret the first line into human language, but
Don't give away all the trade secrets of what we're really doing here.
yeah, we're not doing it every moment of.
No, we've been very
Every day.
unplugged and very honest. I don't like it. I'll start cheating to look smarter soon. Anyway, Geary might not be winning, and I might not be Paul Borta. So let me manually fix this, because I am the head designer of Chess24. That's why stuff looks so great. Also, follow me on Twitter. I have fewer followers than Lawrence Trent, which hurts my feeling on a daily basis. Might be because I can't spell, therefore my tweets aren't that good. Still, do follow me. And now it's probably all over the place. Oh, lovely.
And you get to watch all this live.
You get a lot for your money here. Yeah, Wei is okay-ish, maybe.
Adiban is trying to solve all of his problems by tactical means,
Magic.
and yeah, he might succeed here. I remember being very confused at move 27 at the fact that he didn't play rook f4, but he chose a somewhat strange sequence of moves, h4, and then he played rook e5. I'm not sure if forcing white to play h4 was such a great idea, but he is still 2 pawns up. And after knight e3, he continued. I mean, he really wants to finish this game by calculating his way out of it.
I wouldn't touch this bishop. It's defending this pawn.
Yeah, but he did. He is not afraid of anything. And rook d4 played by Karyakin, also a very awkward move to make.
Sure.
And rook e4 played by Baskaran. Yeah, this is a very, very drastic approach, because after
Scooch over just a little bit. People are getting irritated by my arm.
Yeah, after g4, queen d4, you do actually give up the g6 pawn with check, which is like, you have to be very sure of yourself to, like king f7, I think, actually. Because king h7, rook takes e6, it really does start looking somewhat unclear. There's also rook h6 check to consider.
Yeah, I was curious.
No, it's actually king f7. And black probably is still winning, but he's taking a somewhat unorthodox approach to...
Sorry if I muted you there, but I believe I did everybody a favor. Not by muting you, but by not hearing people enjoy my coughing sounds.
Yeah.
So to reproduce what you said, by converting.
Yeah, I think there are probably more technically inclined ways to convert the 2 extra pawns. One of them on the 6th rank, so to speak, or the 3rd in that case.
Is more technically inclined ways your polite way of saying lousy technique by Adiban?
Not lousy. It's just that he really is trying to kind of decide the game by forcing complications where frankly none existed. I'm not sure it's lousy. It might be a faster way of winning the position that he has, but it also, opens you up to the risk of miscalculation somewhere, which I would be very afraid of in his spot. But he is not.
People are really getting freaked out by my extra arm. We might have to get rid of this because it's irritating you guys too much. Just to be clear, I can't influence the game. I can't touch the board. It's just the camera ends here and not here. And that's all I'm gonna be talking about. I don't know. A painter paints, a calculator calculates. Adiban is trying to calculate his way home as long as he has it all worked out. He should be able to do it.
Yeah, Hari continues really, really struggling with the position he got out of the opening.
I have a feeling all of this has been played.
I think this is still
terrible.
Kramnik Nepomniachtchi. Yeah, a6, bishop f4, all very logical. d5, a5, knight bd7. And Wesley even decides to postpone capturing this d5 pawn, played rook ac1 here. Rook d8, you can also play rook, he can play bishop c7 now. Probably will play bishop c7
pleases,
and then start taking those pawns. No,
Did it take instantly? Is there some tactics?
Well, you kind of need to start calculating, I don't know, if you want to.
When did you start hating to calculate so much?
In this position, I would really like not to calculate anything. This is a kind of a position where you really want to win without calculating a single variation, because it feels like you might be able to. But you generally, the rule of thumb is good players will not allow you to win even positions as good as this without having to do some work at some point. Is bishop takes d5 a move? Would you ever consider taking with a bishop on d5 in the current position?
Nah.
Why?
It's a bishop.
I understand. Please make a move after bishop d5.
Now you're asking me to calculate. You just told me we don't have to calculate anything. Can't have it both ways. Why not go here?
Rook e8.
Take.
Takes.
Take.
Knight e5, I guess. That's still completely horrible for black, of course, but
it's not nice.
I might force you to give up one of your two beautiful bishops, and then I will have slightly more drawing chances, but it's still horrible, of course. Even let's say bishop e5, rook e5, e4 looks very strong, followed by rook takes c4. No, I mean, pretty much anything Wesley finally settles on will be very strong. It's a position where it's extremely difficult to go badly wrong with white. And Sergei played rook takes g6, which I think is just an immediate blunder, no? Bishop takes d3. Yeah, and that has been blitzed out by Adiban. No, I think Sergei just had an extremely off day.
Not a good day at... It's probably not even an office. At the football stadium?
Yeah, this really is the weirdest game I've seen Sergei play in years and years. And the game actually is over now.
Yeah, that wasn't very good. And it's painful, both for his tournament chances, for his rating, because he won a lot of rating in the match versus Magnus by drawing, well, by keeping the score 6-6, so this costs him like 7 points. Not nice.
Yeah, no, that really was an extremely weird performance. You see a game like this, and I understand it's kind of ridiculous, but you do get the feeling maybe he's ill. Maybe he got a flu of some kind and just can't think. Because he just doesn't play games like this. When he is even when he is in poor shape, it's not just the result. It's the way he approached many decisions today. It just feels so completely out of character. Yeah.
We don't know.
We don't know, and we will probably never know. But yeah, seriously, he is. This is not the Karakin we know.
No, and good for Adiban, back in business.
Sure. Taking nothing away from Adiban, which once again, Robert Baskin, who was just here, he's actually recording, I think, a series of videos on this precise line, and he said that 97 is maybe an important novelty because Kramnik Meyer continued b6 before 97, and there's a major difference, obviously, between those two positions. And Adiban seemed to be extremely well prepared, started thinking around move 20 today, in a very rare line. So we take nothing away from him. He won a deserved victory with black. But yeah, Sergei, no real words to describe what happened. I don't understand. I don't understand any of it.
How's Luki doing?
Poorly, I think. I think he ended up giving up too much on the queen side. I mean, not just in terms of material, but also he combined all of our plans into one and ended up with nothing of what we wanted. We wanted e6 d5, or we wanted the immediate e6 c5, and he kind of combined them and also included the move rook a5, which ended up being not very useful as we suspected.
Yeah, this looks like the worst of both worlds.
Yeah. And also, I think maybe from here he did not make the most precise decisions. But yeah, somewhere here you just look at his position and you realize that currently maybe nothing is even threatened necessarily, but your pieces are just not going anywhere. You're completely stuck. All of your pieces are, busy protecting one another. And Radek also found seemingly a way to start making progress immediately. After h5, he played queen d6, the move that we discussed. And in the current position, I'm trying to figure out why rook takes c5 is just not winning on the spot and kind of failing.
They have this endgame.
Yeah, but why can't I just take?
You can.
Rook d6 maybe, but then after rook c1, no, rook c1 bishop takes b2. I guess he wants to play rook d6.
Okay.
But even, yeah, I don't know. I want to say even king f1. But then knight d7, and we once again they will be forced to calculate, which is so unpleasant.
Very much so. So here takes is the problem. Why is this such?
Yeah, rook b6, but yeah, takes rook b7, I guess. And this is probably the ideal scenario for black. Do we have to? I would take on a3. I think this is lost. I think with the king on h7 we'll just lose this. I'll take on a3. I'd like this one a lot better with the rooks on. I think it's very important to keep the rooks on.
Yeah, this looks whatever. Defendable or defensible.
I'm not entirely sure.
No one ever is. Wesley So has played bishop c7.
And is now once again
surprise there.
thinking, yeah. And I mean, he can wait more or less forever with this capture on d5. There's really no hurry. No pun intended there.
Looked like no hurry showed up today. At least not in the opening. This is, yeah. It's always more shocking if I actually know that the line is bad. Then I think the rest of the world should know too. And this one I do know because it's this Kramnik-Nepomniachtchi game, so it's a bit careless by Harry who got move ordered. But if you don't know the details here, then you just castle. Like there's not nothing too bad.
And I'll keep on bringing back the decision he made around move 3, where he could have just avoided all of it. But yeah.
What about move 2? g3. Why will you go g6 here? Why not put a pawn on the side?
Yeah. Well, once again, we don't really know what he was aiming for. Because actually, if you want to play the Grunfeld against knight f3, you're supposed to start with d5 and not knight f6 even. But those minor details are we would have to go very deeply into move order theory to explain why and what.
Who does not enjoy a bit of move order theory? Elyanov Aronian. Is Levon better? I like his pieces better. They're also central.
I think Pavel is getting somewhat outplayed here. I think. Let me ask you something because we were discussing it on air. Move 25, rook c4, knight c6. Wouldn't you want to play bishop 1, bishop d3 here?
It depends if he's gonna blunder queen h7 check or not.
Seriously though.
Seriously. Yeah, why not?
Now this is what we were looking at with Robert, and we thought that this must be a very logical continuation of what you're doing with rook c4. And frankly, the only way to really justify playing rook c4.
If I stop you?
But then you're not doubling on the d file, which I think is something Black was very much looking forward to.
Can't have everything. I want to go here.
Queen e3.
Still go here.
Rook g4.
Oh, you checkmated me again. Oh,
Bishop
attacking me.
Bishop c4.
Yeah.
I do make some progress, and I keep things under control. I think a lot better than in the game. If you look at the position they have on. Yeah, you can play knight g4, and I will take, and I will return it to g2, And I will say this trade definitely favored me in terms of structure.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Because it looked like he drifted for a number of moves. Like Queen f4, already you allow Rook d7, and then Black will double on the d file. And especially, in connection with his next 3 moves, it feels like Queen f4 is just extremely vague, if I can use that term.
You need something to land somewhere, and here is probably not in time
95,
for
I think,
these
maybe
maneuvers.
Maybe 95 is the issue here, simply. Yeah, and he went 91, and once you see this move 91, you realize that really Queen f4 was probably not the most precise move in the position.
Danger.
Yeah, and 91 rook, knight bd4, not allowing bishop takes c6.
I'm sorry, 91, knight bd4. Yeah, this looks horrible.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering, Queen g5 right now, just starting to go after the weaknesses might be quite decent. Although he probably wants to take on g5 and take on c6 in reply, maybe. And left a knight of 3 here might be a useful idea.
Dr.
So
Levon went here.
Yeah, and that move, yeah, I did not notice it existed, and I quite like the look of this. Because I think you kind of need to play Queen c5, because otherwise you, I think, run into tactical issues. And I think Lev might just be going after the king. No, I think he wants to go Queen g5. Because if you take on c6 and bc Queen c6, like Rook d2, knight g3, I want to combine these things somehow. Seriously, knight g3, fg, I wanted to go Queen e3 check. But maybe this is not fast enough. Because Rook d1, you have Queen e8, Queen e4 there in the end. That's rather bad news for me as... Yeah, resigns. Did not exactly work out for us here. Because what else could you be planning? You can take, we'll play
You're
Queen.
better no matter what you do, but how much?
Well, if you have to simplify and you don't win anything, let's say after Rook d1, then White starts feeling a bit more confident about this, I think. Yeah, take, I go King f1. And Queen c5 has been played in the meantime, so we are... And Queen g5 blitzed out by left, so I understood his intentions correctly. The question is, how does he win if White just takes on c6 twice? Which I think is what White should be doing, because otherwise... another Swidler principle of chess. If you're suffering, you should at least suffer for something.
I'm not sure I can give you credit for that principle.
Pretty sure you can't actually, but yeah. I will still attempt to claim credit. If Rook d1, I want to take low Queen e8 check, Queen h7, Queen e4.
What about taking a pawn?
Yes,
Yeah,
well,
it's a bit slow.
but it is kind of slow, and maybe I can even find enough time to take on a6. Although I do feel I will get mated if I do that. Knight g4. Because if you go Queen e4, I think you lose the exchange to knight b3, knight d2, which is a useful bit of geometry.
Don't know much about geometry. Yeah, it looks very unpleasant too. Where do I go?
Because I think,
here?
Queen g2 is just
Oh,
horrible. The
square.
question is, do I lose after Queen takes a6 or not? Is the only question there is here. But you get the feeling that I probably do lose as White here, somehow. Even just Queen takes h5 for now feels very unpleasant. Feels like White could be in a lot of trouble tactically.
Someone's telling me f5 knight d6 trick, but I have no idea where. Let's check all the positions where f5 knight d6 is legal.
Knight f5 d6, I guess, is what they mean, but where?
Je ne comprends pas. Levon in the driver's seat, even though details are yet to be.
Yeah, you still need to play precisely here. Can we have a look at the clocks? Because now it does become somewhat relevant, I think, in every single game. There's 40 minutes to the time control, so some people could be Could be serious time trouble. Yeah, Pavel is down to 4 minutes,
He's
which
in
I think,
serious time trouble.
influences Levon's decisions quite seriously here.
Do you think that Levon, or people in general, sometimes overdo it when the opponent is in time trouble by trying to be tactical and posing problems when they can detract you from making the best move? Detract is a word? Whatever. Distract.
Yeah, I mean, it does happen. I'm not sure this is what's happening in this game. I think Lev is perfectly justified in what he's doing because his pieces are so active that trying to cash in and create some immediate attack is very, very understandable. But yeah, it certainly has happened in history and will happen again when people just get so carried away with their opponent's horrible clock situation, then they start playing in unobjectively.
Is that Grishuk's game plan every game?
No, I don't think it is.
Me neither, just checking. So bishop takes c6, b takes c6. Blitzed out.
And Queen takes c6 also played. No, I think Pavel kind of needed to do this because otherwise, really,
You need some hope.
yeah, you need hope. You also actually limit the number of attackers because that knight was coming to g2 and g4 and e2 later as well. I mean, the one on c6, which is now gone off the board, it's disappeared off the board, but it would very much be a part of Black's attack if it was allowed to leave.
All right, this is the best move.
Is it?
I had a peek when I was checking the time at.
But
the
I was
enchant on
I
the
was
side.
trying to figure out how you refute knight f3, and I
Just
kind of
check.
takes just simply queen takes h5. Yeah.
Simple chess.
Yeah, simple chess is best chess. Yeah, and you kind of break through, I guess.
There's not that many checks.
Yeah, knight h2, and I mean, once you play queen e8 check, you can even go knight e3 and win. Maybe even with a queen on c6, you could do the same. Rook g2. Yeah, this is mate. Yeah, rook g2 was my first idea, but I couldn't refute knight f3 because it does not appear very natural to go for rook trades here. But yeah, rook g2 followed by rook d1 is a very strong idea. I guess rook d2 queen f3, but then you can just even take on b2.
Now, once again, we're pressing for free.
Yeah, and the second one is coming to g2. This is why I suggested. It's not really about the pawn even, as it is about the threat of rook 8 g2, which will just win on the spot if it happens.
Not fun for Pavel Elyanov, the tournament leader. 3.5 out of 4 in trouble today against Mr. Aronian. Anish Giri, after some thought, has settled for queen to b7. Perfectly good move. But his initiative, no, his extra material might not be enough to win here. What do you do with white?
I was trying to take on g3
Check
because
or you get
I want to stop king b8. I felt it's very important to stop king b8, but I think it's not the machine's preferred choice here for whatever reason. I don't know why. It does feel like Black probably will have to give up at least one more pawn to get out of the center with his king, and that should give White decent drawing chances. I guess it's something like rook 8. No, rook h8, rook c1. I win the queen.
Yeah, that's bad.
I'm really wondering why this is not the machine's best. I guess rook c7, king b8 maybe. But is rook h6 a move here? Probably is, yeah. But then you play rook d8. Here I think I will win the rook back. Queen g8, queen f7. Yeah, this works perfectly fine for White. Probably better for White. Rook c1. Yeah, okay. I was actually seriously suggesting rook c1 check in this position. Yeah, how frazzled am I? The answer is very frazzled.
Prama's looking forward to Levon versus Magnus. Is that tomorrow? I don't know things.
Yeah, we haven't really looked at
We can.
We can and we shall, I assume.
I don't know.
Or not.
Shall we? Shall we will?
I think it might be easier from my side.
I don't think so. Yep, tomorrow is Levon Carlsen. And Giri Nepomniachtchi. And Rapor Weyi and Faveli Andrekin. That's all I'm going to read. So, to sum up, Sergei Kayakin, out of character, got crushed with the white pieces by Adiban. Won't be too happy a camper today, Mr. Kayakin, the
No, not at all.
Blitz world champion. Nepomniachtchi Carlsen ended peacefully. I thought Magnus misplayed the opening, but it helps if you're the best player in the world, and he kind of, sensed correctly, as did you, that black has just enough play here to not get into serious trouble, it looks like.
No, I can only...
This is the star move, in my opinion, Bishop E5.
Bishop, yeah, we did not spot that until I think the machine told us, and Magnus spent something like 2 seconds on it. So, yeah, he good. He's
pretty good.
Is the conclusion.
And so far he's cruising. Only, quote-unquote, 3.5 out of 5, but I think he's playing well, winning his white games, drawing with black. Can't complain too much. Levan Aronian is poised to win his first game. Well, maybe to win is too strong, but he has a good chance here against Tornado.
Yeah, Rook d2 is strong, and also Rook d5 apparently is very strong.
I like
cutting the queen off, and now knight takes g3 really will be a huge threat with the queen not able to return to the defense of the king.
That's a nice move, looks
Yeah, that also
pleasing.
is. Yeah. Now this would be, in particular on 4 minutes, you just don't give white any odds to hold this. It's just so incredibly unpleasant because you have no moves that appeal to you in this position. Black just plays natural strengthening moves. Can take on h5 at any point. It also helps his attack. So yeah, very, very unpleasant position to play.
Gotcha. Continuing our tour, Harry got into very uncharacteristic, at the very least at the 2-7, 50 level, opening trouble by playing, well, spending a lot of time to reach this position, which is well known to be very bad for black. And things have not improved greatly. Now we're at the stage where Wesley So has to find the most precise way to convert his advantage. He settled for this bishop d6 move.
Yeah, not the
Curious
most
little
obvious choice, but still you continue improving your position, and mainly you just tell black you have no moves.
Your move, sir. Stop knight c5.
Yeah, none of your pieces really go anywhere, sir. So please do something. And knight e5, yeah, he has now gone for this. I mean, it's not really a minor capture because you are trading a minor piece for a minor piece, but it's still somewhat unusual to offer the trade of a bishop for a knight instead of a trade of knights.
Yeah, but here the knights lands on one of those squares. I can sort of understand.
Harry played bishop g4, and you have to wonder if something like knight c7 is just winning here. There's also the option of playing f3, but I guess his idea is f3 rook a g8. And at least white needs to start,
dreaded calculations.
The dreaded calculations strike again. But knight c7 in the position they have on the board right now just feels like it should win material. Perhaps he wants to go knight d3, but it really does feel like white will be winning at the end of it somehow.
Let's count pieces. ed,
bishop d1.
takes.
Yeah, we take the one on a8, I assume. Yeah, this line is probably just winning, but rook b1,
here,
rook b7 and c5, this probably is just winning. Although, like rook c8, no, might
feel
be
winning enough.
Yeah, doesn't feels like we've sold bishop b4 here probably is an immediate draw. Is even stronger. Okay, so maybe Wesley missed this 93 idea. Maybe he thought that he will just fork everything with either knight c7 or knight b6, and we'll just collect the entire house.
So maybe we do have to calculate these f3 lines.
There I also couldn't find immediate victory for white.
If I go here.
Yeah, and then rook d6, knight d8, rook d4, knight g7, yeah?
I think I'm ending up with more pieces, no? Takes.
Yeah, the problem is I can't find any squares for this bishop on g4, yeah? Like, I can't actually capture the knight on g7 because I have 4.
Nowhere to go. Here, and bishop c8.
Well,
Check.
anything. Knight e8 is also actually completely winning, so anything. Yeah. f3, rook g8, knight e7 you played, yeah?
Knight c7.
Knight c7, sorry. Is there any point in knight takes f3? I don't think so. Rook d6, knight e8, bishop d4, even king g2 I guess is completely winning. I think g2 is a full rook. No, I'm not saying what you're doing is not winning, yeah.
Wesley chose door draw 3 when rook d2. Cool, calm and collected, stopping knight d3, stopping trickery, saying there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, Luki lost basically. Luki did not take on b2 on move 31, which is very confusing. But maybe knight b5 wins. Maybe this is what we missed. And knight d6, and you actually lose it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is just
This probably explains why this has not been played.
he possibly what he missed from afar.
Yeah, he played rook 87 thinking he creates a huge threat here, but rook f1, yeah, rook f1 is a nice move to make, because the knight on b6 actually has no moves. It is captured here, and yeah, and he had to go knight c4 here, knight d6, rook d6, and after rook b4, I think he will just resign. Because he doesn't even get to keep the a4 pawn. If the a4 pawn was on a3, maybe you would have some chances. Maybe you would have decent chances in some endgames. But
you continue the game at least.
Yeah, but with the a pawn gone, you just resign here.
Poor Luki, things aren't going well.
Yeah, this is what happens when you have a poor start in White against a field that senses that you are the player they want to play against. Yeah, and as mentioned, I mean, Radek with White is a very, very dangerous beast.
Sure, but today the position, well, we've talked about this. Somewhere around here, I thought the opening was, well, I'm not saying black is better, but I thought it was a successful look. It's not worse. There's multiple plans, e6, d5, e5s, c5s, but things went bad.
Do not disagree, but still, it did went sour eventually. We didn't check, maybe it was clock influenced, because with Luke you sometimes get those games where he gets very influenced by poor time management, but whatever the reasoning was, this is he decided not to resign, but it will not change the outcome of the game.
He might decide to resign now.
Yeah, exchange and pawn down, and there really isn't any counterplay, so.
Often when we've talked about this topic in the past, you just make some moves, even though you know the game is over, just mentally going through what went wrong.
Yeah, rook d1, king f1, king e2, and somewhere there you just realized
any move.
Yeah. Doesn't
really
try
to blunder. It's very hard to blunder.
Yeah, you kind of need to make a direct blunder here. Just put some pieces in front of even this. I mean, I can take.
It doesn't.
It probably is the best move in the position because I win more material. Yeah. Not really a lot to discuss there. And Andreikin is a bit better against Rapport, but I'm a bit confused as to why.
Where have all his pawns gone? Didn't he have pawns somewhere?
Yeah, I'm not sure why he traded off so many pawns on the queen side. It actually, I mean, it makes black's defense so much easier.
What I was taught is that as the superior side, you sometimes want to trade pieces, but normally you don't want to exchange pawns. Well, as a defender, you want to exchange pawns.
But the thing is, I think he's still seriously better in the position they're playing. Because he played bishop b3, and this, I wanted to say it offers the exchange of a bishop, but it doesn't. After knight a5, I think bishop d5 wins on the spot.
Ooh.
Yeah, because that will be really horrible. And Rapport
That's another thing I was taught. Distance 4.
Rapport played knight b6, and after bishop takes b4, it may look like black has an outside passer, but a much more important factor here is steal the pair of bishops. And actually even getting the king closer to action will be somewhat tricky, because king f8 will run into e5. But maybe you just sacrifice this pawn, like white plays, let's say, f4, and I play king f8 anyway, e5, king e7. And I offer this f7 pawn for the trade of one of your two beautiful bishops. Yeah.
Even this is probably bad, but
I think you don't take
chances.
it with white.
Yeah,
I think you continue. Yeah, something like this, and you continue pressing with both of the bishops on the board.
Not fun.
Yeah, not fun at all. Might be possible not to lose this, but you are suffering for the remainder of the game here with black. What else is going on?
I don't know. What's happening in your life?
I'm doing commentary for this tournament.
Oh, okay.
That's
not exactly new information to me or the viewers. They can see it.
I appreciate that, but that's the
It's the amount of information you're willing to share with the public.
It does feel like the prevalent event happening in my life right now. Everything else has to be put on the back burner.
Not sure if that's a good or a bad thing. Geary, how can you be typing in the chat here if you are playing a game? Probably you can't. Probably Draw Gangster Anish is not the real Anish Geary.
That's a sensational bit of investigative journalism there.
They don't call me Sherlock for nothing. If Sherlock was an investigative journalist, that analogy would work better.
Yeah. It's also one of those where you say they don't call you Sherlock because they don't, right?
Very few people call me Sherlock. I'd appreciate if I was called Sherlock a little more. But I think I lack the looks and the brains. That's why they don't do that.
That's a drawback. Anyway,
Levon took here. We discussed the other day that Levon would probably be the most Sherlocky of the participants in the tournament.
But that's a weird decision because
we were the queen back.
Yeah, we were talking, at length about how important it is not to allow the queen to rejoin the game. He probably is still better, but yeah, I'm wondering why he didn't make one of the two moves that we were.
We also talked at length about could it be that he's going to play too quickly in Eliano's time trial?
Did he? I thought he took a reasonable amount of time on that decision.
Even worse. We are also being informed that Wesley gave his advantage away. Is that true? Rook e8, sneaky hurry, not blundering any knight c7 tricks. Knight b6.
But why isn't white still a lot better? Maybe just
here? Not a pleasant square.
No, I think if rook a7 is the move here, that then claiming maybe rook d6 and knight c6. But knight f3 is bugging me. Takes, take on maybe b2, rook c4, take on e2. Yeah, this does look like it might end in a draw very easily. The pawn on a5 is very weak, and the bishops are very strong. Yeah, if Wesley fails to win this game, he will feel he missed such an opportunity. You really don't get these positions very often at tournaments of that level.
No, he got a big gift in the opening. But Harry, well, he's never, or to my mind, he's not an opening specialist, but he does have this rating for a reason. He's very, very tenacious, resourceful,
and I remember
clever.
One of the last games I played against Harry was in the Bundesliga, where I got an excellent position out of the opening. And he defended it for about 50 moves, and I expected a resignation at many points during that game. And I eventually did win after 7 hours of chess, but he kept on finding those little ideas which required immediate attention. And at some point I realized that this will never become easy. I will have to work all the way through. And and today it seems like he got a horrible position against a very strong player, and he just kept on finding the best chances, and it would appear as if he has very, very decent chances to get away with it today.
Is this a move?
Could be. I'm not sure which one I like better. Here, after knight, he played knight c6. The one thing I'm wondering is, can I play rook takes c4 here? Probably knight d4 is very strong, yeah. I don't know why. Yeah, I thought I had something against this. No, knight f3 also blitzed out by Wesley, so we are headed towards something like that. Rook d2 is pretty much the only move in the position. Knight d2. Here black does have a bit of a choice. You can start maybe with knight takes a5 as well. Might not be such a horrible idea, but I like bishop b2 and bishop b2.
If you do this,
I don't want to give up. Don't want to give up the bishop pair so early. Although, yeah, probably is closer to a draw as well. But
no, I like your choice better as well. I was just wondering if you can't keep this pawn.
But I think you will eventually lose your entire queen side there. I mean, like knight c7, knight a5, rook c2. I think white is better. I think this is not a trivial draw. Although, yeah, I don't know. Bishop d4, knight c6. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong on this subject. Because I mean, if you give white an active rook somewhere around d7, I'm definitely thinking that the queen side could just collapse, because at some point he will become too passive, and you'll have to bring the knight from a5 back, and that will cost you pawns. But with the rook on c2 and not really having any way to infiltrate the black camp. But what is wrong with what I was suggesting?
Nothing.
Like bishop b2, rook c4, bishop e2. I guess he played rook e4. Yeah, and they are going for that position. Like rook e4, and black goes, I don't know, bishop d3 or something. No, with both bishops on the board, black is just, I think, not worse.
Those are nice bishops.
Yeah. You might want to start thinking, I mean, there are some situations in which black will become mildly
I'm
optimistic.
thinking what a draw here with white for sure.
Yeah. Rook e4 played, and I think bishop d3 is very, very normal here.
Should be 5 knights c7.
Yeah, you don't want to give white this tempo. It doesn't change a lot, but why would you give white this tempo? I guess bishop d3, rook e3, and you're kind of trying to force the bishop to go to b5, and then you will play knight c7. But here I think I can. Bishop f5 rook.
Other directions.
Yeah.
Rook b3 is.
Rook b3 is annoying, so maybe
Bother.
in the current position, do we have better squares? I was very sure about bishop d3, but maybe it's not the best move.
Sorry.
No, he did play bishop d3, okay.
He's also in big time trouble.
Hmm.
We at least are being told that. Mr. Harry. Well, not such big time
No,
trouble actually.
9 against 2 in this position. Although this is maybe the final important decision in the game, because if you allow rook b3, rook b7, maybe you feel you could maybe lose this somehow. And
So do you stop at bishop b5?
95 might be a move, but this kind of you need to be sure you are not losing immediately on 2 minutes. But the variations are not very difficult here. Like f4, bishop d4 is not hard to calculate, and knight f3 you just take, and you can then bring the bishop to c6, I guess. Yeah, like bishop e4 and then bishop d4, and the bishop goes to c6, and the knight actually continues being somewhat stuck.
Yeah,
This
should hold this.
Yeah, this should be. I mean, white is microscopically better, but with the two bishops, you feel like this should be holdable. Yeah.
Luke keeps fighting, but there is not a lot of hope for his cause, I would guess. Even though at least he looks kind of
No, you just go
more
rook
active
A,
now.
You go rook a1, and then you start pushing. And once it starts running, your activity, like knight g4, a4, knight a3, a5, I don't care about the g2 pawn whatsoever.
It's hard to create enough initiative here.
No,
would need this.
with the king a lot closer, you would feel maybe this is still a game, but
Then resign after rook g1.
yeah, and rook a1 has been played, and
Okay, Radek's gonna win. We don't need to stick around here. Let's hang in there with Harry for now. Or do you want to go to Levon first? So many choices.
let's have a look at what Lev is doing.
Alright, Harry played knight b4 in the meantime. Similar idea. And Mr. Levon...
He's still thinking after b4. Because he realizes that, at some point he needs to stop playing fast, and he needs to really pay attention to what's happening, because he might be letting his advantage go. Well, actually, what we should look at is Anish's position.
Alright.
Revolutionary idea from me, I know, but...
What? Because you never want to look at Anish's game? I thought...
No, but
I
this
wouldn't
is...
say that on the air. Kidding.
Double click.
Okay.
And yeah, we went for some tactical solution, which, like, he also has... Oh no, he does have some time. I thought he was in serious time trouble, because in the first 30 seconds that I had in this position, I couldn't really understand why black just doesn't keep the rook. My apologies. King c6, rook c1, rook c5. Would you play queen f3 check here, I guess, and you start chasing. King b5, I guess. Can you mute the... Sorry about that. Seem to have some sudden voice issues. And here queen d3 check, and the king is very, very uncomfortable. I guess that actually works out for a while. King a5, and I'm not even sure what happens if I go queen d2, queen d3, but that's not very nice. And once again, I peeked the machine there, and it goes queen d4.
Here?
Yeah.
Whoa.
It goes queen d4, but I'm wondering what happens if you go rook e5.
King c6
sorry.
played.
Yeah. What happens if you play queen e5 in reply?
Here? My best guess is you take here.
Queen takes? And just take on... yeah, sorry. Not only voice issues. Did you take on h8 there? Did you take on h8 there? There was queen a4, mate in 1. What did you show? I did the face palm, so I didn't know what you showed on the screen.
Oh no, I showed queen h8.
Really?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Then we should show this variation again. King b5, queen d3, check, queen e5, queen d4. Oh, king a5, yeah. Queen d4, queen e5, rook c5, queen c5. Yeah, there's a better move here. Yeah. Kind of remains... you're left wondering how much of this he actually sees during the game. I mean, if he blitzes out all the way to queen d4, it's just, to my eyes, a stunning feat of calculation.
I think that's what he's supposed to be able to do, right?
No, I
Not that. I'm very impressed, but
on limited time, and especially if you, and it seems like you really need to see this quiet move to survive there, because queen d3, king a5. If you give this check from d2, king a6, queen d3, I think I can play rook b5, a4, queen e5 check, and yeah, this position might not be as easy to. Although even here, I mean, game very much continues. But if you put the king on a2, you no longer have a check from the a file, so I can play something like rook f8 here and start creating my own threats. Therefore, you need, I guess, to see queen d4 after king a5. Otherwise, the opposition might be lost.
I'm pretty sure he's seen that. I recall his game against Bruzon, where he sacrificed a rook and then made multiple quiet moves a rook down, threatening checkmate or normally carrying some strong threats. So it's what he does. Give a rook and then threaten checkmate. Here, however, he probably won't win a brilliancy, but he might.
No, and also if Anish finds queen e8 here, he's still somewhat better.
Which is not as strange as it looks, because it does stop the threat of queen a4 check.
Yeah, and we should also point out that king a6, which looks like the most obvious move in this position, we can play queen a4 check.
Is this a perpetual or on
and queen e4 check, and I guess the king cannot really escape this sequence of checks anymore.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we've even f4 I think is fine, but yeah, immaterial which one you choose.
Not a forced line.
Disclaimer. Yeah, so Anish obviously can just accept this as a perpetual and stop playing at any point. But
nah, he's gonna run.
No, of course he will. But he's down to 4 minutes for the remaining 6 moves, which is becoming relevant in this position. But although he can probably repeat for a bit, he can play king c7 in the current position. White will play queen. Although
it's dangerous to mess with such things though, because you might.
But also you give white queen takes g3. Which actually will then have the same perpetuals, but you've also given away a pawn which you need to have a chance of converting. So yeah, king c7 is not a bright idea. King d7 allows rook d1 check, which might be but
then lose.
No, then you have king c8.
Not lose.
Which is very important. So maybe you can repeat by playing king d7 and just bring it back to c6 here. And yeah, and now you but you probably spend all the time
you're gaining. Spend 3 of your minutes figuring out if this actually works.
Yeah, exactly. The
Just
point.
Go to b5.
Yeah, the point with this time-saving options is that you spend so much time calculating them that you don't really save any time.
I've had that problem many times. I do these very professional move repetitions, but I need like 3 minutes to decide on them, so I lose 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think we should stick with this one because Lev is still pressing, but we can return to the endgame they're playing with Pavel later. This one is a lot more exciting. And apparently or we could switch to the Hare Krishna game because I think Knight before is a lot less precise than 95, and maybe Hare is in trouble once again. Although I'm not sure he is in trouble because of what Wesley has done. Let's have a
Is he in trouble or is he not in trouble?
Oh, here? Yeah, here I don't like his position anymore, just Knight f3. This is exactly what you were trying to avoid.
All these bishops are hanging.
Yeah, you will have to probably take on b6
This
and
looks
then...
lost.
Yeah,
This guy will be lost and then he'll be overwhelmed over here.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It actually is, no, you played Knight before. I thought I was about to say that it's not even that easy to keep the no, not here, in the position that you have on the board there. Because I honestly was struggling to even keep the minor pieces alive. But after Knight before, I mean, Rook d7, you just...
So dumb you can't even defend your kingside here?
Yeah, I think the kingside just collapses here. And if you start running with the a-pawn color will get lost. Yeah.
This is lost.
Yeah, it is lost. So...
Harry bungled it in time travel.
Yeah, Harry mounted a heroic defense and probably he was one move away from I guess, holding this position. But yeah, this will be extremely difficult to, well, I guess impossible to defend.
I think so.
There's also other moves for white, but I think Knight f3 is just... Knight f3 is just the most obvious. And Bishop f5, just to point this out, Bishop f5, Rook takes d4 is the immediate resignation. Available to white if he so wishes. Okay, let's go back to Anish. So Anish did not repeat anything and he played king b5, queen d3. And now he has the option, he can play king c6. Here you don't have to calculate anything, you do have the option of playing king c6.
Once,
yeah, I think maybe it's a... No, but once again, after queen e4 check, you will no longer have the b5 square.
Ah, maybe you can't do this once.
Yeah, it might be a mistake. Yeah, you get the feeling he actually needs to make all these moves now. But you don't really, I mean, you never feel like you're getting mated. There is b4 check, and you normally are very scared about your king crossing the Rubicon, so to speak, and, finding itself in enemy territory. But with so few attackers, you are never getting mated. So you feel, reasonably confident about doing
Unless you blunder queen a4 mate. But by now he spotted it. Sorry, queen d4 is a bit more precise. It is being pointed out to us that Mr. Ilyanov might have missed a little family fork.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Yeah, this is game over.
Yeah, this is the immediate resignation.
I think he's probably suffering here, but I'm pretty sure you don't have to do that.
Yeah, that's unnecessary. I mean, the position is not nice, but you start with knight f3, I guess. Yeah. And if black goes after the b4 pawn, g5 also looks. Yeah, it's a horrible position, frankly. G5 followed by rook d3 is just, you are not enjoying yourself here. But yeah, blundering the super fork is, and the game is over. Pavel resigns. So yeah, that's the end of his hot streak by, after crushing the souls of his opponents for the first 4 rounds. He is now rejoining the ranks of people on +2.
Still not bad, but yeah.
Well, of course,
always painful to lose.
Yeah, if you ask him before the start of the tournament, how do you feel about 3.5 out of 5? I think the answer will be yes, please. But when you have 3.5 out of 4, it suddenly looks a lot less attractive.
Yeah. Good win for Levon, who now is on +1. Elyanov's still on +2, even though he forked up here. But it does look like... I was going to say, it does look like no one's going to steal the lead from him, but that's not true, because Wesley, so if he wins, which he probably will...
It's interesting that Harry actually thought he has more drawing chances in this position than... he could still take on b6 and go knight before there.
Why do you have any drawing chances here?
Hang on a second, maybe he actually does lose a minor piece there. It's just... That's ridiculous. But
Knight b3 was played.
yeah,
not knight
bishop
f3.
bishop b6, sorry, bishop b6, rook d3, and if you go knight b4 here after rook d7, b7, I feel like I'm actually capturing this bishop. No, but you have knight d5. No, a5, a5, knight d5.
Problem is you lost.
Well, White needs to know how to win these positions, because this 3 against 3 with a dark square bishop, some of them are drawn, but not the ones with the pawns on f2 and h2. And frankly, the plan that wins in these positions is not that difficult and has been well publicized. So I guess you
G4 thingies?
yeah, you go h3, f3, bring the rook all the way to g2, and then you go g4.
Yeah.
But yeah, still curious that he chose a position where he is a full piece down over this, because I mean the one he got is also like completely lost. There's not a single chance.
Yeah. I'm wondering if I have any theories, and sometimes you defend for a long time, you're almost there, and then the tension drops and things go wrong. But I don't think Harry was ever completely out of the woods, so I don't think that theory applies here. It's more like he collapsed under the big pressure, which he sort of brought on himself by not knowing his opening, you know?
Yeah, there was a number of decisions in the opening which I did not understand. Anyway, this will continue for a while, because if you somehow magically remove all of your kingside pawns, this is suddenly a draw. But yeah,
Why don't I bring my king?
no, there's nothing to discuss here. It will take a while, but it's not a difficult conversion here.
Luke has resigned in the meantime because he was not in time with his counterplay here. Bad tournament for Luke van Velde so far. However, his experience playing in Vike, it's his, I don't know, 24th appearance. He's had some bad results in the past. Normally, he's not easily discouraged by those.
And in Andrakin Rapport, there's been some, I mean, it's becoming sharper. I'm not sure who is the happier about it. And normally it would be Rapport, but in this case, I mean, he will always be the side defending here.
Against the two bishops, you can't be too excited about things spicing up, right? What do you do though? King d3?
There's also e5. I'm trying to figure out if I like e5 or not, but I guess you take, you go knight e4 and bishop f2, and you hope your counterplay is enough. I feel you absolutely have to make those moves, because otherwise, like, the knight will get trapped. But here, I mean, takes, and I might just start running like king b5, c4, c5, c6. This could actually be objectively lost, I think, for black quite easily. And e5 has been has been played by Andrakin. Black can also, I think, in the current position go g takes f4, but I'm not sure if it's a bright idea or not. Like, even bishop takes f4 maybe.
Oh, sorry, I think that's my phone. I won't answer it.
But you probably will stop it ringing.
Yeah, I thought that was probably the better solution for everybody. And unfortunately, we're not on site, so no one gets forfeited when my phone rings.
Yeah, so bishop f4, you get unfortunate pawn trades. I think your structure gets completely ruined. It's not an attractive option. Yeah, this shouldn't be played, but everything else is quite strong. Even g takes f4 probably is quite decent, but bishop f4 I like the best. Although there's knight h5 here, but knight h5 I feel I will lose even the e d6, knight f4, g4 position, because the pawns are just too strong and the king is too centralized. King d5, c4, c5, yeah, that's just completely dead.
So it's game over.
Yeah, no, it feels like, and he has played knight e4 without taking on e5. But I think he will still have to take on e5 next. Although maybe his point is that now he can get more pawns off the board by gf4. Yeah, I guess that is his point. But the position is still...
You can't get this pawn off the board.
Yeah, the position is still very, very critical for black here, because the bishops are just very, very strong in these types of position. Bishop e1 on the board, and this is move 41, so they made the time control.
Can we go to Giri?
Yeah.
They have not made the time control
so
yet.
he did find... no, but this is just a draw now, because Anish didn't find queen e8.
This was, of course, spotted by Wei Yi, and here apparently queen e8 was the only way to keep playing for a win. And what is this? Check.
Well, Anish right now, yeah, rook b5, queen a4 check. Anish right now has the option of, no, but yeah, he needs to repeat now, because king b7, queen a4 check even. Or queen c6. Yeah, this is just a draw now.
Same old, same old. Anish got a good position, but not quite enough to win it. good defense by Wei Yi.
No, but fantastic defense by Wei Yi, finding a lot of very, very unobvious defending, non-obvious defensive resources. Yeah, continues impressing as a tremendous tactician. Wei Yi. Not that we didn't know it before, but yet again showing for fantastic calculation skills.
I can't do this again today, Anish. Just win a game. I'm really tired of justifying, but he played a sharp opening, but he had a good position, but he's trying really hard. Win a game already.
I endorse this message. Yeah, Wesley decided not to even play a 4, which I sort of understand because he doesn't want to bring any of his pawns closer to the squares where they can be traded off, because that really is the only way he doesn't win this endgame. Yeah, as mentioned, Harry will not resign until he starts losing more material. This game will go on for a while, but we assume we know the result.
Yep. We do know the result of Kayakin Adiban and of Elyanov Levan
A poor game for people playing the white pieces today. Yeah. 2 losses with white in the Masters group.
Very true.
Although some fight back obviously on other boards, but still white doesn't lose very many games these days at this level, and 2 in 1 day is not an unusual occurrence.
JM Pareja might be doing expert trolling, but I'm not sure. He's asking, when was the last time Giri won in a top tournament? And most people answer that question with never. There's some discussion about Reggio Emilia, I believe the year 2011, which was a 6-player tournament featuring, I forgot whom it featured, Morozevic and a bunch of very strong players. I believe
the way this question has been phrased here in chat, there's a much easier answer, because I think it's phrased when he won in a top tournament.
I'm sorry.
And there, obviously, he's beaten me in the Tal Memorial. I can raise my hand up. That was October, and he probably won more games. No, that tournament he started with 3.5 out of 4, so I wasn't the only one he beat there. He also beat Boris Gelfand with black and won a number of very attractive games. But I'm not sure if it's about him winning a tournament outright. I don't know the answer. You know the answer?
Well, that's what I said. Never or Reggio Emilia 2011 are the two answers, depending if you consider Reggio Emilia 2011 a top tournament or not.
Okay. Did not know that.
Anyway, the game ended peacefully. What games do we still have going? We have Sohara Krishna, which will end in a white victory, and we have Andreikin Rapport, which probably will end in a white victory.
Yeah, you take white here, obviously, but because there will very likely be only three pairs of pawns remaining after the next move. Black never is completely out of it because he has obvious chances to draw because of potential of trading everything off. But yeah, this is an unpleasant position for black to be playing, mainly because of the difference in king activity. The king on c4 is a monster, and the king on g8 will be very unlikely to actually join the fray here properly.
That's another big problem here, the difference in king activity. No, I would consider this
close to lost, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah,
technically lost, I was going to say.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. But it's still possible to miscalculate something and not win this. But yeah,
for sure, you gotta stay precise. But
yeah, d5 has been played. I think you just recapture. Yeah, and
checking Mr. Compy. Yeah, okay, 0.58.
Actually,
find some great resources as usual.
Yeah, beating Mr. Compy in a position like this is a very, very difficult task. But yeah, against somebody who probably will be making some minor misplays along the way, you of course pick white here.
But Mr. Compy is very strong. Immediately he gives me some moves and I'm already a lot less sure if this is
this probably is closer to a draw now, because you only need to win the h-pawn somehow while the c-pawn runs.
What's the status on 2 bishops versus knight? Is that winning in 75 moves, not in 50, something like that? Is it a draw?
I think it's currently winning. But
but not in 50 moves, right?
Not in 50 moves, but I think maybe in this endgame they give you more than 50 moves. No, I think.
Did they make these weird exceptions? I read something about that, but I didn't think it was relevant enough to figure it out.
Yeah, well, we could read up in the break, and this is my
Tell us.
I don't know. I
Not
would
you.
the chat. Okay.
The good people out there who actually know things about the rules of chess. I'm really not sure.
Yeah, and
Can you say in this particular endgame, FIDE gives me 75 moves, not 50? Is that a claim you can make?
I have, once again, I want to state very unequivocally that I have no idea, and I would like somebody to tell me. And also, now that the first time control has been and gone, we could maybe take a bit of a break and return with the conclusion of today's festivities.
Before we do that, we shall have a super brief look at least I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, let's do that. That makes sense.
The Challengers group, even though
These
are
are
yesterday's games.
old games, so we would probably need to auto update it, and
It's all too complicated. Oh, see, my board even disappears. Oh,
please don't do that.
okay. We're gonna brief break, and then we'll be back with all the info on the Masters and the Challengers. That's another lie, just with some info. Very limited info. Thank you guys so much for watching the show, for keeping us company. We'll be back soon.
Early odds when we were talking about chess a lot with Grishuk, and he was telling me that like whenever somebody played a6 against him, just played the knight against him, he felt okay, this game I won, let's start preparing for the next one. And we've progressed from that point to a 6a3 as a reply. In the first 2 rounds of the first strong tournament of the year, we have 6a3 played by the 2 perhaps biggest figures of 2016. Very curious.
All he has to do is to play the move rook to d2, continue with the same plan of going knight d3 and rook f2 check. So natural. And even after rook g1, which is Wesley's idea, you can just take that off and play knight d3 again. And all you need to do is land a queen over to the g file and it's mate.
Welcome back, everybody, to the most enjoyable part of everybody's evening. Hour 5. We are looking at 2 endgames that, I was gonna say, don't affect the standings directly, but that's not true, because Wesley So can take over and will take over the sole lead in this tournament if he defeats Harry from the endgame they have on the board. He has good chances because he has more pieces.
Yeah, that's a very concise summary there. Yeah, not entirely sure why Harry continues from here, because he is about to start losing, first the king side and then the queen side or the other way around. It's hard to judge what will start falling first, but really there is no hope anymore with the pawns as they are on the king side. It really is a matter of taste. I mean, you can maybe even go for a mating attack of some kind, like king c5, knight e5, knight g5. The king will start running out of squares pretty quickly.
I like this move just because the king can never, ever get out.
Yeah.
It's
It's
time to go home.
dead as a dodo, as they say.
Is that an Ice Age reference?
Not exactly. I think it existed before Ice Age was even conceived.
Dodos or the phrase?
Both. First there were dodos, and then there were no more dodos, but the phrase existed for a while.
Probably the phrase came way later than dodos died.
Yeah, you would assume as much. Yeah.
I know that because I had this football game, and I think the first Ice Age movie, I tried to get most of my information from those sources.
As you should. It's the appropriate procedure. Anyway, and I apologize for that. There's really not a lot to discuss about this. We will update you when this game finishes, but really, we're not helping anyone by analyzing a position where white has a full extra piece. Maybe have a brief look at the... yeah, okay. Richard found fe5, d5. Sorry, d5, knight, fe5, knight, g5, which was the correct approach here, and this is not trivially won. This is a very important move, knight g5, because it creates a lot of pressure on the remaining pawns white has on the king side. And there are a lot of lines where you instinctively feel that the c-pawn will cost a piece, but if black manages to collect the entire king side, black doesn't really care that much about the c-pawn costing a piece. In particular, if he can give up the knight for the c-pawn, then it's just an easy draw.
Yeah. I'm changing my mind, as I often do. I believe Richard is a favorite to hold this now.
Yeah.
Lawrence Trent is with us in the chat again, weighing in there, and he's saying that joke came way later, which is probably the most clever construction that people have done on that one. Which joke, though?
Yep. Let's briefly have a look at the challengers. I think we've only got one proper game running in the Masters, and it starts with a bit further up. Here. So Jordan Van Forest has beaten Vladimir Dobrov in some kind of
Jordan lost a lot of games so far, right?
Yeah, he wasn't doing particularly well. I have the standings open.
Wow.
Jordan, after this victory, is on 2 out of 5, so he wasn't really doing particularly well. But that's an important, it's important to get onto the scoreboard, so to speak. And yeah, he will feel a lot more confident having won this. It was some kind of a really sharp caro, seemingly, and he eventually prevailed.
Lawrence was referring to the dodo joke. No, it wasn't really a joke, more of a scientific discussion about if dodos died out first or if the phrase dead as the dodo came first. And we decided they probably died out first, because as the phrase wouldn't even make sense.
Yeah. That's the kind of scientific discussion you are very likely to get on this show. This is the position, I think, of the only game still going on, I believe, in the challengers. Jeffrey Shang is trying to convert this extra pawn against Lei Tingji, and
with an intact pawn formation, these things are quite drawish, right? But the pawn
Yeah.
on h5 looks a bit out of place.
it's a bit, and actually she did this sort of voluntarily on move 43, which is a...
Why?
No, not exactly. Yeah, that's a bit different.
Tactics.
That's a bit different. And it's not going to be easy, but winning these things with white is also not that easy at all because the king, I think, of course, you would probably prefer it on h7, but even with the pawn on h5, it really isn't that easy for white to create any threats against the king, and without combining the threats of pushing the pawn further and the threats to the king, it's difficult to do very much. But of course, it will require a couple of hours of accurate defense here.
In the meantime, Lawrence in the chat has decided that the degree of difficulty is too high if he has to use both Wei and Yi, so he's focusing on the Wei part of the name and is saying there's probably no way back. And
I guess he means for the dodo, I assume.
He's also saying he's way out of line. I think it's a humorous play on the fact that Wei, as in Wei Yi, sounds the same like Wei as in road.
Probably. It's hard to judge.
What else is going on? Lawrence will join us. Or join me, to be more exact. He already joined you for a day. Starting when? The 20... I don't know dates.
Second.
22nd?
Round
Because
8.
you're going to play in Gibraltar.
Yeah,
And
being shipped off to Gibraltar.
for people who have been with Chess24 for a long time, in the old days, the Ice Age of chess, I did lots of shows with Lawrence. So we have a bit of history, therefore all this good-natured ribbing, it's really not good-natured.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
very contagious.
I was about to say. I was about to say that.
Contemptuous.
Yeah, one of those.
We've had the contagion problems earlier.
We certainly have, and judging by the sounds my throat makes, we could have more contagion problems later. But anyway,
Is it contagious, whatever you
hopefully not. No.
hope it can be contained.
Let's move sort of further down the list of the challengers.
Sopico lost again.
Yeah, Sopico is really not having a particularly enjoyable tournament so far, and yeah, today she lost to Ariane Tari, who also had a very poor start to the event. But yeah, it started somewhat quietly, and then
People respect her tactical skills, but why does she play 95? I thought we had determined by now that this is bad. Am I wrong?
No, I don't think you are. And but this actually transposes, I think, to my
I
game
know,
against
but
Magnus.
That's why I'm saying. I thought this was bad.
Yeah, yeah,
B3 or knight a3 here. I thought
Yeah,
we stuck with
93 is what Ariane played, and I think Magnus played b3. I'm not sure, and it may have been clever to include bishop g4 there or not. I'm not sure, and it may have been better to take with the pawn here compared to the queen takes d6 move she chose, which is
Also not pretty. But
yeah, queen c8 and bishop b7, and maybe you can. No, I understand
Saga
why it still retains pressure, but yeah. And then it became like somewhere around move 28, the position looked. Yeah, she did manage to get a lot of initiative going on the king side, somewhat surprisingly, because this does look like it will be very difficult to do anything there. But the pawn march started, and yeah, because the bishop on g7 is so passive, it's difficult to prove that this achieves much, but. Yeah, somewhere here it wasn't that clear, and I think the biggest mistake happened one move later. Yeah, here after king e2, queen g2, rook f2, king, queen h3. I mean, game steering is still very much in progress, I feel.
I'm sorry, I've been distracted ever since you said the pawn march. I can make some joke with the march of the penguins, but I can't really get it done.
No, I think you take on h3. Why did you take on e4 here?
Because I do never think. So take.
Yeah, of course white is better, but material is equal, and the king on e2 is not really that safe currently. So I mean, game would very much still be in progress, and instead she played rook g2 check, and then yeah, rook g2, rook f2 was just totally lost suddenly.
Nigel Short taught me that you do want islands as the Greek Minister of Tourism, not as a chess player. 4 islands versus 1 island. Still bad news.
But yeah, rook g2, rook f2 is just resignable because it's the same position on
Still islands, but white here is happy to have 2 islands because this is an island he didn't have in the other case. Okay, this
Precisely.
is lost.
Precisely, yeah.
Ragar didn't win.
Yeah, finally we have a game in which Marcus Ragar did not win, so he is still leading the tournament, but not with a 100% score.
What are we talking about in the chat? We can't just ignore Lawrence. I'll have plenty of chances to do that when we do the show together. Wow, didn't know that. So in English he'd be way leather. He means leather. Now Lawrence, I can see the wheels spinning there. I was gonna try to think of some clever pun with this new information. Imagine getting spanked from way leather is what he came up with. Nah, hang in there. Smuts is saying she has learned how to grab the initiative. Yeah, we've done that one. Facepalm Chess says, I saw Jan's first show, or one of the very first, with Lawrence. Main difference is that Jan is way more stylish now, which was necessary. TBH, LOL. Time flies. Yeah, I've matured a bit with the clothes, but I would not say I won't go back to the silly t-shirts that I was wearing in the old days with Lawrence. I have this Super Grover shirt, which I still enjoy a lot. But I've become a little less stylish.
Yeah,
no more ties.
People are giving us more information on Wei, saying that his first name means gracious or abundant.
Ah.
So it's abundant leather. Yeah. Anyway,
It's like abandoned leather?
abundant. No, abundant.
A bundle of leather? Abundant.
Yes.
No, I'm not a fan of abundant leather. I've abandoned leather a long time ago. CP Coitert says, put it on tomorrow. I'm sorry, I think it's Coutert. Robert Kender says, don't go there, just stop. I think Robert Kender wants us to go back to the chess content and not all this silliness, because there's so much to learn from the chess content. We have Super Grandmaster Peter Svidler here, so all this nonsense.
I sort of agree with the statement, but only for the reason that we seem to be... the show devolved to us making jokes about people's names, and that, as we all know, is...
It's the lowest form of humor, but
Yes.
I blame Lawrence Trent. I don't go there.
No, blaming Lawrence Trent is always obviously a very, very valid things to go for, but yeah. Anyway, the challengers. Margos didn't win. Benjamin Bock continues having a bit of a nightmare.
Why doesn't he resign here?
Because he already doesn't have very many points in this tournament. I think he's annoyed. That would be my explanation. I don't know if it's the correct explanation, but that would be my explanation. And Gawain actually is catching a bit of prevailing wind there. I think he won yesterday, he won today, and so he's doing quite well. And there were two draws, one in a game between Elias Mirin and Niels Grandelius, and one in a game between Erwin Lemy and Eric Hansen. So after 5 rounds...
Not even continuing here with white. I'd play 100 moves against Niels from this position, because you can't lose. You can't win either, but at least play.
No. Can't disagree with the decision taken. So Marcus Rucker is still leading on 4.5 out of 5, and his closest competitor is still Elias Mirin on 4. Probably Gawain after today will be in 3rd place. It's not immediately obvious, because the standings I have on my screen there, they combine games that are already finished with games that haven't finished yet.
So is Jeffrey Jean gonna win, or is this gonna end peacefully? What's the over-under?
I think you win maybe between 4 and 5 out of 10 here.
Do you lose any?
No, you don't lose any.
And if we price in that he's probably 200 points higher rated,
It
maybe
probably
tips
climbs,
the
but
balance.
actually in this position I don't think... I mean, one thing in favor of Lei Jingzhe here is that her play will be extremely straightforward. She will not have a lot of freedom in the choices available to her, so...
We are being informed that Harry finally called it a day after the A-pawn got lost. He had seen enough, because you can't really touch this construction.
Yeah.
What is that to say?
Yeah, you trade one pawn, but no more.
Well, let's see. We take this, you go g5, and we bring the knights back into action
Once
one
again,
way
we-
or
we-
another.
We really should not be discussing this position. It's completely unnecessary.
Okay.
So the only game left in the Masters is the endgame between Andreikin and Rapport, where Andreikin has been thinking for a while after knight g5, and I think correctly so, because it's a if he chooses a wrong opportunity here, he will probably forfeit all the winning chances he may still have.
And maybe he also can't find a winning chance, but not a winning line, and maybe he's surprised or annoyed at that a bit.
Sure, but
Think about stuff like that, but here, I don't know.
yeah, the machine suggests that you even have time to play h5 followed by bishop d8, which is kind of important. And the knight apparently will be in time to return.
Why not this? I hear king d5.
No, this begins getting awkward once again. This you don't really want. But h5 bishop d8 is a very sensible plan of action. No, when you asked me, I didn't really think it had any major relevance. But I think the only way you can try to play for a win here is you go king b5, and you just start pushing the c pawn up the board, hoping you win the bishop and not the knight, like knight h3. And
That's why I asked, because let's say a scenario like this, where
now here it gets to e6.
yeah.
I think you have to include e6 somewhere. It's actually somewhat important to include e6 and move 44. You go e6, fe, and c6 here. Although knight f4 and bishop b5 and knight g5, I think once again it's extremely likely that you will have to trade everything.
draw.
Yeah. So it seems like maybe this position is just not winning at all objectively for him.
Could be that Andreikin is coming to the same conclusion and is looking for a way to at least ask questions.
Yeah, it's not that obvious what he should do here. Perhaps some kind of version where you go maybe king b5, bishop d4, you play h4, knight f3, bishop a5. No, but then black will take on h4, I think. Okay, in king b5 and bishop d4 on move 42. I go bishop a5 here. Here knight h3, e6 you probably lose, so you take on e5, and I go h4, h5. But the thing is, I'm not really sure I think maybe you can take on b3 and still save this. Although it's the correct
right
corner.
bishop.
Yeah, it's the correct corner and the right bishop, so maybe not. I think maybe doing something like this and playing the 2 against 2, but with a pawn on h5, because it's a lot harder to attack when it's on h5. Maybe this is his best practical chance, but it doesn't feel all that promising when you're looking at it from his side.
So, how many do you win out of 10?
2?
Okay.
Not sure. It's very difficult to judge. I mean, I'm not very good at setting these lines, but the more I look at this, the more I feel that once again we're kind of against perfect defense. Maybe you win none, but where do you get perfect defense? But in human terms, once again, probably it's a bit easier to play for black, because black, the same as with that endgame that Lei Jie is defending, it's a lot easier to understand what you're aiming for with black. You know that you welcome every single pawn trade. You know that, in particular, if you collect the h pawn, you are quite happy giving up pieces for the c pawn and so on and so forth. But with white, it's a lot harder to figure out even which setups you can go for and which you can't.
It's always easier to destroy than to build something.
Very profound.
Miktal says, so is the strongest player at the moment. Yeah, some people would still choose Magnus Carlsen, but if you go by pure point count in that tournament, then it's hard to argue with that.
No, he is the informed player over the past, I don't know, 6 to 8 months, for sure. But yeah, overall, I think not picking Magnus would be wrong. Is the word I'm looking for. Probably. Yeah.
I got absolutely nothing to say, guys. I've been sort of mailing in the commentary for a couple days now. I'm very sorry about it. But it's just no fresh material, no fresh head, no particular interest in who's winning this. It's like a perfect storm. Alright, honesty over. Let's continue studying this very interesting endgame. King to b5 attacks the bishop, bishop to d4. And then the problem is, if we play some computer moves, we probably won't have enough pawns left on the board.
No, here
I blundered the knight.
Yeah. And that's the point of computer moves here, trying to preserve the... Now here you will not win, but after bishop b5, I think once again h4, h5 is the way to go for white.
Dmitry Andreikin has been studying this position for a long time now. Like half an hour maybe? Feels like half an hour.
I think 20 minutes plus for sure, yeah.
26 minutes and 21 seconds. So he might make it to half an hour, and he probably does not like what he sees, because what felt like increasing his advantage step by step now looks like a position where there's not enough material left to win.
Yeah. I think that particular sequence of knight e4 and then gf4 and then d5 may have escaped him, because I think maybe he thought there were fewer pawns getting exchanged.
Also, sometimes it's hard to picture these things from far away, because there's a pawn on f4 all the time. So sometimes when calculating ahead, I understand. He's capable of spotting that, but you have a blind spot for g5 squares.
Yep.
Bishop d2.
He played bishop d2, so there's...
This is what he wants.
Yeah, this I think is not the way to go for black. I think you start with king g7, because it's useful because you sidestep all those e6 tactics for the future, and you continue attacking the h3 pawn. h4, knight f3 is obviously not under what Andreikin would like, and yeah, I'm not quite sure. King b5, why not bishop d4? For some reason the machine likes knight f3 better, but I think this probably is just because it doesn't understand how drawish these things are. Bishop a5, I would take on h3 even. Yeah, for some reason it now thinks that white is close to winning, because knight e6 will lose, but yeah, that would be a mistake. But that means that after c6, white does get the bishops against the knight. So you need to be careful. This is maybe exactly what you should be trying to avoid.
Hang on, I'm reading in the chat that you're leaving tomorrow. That's not even true, right? Aren't you here for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow?
Well, Robert Kender, if you know something I don't, please send me a direct message on Chess24. I assumed I would stay here until the 22nd, but if you have some information that...
Maybe he's planning to kidnap you the day
Yeah,
after
exactly,
tomorrow.
exactly. Yeah, please inform me in
Then
advance.
why would he inform you in advance?
It's only polite, no?
No, it doesn't make any sense. If you're a professional kidnapper and you warn your victims, like, your success rate is gonna go way down.
True that, but I'm still a stickler for, etiquette and things of that nature.
All right.
Please inform me, Robert.
Anyway, Peter's gonna be here. I can't count. Today is 19, 20, 21. Yeah, 2 more days. So now that's cleared up. Then Lawrence will join me. I'm not sure if Lawrence is still in the chat, but I think he ran out of ways to make Wei Yi jokes. So maybe he's gone.
Yeah, that would be very, very dispiriting for someone of Lawrence's disposition.
You're saying words, but I can't put them together to meaning.
Yeah, then I'm succeeding actually in what I'm trying to do. Anyway,
Are you trying to insult Lawrence without him understanding the words? But he's English. He's good at English.
wasn't even necessarily an insult, no.
Okay. Carl Nering says, sounds like a future Sherlock episode. The abduction of Paul Borta. I don't think there's future Sherlock episodes. I've given it some thought. And the subtle clue that they called the last episode the final problem, plus all the hints dropped in the episode, strongly make me believe that this was actually the last episode of Sherlock.
Yeah. Also, this is what they should do because they've,
You've really turned on Sherlock, haven't you?
yeah. They've left the shark way behind.
Yeah, we've had this discussion. I enjoyed the last episode, but I understand that it's more cheap thrills than living up to the legacy, blah, blah.
Legacy blah blah is the correct approach, I guess.
What else can we tell you?
Not a lot.
What have we been watching on TV? Normally this is the time to talk about what we've seen on TV. We've watched a bit of a series of unfortunate events. That's the name of the series. Which is, it's not must-see TV, but it was kind of enjoyable.
It's enjoyable bubblegum, I think, yeah. And it gets more bubblegummy the more you watch it. Like the initial gimmick gets repeated over and over again, and it's not a bad gimmick, so you still continue sort of enjoying it. But
These poor Baudelaire children.
yeah,
All adults are evil or
yeah,
end up dead.
Of course, and NPH is a good actor, but we kind of knew that, I think.
Are you assuming that everybody will understand that NPH stands for Neil Patrick Harris?
I honestly think that will be one of the easier deciphered references we ever use.
I'm not so sure.
But anyway, Neil Patrick Harris.
Do we know
Much
he's a
respect.
good actor? Does he have a lot of acting credentials? Like, I'm aware he's Barney Stinson, and I've seen him in this Gone Girl movie, but I wouldn't think of him like a respected character actor or anything.
I don't know.
I think he's a good entertainer around it.
Don't have a set opinion, but I mean, he is good there. He is pretty good as Count Olaf, you have to say.
Now you've given it away. He's always in disguise, but now people know who Count Olaf is.
Yeah.
Say spoiler alert.
Yeah, it's like the most enjoyable review I've ever read of the remake of Day of Jackal was the person reviewing said that throughout the movie you really want to shout, "Come on, he's the one that looks like Bruce Willis," because they really do, like they don't make any effort to make him look any less like Bruce Willis throughout the movie.
Which movie is that? It's Richard Gere is the good guy and Bruce
Yeah,
Willis the bad guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that movie.
And Bruce Willis is supposed to be this master of disguise, but it's I mean the premise just completely falls apart because he always looks exactly like Bruce Willis.
Well, people would argue that Clark Kent and Superman look a lot alike, and it still worked for a long time. But yeah, I remember that. But Count Olaf looks completely different every time.
Well, sort of, yeah. And people are really insistent we should start watching Taboo.
Taboo? No, I don't wanna. My podcast, The Watch, said it's not good. It's what happens if you give an actor too much power. Even though I quite enjoy that actor's work normally.
Ask us questions in chat, please, because we really aren't going to.
Interested.
No, it's not where I was going with this. I was going to say that there's really not a lot we can say about the Andrakin Endgame until the moves start coming in.
All right, Q&A with Peter Svidler. You want to hear Grandmaster's thought processes? Here you go. Get your questions in. I'll start. Dear Peter, I am currently 37 years old and have a rating of 2.626. I would like to be 2.7 by the time I'm 39. Any advice? I have like 2 hours per week to train.
Yeah, no.
All right. You're next. Tomorrow is Trump's inauguration. Oh, that is true. Magnus might play Trumpovsky. I still suspect he mainly did this because he thought it was funny in the World Championship match in round 1.
Yeah, maybe. Hard to judge. You would know better than I do. And I think this joke is a lot better only done once. I think if you repeat
That's
it, it loses a lot of its potency.
Also, you become more predictable. If whenever there's Trump-related news, you play the Trumpovsky.
You could be playing the Trompovsky every day then. That would have to become your absolute #1 repertoire opening then.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I get an alert whenever the guy tweets, like, if you have to play the Trumpovsky. Let's answer more questions. Jan will be the next Banterton. No, I will not be the next Banterton. There's another question. When next Banterton? I do not know when the next Banterton will be. But I got the memo.
There's a question you will enjoy, I think.
Which one?
Who do you think will have the best career when they retire, Magnus or LeBron?
I misread. I thought it was Magnus or LeBron. Magnus or LeBron. The best career. Like, money-wise, it's gonna be very hard to compete with LeBron because he is supposed to make $1 billion out of his Nike deal alone, and you don't see Magnus to start selling sneakers, or at least not on a scale of LeBron. Also, LeBron is probably gonna retire even if he has a long career, like when he's 37, 38. Well, in chess you can at least choose to play till you're 50 or 60 or 70. I'm not saying Magnus will necessarily do that, but he has an option, so it's harder to say what time he's going to retire. And also, I think LeBron is more driven to do stuff. Like, I can't say I know Magnus very well, but I do know that he likes to hang out, and I'm assuming he's gonna have he's gonna have his money made, and I'm not sure how ambitious he's gonna be to like create an empire or move on to the next project. I'm speculating here. It's not like I've discussed this with him at all. But I would guess, from a business standpoint, probably LeBron is going to win, but Magnus will probably have more fun. So, is that a tie? I don't know how you measure these things.
Well, legacy-wise, who will have a bigger impact on the game they're playing?
I completely misunderstood the question. I thought it was what are they up to after the career? Legacy-wise, LeBron or Magnus? Similar, no? Both in conversation for greatest ever, both still active.
No,
Close.
I have no way of answering. I really don't follow the basketball scene, but yeah, I'd go with Magnus because I think, once again, this may be from my complete misunderstanding of how basketball works, but did LeBron actually change the assumptions people have about how the game is played?
No, we always thought that a 6'8", 260-point athletic freak who can jump out of the gym and is stronger than anybody would be pretty good at basketball. It's just he's such a physical specimen that no one like that existed before.
Because I think with Magnus you could make an argument that the way he approaches chess, it's not that it wasn't known until now, but I think. That school of chess it was very much
frowned upon,
in decline ever since Kasparov showed what can be done with overwhelmingly powerful opening preparation, and Magnus with the way he refocused chess back towards actually playing the game of chess. I think he made a huge impact on how the game is viewed, and people who can, and their skill level really comes into it. But let's say you see what Kramnik is doing right now. You definitely feel that Kramnik, the giant of the modern game that he was influenced by watching Magnus beat people without any openings, and he is now quite successfully emulating that. So I think in terms of legacy, and once again. I would need to consult you on LeBron's legacy in that respect, but I would probably pick Magnus.
Yeah, I'm not sure I disagree, even though I'm not a LeBron fan, but he has a very strong case that, he's gonna finish as at least second best player in history. Well, with Magnus, it's so hard to do.
Who's the first? Jordan?
So far, Jordan. Well, some people would have different opinions, but they'd be wrong.
People are asking me at which level I beat the app. I don't have the app installed. There really isn't. Why would you? It's kind of weird. Why would people think there's any interest for me in playing the against the Play Magnus app, when I can still occasionally play Magnus, and I'm not doing that horribly against him.
Maybe the app is stronger than him. If there's a computer program behind it, you might want to face even tougher challenge.
Yeah, not impossible, but still feels a bit weird. But yeah, there you go. I think currently, yeah, and we can talk about some variations now for a change, maybe.
Robert Kender is once again upset. No Carlson, Jordan Moore. Haha. Sorry, Robert Kender, if I understood that correctly. Bishop c3 has been played.
Yeah, now you can just take on h4.
This is not as big a threat as people think.
Yeah, because in this position you go king f8, king b8, king b5, bishop d8.
Haha.
No, haha, yeah, is a problem.
You don't have to take.
Yeah, but bishop d8 here, followed by knight f3, and then collecting that pawn slowly but surely, because the bishop cannot really give a check that black cannot parry. Yeah, this seems to actually hold for black. So perhaps this is the final decision that Richard has to make in this game. He has to calculate knight takes h4 precisely and opt for it. But he goes king g6. That move doesn't lose, but it's, I think, maybe less of a forced draw compared to knight takes h4.
Fabi is saying, who will have the greater legacy, Michael Jordan or Jordan van Foreest? You kind of misspelled both the Jordan and the Foreest, which yeah, doesn't quite work. Still, the idea is appreciated. King g6?
Yeah, it's not a bad move. There's nothing really wrong with it.
But
I guess the idea
here,
sorry, the idea here is to go bishop d4 against anything.
check. Oh, you don't take, yeah?
Yeah, I don't take.
Sneaky.
Yeah, and here bishop takes c5, and you cannot really keep the h5 pawn and the c2 pawn at the same time.
That's still very move by movie.
Yeah, it definitely is very move by movie, but with the scarcity of pieces still available on the board, it should be possible to calculate. h5 played, and yeah. Well,
Scarcity. You and your $10 words. I've seen Scarface and Sin City, but Scarcity I've never heard of. Anyway, h5 has been played. Probably he's gonna ignore that check too.
yeah, both king g5 and king f5 seem perfectly fine. King f5 is probably a bit more precise to put more pressure on the e5 pawn straight away.
Robert Kender is saying, I think Americans not talking about basketball here. Fair enough.
Yeah, this is now. I mean, with the king so active, one thing we were really complaining about in terms of Black's biggest problems was always the fact that his king was on g8 compared to the king on c4, and now that his king is
business.
Yeah, it's very much back in business, and yeah, this should be a reasonably comfortable draw. You expect king b5, bishop d4, bishop takes a5, bishop takes e5. You can play something like c3 and pretend you're better, but you really aren't.
What else is going on? Miktal is saying, Jan, the Lubis, choose the players with a random program on their Banter Blitz shows. I recommend that in every Banter Blitz show, you should use such a random program. It's the most fair way. It's interesting that's coming from you, Miktal, because if I'm not mistaken, every show you yell at me, play this guy or play that guy, trying to make me play a certain guy and not a random guy. So what changed your mind there? And thanks for the suggestion, but nah, I just prefer clicking on people whenever I feel like and not using any complicated programs. But thanks a lot for the suggestion. What else do we have? Scarcity equals escarcé?
Yeah, people are saying great commentary. I would watch Eurovision if they commented. Yeah, but that would mean we would have to watch Eurovision.
I'd love to comment Eurovision.
Yeah, please don't. Yeah. Oh.
I haven't watched it for many years, but if I get to talk about it, That'd be beautiful.
Well, if they give us complete creative freedom to say what we think about the acts that we have to watch, maybe then.
How rigged is that thing? It's pretty rigged, right?
It
I
is.
like it.
It is fairly rigged. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's like rigged in its entirety, and the supposed human voting is just drawn in by pencil, or if there's some adjusting going on once the votes come in. But I'm pretty sure there's some rigging going on.
Carl Nering is pointing out that Miktal chooses his suggestions randomly. Right? Which is a fair point.
Yeah, that's
That was funny.
well played. Yeah.
P.H. Yulin says, Jan, how about bantering a tournament instead of individual games?
Yeah, I thought about that, but
There's always some technical issues with the tournaments. But yeah, we've done that in the past. Like,
yeah, I wouldn't be at all against that idea.
might revisit that thingy. But then I can't choose the opponents randomly. If we can make a tournament where I get to choose my own opponents, then I'm in. Or we have a program that randomly chooses my opponents.
Yeah, Jan and Peter, if you could commentate or moderate a show or TV program of your choice, what would you choose? There's this fantastic Norwegian program about celebrities on a farm.
Yeah, that wouldn't be my first choice. I'm learning a bit of Norwegian, but I'm still bad at it. I don't know. Roast battle?
Yeah, roast battle maybe. Yeah, from
I
what I've
think
seen
I'd
of,
be a good judge on roast battle.
from what I've seen of that show, yeah, that would be. As long as I have, as long as I don't have to participate in it, I just have to judge it. Yeah, that would be a decent pick.
Kara Karne. Jan, could you move a black repertoire series against E4? Yours D4 for black is great. Thank you so much. I'll do the last part of my D4 series at some point in the distant or not so distant future. As for E4, I've done that in the past, and you will find some material by me on the Marshall updated, and also by Grandmaster Svidler on the Archangelsk on D3 Spanish, on a lot of E4, E5 topics, which is really the only ones I know on the site
I'm
already.
really teaching myself. I mean, I've been conditioning myself to actually call it the Yurtaev, and I've been moderately successful with that, and I will encourage you to do the same.
Yet Tkachiev will write an angry letter whenever I don't call it the Yurtaev, and he must know it's, old habits die hard, so I'm sorry about it. What was I saying? Yeah, I'm not planning any E4, E5 series currently.
And people have pointed out for your education that a program that randomly selects opponents for you is called a tournament. So
Yeah, I kind of understood that when I said that, but arguably the tournament doesn't do it randomly. Also, because of my work for Magnus, where I don't think I'm telling any tales out of school that involved some E4, E5, I would feel a bit weird of publishing all that stuff now as a video series, and I don't have that much new stuff. So probably not, but stay tuned for final parts of
yeah,
D4, D5.
or we could do a cricket show where I talk about cricket and Jan just runs away, and that kind of goes on repeat.
It's not much of a secret, maybe a secret for the viewers, that I not only do not care, but actively dislike most of your hobbies. So most shows you'd be interested in doing, I'd not be a good host. But we do share the TV/movie/nonsense hobby. Is that a hobby? It's more of a duty to stay informed.
Yeah, no, I think it's a full-time occupation.
Great. So we can always fill that with stuff. What else am I getting? What do you all think of Sherlock episode 3? We've talked about that way too much already, and the season as a whole. I enjoyed episode 2. I also enjoyed episode 3 because I thought it was fast-paced and I enjoyed watching it. I understand all the criticism. And not being true to the Sherlock character. And the other thing, what do they say? We don't really want to know your backstory to explain you. It's much more fun to have, just people be. No, it wasn't a great season. I liked season 1 and 2 better.
Yeah. Fabio says, could you make a video series consisting of forced draw against all major openings?
I'm pretty good at that.
I think, if you think about this carefully, I think most of the things we already recorded for Chess 24
kind of do that.
In a way already video series about making forced draws about major openings. It's just that it's also interspersed with us making futile attempts to show you something interesting. And we can of course all completely abandon those and just switch to switch to showing you forced draws.
No, I have a pretty good repertoire there, like between the exchange Slav and the bishop f4, queen's gambit declined, and the d takes c5, queen's gambit accepted.
Why'd you take all
And
the moves back?
castle, knight c6, d takes e5, king's Indian, Grunfeld any line is a draw. Yeah, it's a topic that can be done, but normally there is a limited market for forcing a draw with white.
Is there anyone on Chess24 going to make a more in-depth Neidorf guide than the one that is available?
What do we have? Don't we have pretty in-depth stuff by Sopico and Niklas? I'm not a Sicilian guy, so I have to admit I'm not even that much in touch with it. But I've heard very good things about the Sopico series, and she might have gotten some advice from Anish, who's pretty decent at Neidorf.
Yeah, he's becoming fast becoming one of the top specialists playing the opening right now.
Svidler on Increment says it would be nice if we could do a show on the Budapest Gambit. Let's do that. You go d takes e5.
I can do it right now. No, I mean you can maybe even go in slightly more in depth here. Although I don't know much about knight e4. Maybe it's time to switch to knight e4 in this position. But yeah, you just do this, and black is sad because black will have to defend forever. Yeah, bishop b2. Castles.
Normally you get something like this. Yeah. All other sublines are better for white as well. Here you have a wide choice of moves between. All of those mean you're better.
You generally go for d4 c5 as early as possible to start breaking up the pawns on the queen side. And basically this is why I gave up on the opening. I played it quite seriously when I was younger, and I would get lost positions time and time again after knight g4. Knight f3 in these lines. These lines maybe objectively are even more troublesome for black. If you look at these positions like takes, bishop b2, castles, because in the years when I was playing this, you were kind of supposed to go for these types of craziness.
It doesn't quite work move by move, does it?
Yeah, and if white knows exactly what he's doing, he will be able to prevent this. And then the structure is very similar to the structure we were actually discussing today when we were commenting on the Nepomniachtchi Carlsen game, because this type of pawn formation, if black doesn't get this weird immediate counterplay with the somewhat caveman attempt to play rook h6, queen h4, d6, take on h3 and give mate, although these things also do happen occasionally, yeah, black will be just worse. So that's a problem. Maybe the final straw which forced me to give up the opening was a game I lost to Vladimir Kramnik in an Oviedo Rapid, where he just played this against me.
It's also slightly better for one.
Yeah, and I felt like he was A, taking the piss, and B, slightly better after 5 moves. And that combination just really disappointed me. And
in 94 there's some trick lines, but it's also supposed to be very bad. After most sensible moves, I think a3 is supposed to be good. And even if you know nothing like me and do something like, no, not g3, sorry. See, you gotta start with this. Do something like this and this. You'll still have a healthy plus without knowing a single thing out of the opening. So yeah, it's not that recommendable.
Yeah, this is the problem with all these openings, that once your opponents stop trying to refute it out of the gate, so to speak, and just start aiming for positions where they are solidly better with no counterplay, it becomes a lot less attractive to go for these positions, because would you want to defend this game after game after game against? Yeah. So yeah, Budapest Gambit, a playable opening, an opening that doesn't lose, but also an opening which against prepared opponents will just make you miserable.
All right, more questions, or let's have one intermediate look. The game might be over. No, intermediate, whatever. Oh yeah, nothing new here. Galactic has a lot of questions about the contracts and the mechanics of being a second. You can think of it like being in Fight Club. First rule of Fight Club is you don't talk about Fight Club. The second rule of Fight Club is you don't talk about Fight Club. So that's more or less the mechanics. I've said too much. What else is there? Fabi recommends both Niklas and Sopico's series. Yeah, I have to admit, I haven't seen those. Miktal, Jan, I like Niklas' premium coaching show. Will there be a new show like that? Now we're still too busy trying to figure out the formula for how to pick people randomly in Pentablitz. So I'm not sure. Why am I picking on? I don't know. It's late. I have no idea, but thanks for the suggestion yet again. Will there be a Chess24 store where I can buy a signed Mug shirt, is what Chess Analyst asked. I keep pushing for that. I'm too business unsavvy to know how to set it up, but I do absolutely agree with the notion. And I believe this empire should be built around Peter Svidler signed Mugs. So I'm hoping it will happen, and I'm serious here, that we can buy merchandise, because I have many great ideas for t-shirts.
Absolutely.
Spoiler alert, most of them involve my face.
Yeah. I've seen a guy today on the S-Bahn in a shirt which said, "Man flu is real."
Man flu?
Yeah.
Are you sure it wasn't menu?
No. It was definitely man flu. And this game is about to conclude, I think, because now White probably needs to take on a5, and then Black actually succeeds in giving away the knight for the remaining 2 pawns.
What else do we have? Buckcat is asking, ever thought about hosting a Banter 960? Nope. Black Smoke of Buddha is asking, how is the c4 cam currently doing? Heard some queen f3 instead of queen d3. That's too specific. You're gonna have to wait for the next opening clinic. As far as I know, queen d3 castles is fine. Queen f3, I'm not up to date. Robert Kander says, yes, okay. My son making hats like your gangster. That's what Robert Kander is saying.
Yeah, I don't.
Gotcha.
I don't understand any of that. What happens if I go bishop b5 and bishop b8? Yeah, I was wondering about that, but probably it's a draw of some kind. That's the only way I can see that continues the game here for White. But you get the feeling that because Black makes a choice simply by giving up the knight for the c pawn, which should be enough safeguard here.
How do we do that? We hang around
Yeah,
here?
we just hang around the center somewhere, yeah, and we wait for you to start moving the c pawn somewhere, and then we take. Yep.
This is a fortress. Do we call this a fortress? No, this is just knowledge.
And Andrekin decided on a different approach, and that I think now is just a forced draw. Although,
Kiftir has many questions. Jan, do you say sorry after you flex someone online? Normally not. It depends a little on the context. Like sometimes I feel bad about it, but normally I don't. Like I'm different from Peter.
No, but that was actually I had a bit of a rant yesterday, and I'm still slightly ashamed about it. But I had a bit of a rant against the dude who said sorry to me, like in game chat after flagging me in a position a rook and a piece down. And I'm perfectly fine with flagging me. I just don't think you should say sorry after it.
Yeah,
I think
that's kind of rubbing it in. You either do it and you own up to being a horrible flagger, or you don't do it. But yeah, if you apologize, especially in a banter blitz game, yeah, I agree. That's a bit strange.
Yeah.
What else is there? Opening clinic with Svidler would take 30 minutes per question. I'm not sure that's true.
Also, you're saying it as if it's a bad thing.
That's also true. Like, the more you know about something, the longer the answer gets, because it's normally no longer black and white, but more this it depends stuff. Like, and also Peter cares. Like, that's major difference. Isma444 is saying, Jan, have you seen Rick and Morty? Yes, I eat and breathe too. CP Coutard. Jan and Peter, before Peter goes to Gibraltar, wouldn't it be nice to have a head and brain session? Nah.
And I particularly appreciate that suggestion because you are probably aware that before I leave, we will have every single day we'll have to do live commentary for about 6 hours and then a highlight video. And on top of that, you're suggesting we should also do some banter partnership thingy. We are not. I want to say we are not samurai, but very few people in chat will understand that reference.
You don't think people in chat know what a samurai is?
But that is a very specific reference, which is
Samurai Jack?
No, okay. No. It will even take too long to explain where this comes from.
Are you saying we're human?
And Jeffrey Shong apparently beat Lei Ting-Jay, so we can just briefly update people on that. It's a bit further below, I guess.
We will never know.
Maybe in the Challenger?
Yeah, I'm very confused, which is not news to anybody.
Oh, black ended up having an extra pawn in this game.
That's an unpleasant check, especially because here you will probably not take.
Yeah, queen g2 is even more precise.
Get this check, then take.
No, but I think it went sharply downhill once she played g6, g7, g6. I think her game kind of started collapsing the moment she played. Also, seemingly by Jeffrey's reaction, he just loses by force. But you just never ever play g6 because it's a hugely important square for your king to hide. You make any other move, like queen b5, queen f5, king g6, any other move, never g6. It's actually an important learning moment. What you never ever do when you're defending these positions is create a situation where your king has no pawn cover. Because then what will happen is exactly what happened in the game. White will be able to give up the d pawn and start giving you checks, and then you will just your king will not be safe enough to survive.
What else is there? There's another question that sometimes comes up. Who are your favorite chess commentators apart from yourself? Of course, Lawrence Trent. And I'm only saying this because he's gonna join me in 3 days. And so I'm sure we've discussed this topic a bit in the past. Honestly, I don't watch that much other chess commentary. Not only because I'm very full of myself, but also, because we spend so much time talking here. That, I don't watch it that much. I think Yasser is great. I've always, been a fan of Yasser's work. I worked a bit with him in the old days. I enjoyed
Same
that.
here. No, but we covered this precise question, I think, during one of the earlier rounds, and there really is a lot to choose from. There's a great number of people who I think are either already very good commentators or would be excellent commentators if they got more work. For instance, in my experience, like the 9 days I spent working with Alejandro Ramirez, that was I think he is excellent at this, and doesn't get a lot of gigs outside of the US, but would, I think, be extremely enjoyable to listen to.
Yeah, I also enjoy working with our boy Robin van Kempen, with whom I did, I think, like 2-3 days of candidates. Had a great time there. No, there's many people out there, and I'm sure I'm leaving many out. Mick Greengard, this is the very old days. I think we both did stuff with Mick, which was always fun. Nigel, we did Baden-Baden together, which I also enjoyed greatly. No, there's a lot of good commentators out there. Of course, none as good as us, but can't have everything. How about Ratatatata? That's a reference to our dear friend and colleague Pepe Cuenca. I'm not sure what the Spaniards are up to, but I think they might be joining the commentary fun these days. They are somewhere in Chile, like playing chess or something sick. Speaking of playing chess, are they still playing?
Whoa, he didn't take on e5. That's really, really weird, because
he wants to take here, which is not too crazy.
This already happened, but on move 49.
Well, what's weird about this? You mean as white?
Yeah.
Sure.
No, on move 49 is even stronger, actually. Here, you take on e5 and then you go bishop b8. Although maybe he felt it was just a complete draw, but what he is going for is also a complete draw. I'm kind of curious why he felt that the position he is currently aiming for gives him a better shot. Like here, knight d4, king e4, knight c6 even, I guess. No, this is,
rubbing it in.
No, I think the point is king e4. I think he wants to go king e4, and it's kind of awkward because if you go bishop f6, white can pick up on h6 with check. But you also don't win this. Yeah, and also after king e4, I think you can play knight c6 and then just... No, but this actually gives white a little bit of something. Here after bishop d2, there's no immediate draw. I think maybe bishop f6 is stronger. Have there ever been 3 players above 28-20? 2 for sure, but about 3, I'm less certain. I'm not sure. And the Mark Krauser says that he enjoyed the sessions we've done with Jan Nepomniachtchi, which I think was in Sochi mainly. Yeah, Jan is a very, very entertaining commentator, and he obviously understands the game very, very well. So no, that's what we've been saying. Plenty of options to choose from. Now here, bishop d2, bishop h6 game continues. I think you play bishop f6. Because there, after bishop d2, bishop h6, you can play knight e2, knight g3, and just pick the thing up, which ends the game.
instantly.
Yeah.
King e4 on the board. Leonard says, yes, Geary would be good too. Yeah, we love. Love to have Anish in the booth, but for now he's still playing it. I mean, I'm waiting until he retires at age 22 or
Yeah,
23.
I want to defend my boy there. Couchy42 says, last time I've seen Alejandro, he was standing in front of a computer screen reading out computer lines. But that's what they sometimes do with the American events. This would never happen if he, let's say, I mean, they're just different philosophies. It's not, yeah, that didn't happen. Or maybe it did actually happen. That's very cute, King G7 just giving up this bishop because you can go knight c6 check. And bishop c3 wins the piece, but you just give up the knight anyway. Yeah.
Don't care.
Yeah, that's very, very cute, King G7. I think this probably prompts a draw for immediately. Yeah, but that's just, it's not his choice. And if some of you watched some other coverage he was involved in, you can see that when left thinking on his own, he is very, very good. Yeah. No, I think this game is about to conclude. Yep. So one final wrap up, and I think
Only one move that draws, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was not required
Was
to
not
make
played.
it even, yeah. So what are the standings in the Masters then? Wesley Saw is leading half a point ahead of Magnus Carlsen and Pavel Ilyanov, right?
Correct.
And who is on +1?
Levon.
Levon is on +1. Harry is no longer on +1.
I can actually find out where's Radek. No, he was -1. Right?
Lev is the only one apparently
Yep,
on
just
+1.
Levon.
And there's a ton of people on 50%. And yeah.
Yeah, Rapport 1 half out of 5 and Luke Van Velde half out of 5. The tail enders. Adiban stopped the bleeding by defeating Kayakin with black today, 2 out of 5. There is still a lot to play for, and the good news from a drama standpoint, because going into this, I said, I'm not sure anybody will be able to keep the pace of Magnus Carlsen, which we still don't know, but so far, Wesley
Wesley
looks
showing
like he's dedicated to keep winning tournaments.
yeah, he is very, very efficient here, not wasting any chances. Today he came close to not winning from a position of great strength out of the opening, but then Harry went wrong in the first time control, time trouble. Yeah, +3 out of 5 rounds in a tournament like this is very, very good.
Yep. He did get lucky against Rapport in this one, but you have to get lucky once in a while, they say. Anish Giri continues his painful streak of not winning good positions, is at 50%. Evan Aronian slayed the dragon that was the tournament leader, even though it was more of a Catalan dragon today. Nice game by Levon with the black pieces. What else is there? Yeah, that's about it.
That is about it, and we still have the highlight video to look forward to, I suspect, whilst you are
Dining.
free at last. Free at last.
Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us, watching round number 5 of Tata Steel. We'll be here all weekend. All weekend is today? What day is today? It's
Today
Thursday?
I think it's Thursday, yeah, and I will be only here for half the weekend, I think.
I'll be here all weekend and tomorrow. So plenty of chess to come. I've been informed that it's 13 rounds total. For some reason I kept saying 14 because it's 14 participants. But 13 is the correct amount. That's all we got. Thank you so much. See you soon. Bye. I'm still not Peter Svidler. This is still not Robert Baskin. But I think you figured that out by now. Later.
Hopefully. Cheers.